I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
Pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty.
The National Symposium on the Assassination of President John F. Kennedy and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. proudly presents Harold Weisberg's lecture on the secret documents of the Warren Commission.
In the 13 years almost that I've been speaking to college audiences, I've come to enjoy very much interplay, interaction with an audience, a responsive audience. Last night was quite stimulating to me. Because of conditions that were not beyond my control, I just forgot something. I'm not going to speak, at least I intend not to speak as long as I had planned to allow more time for this kind of interchange in the form of questions and answers as best I can answer them. I had intended to be reading tonight from a collection of 125 formerly secret and top secret CIA records relating to the Warren Commission that I had brought here. I'm sorry about not being able to, but I'm really happy about the occasion because we are having the beginning now of an archive at this university of formerly suppressed records. And of course, we're talking about the suppressions tonight. So these were being Xeroxed. I got a little bit too wrapped up, not only in enjoying what Jim Lessar was doing today, but reliving some of it. I'm sorry that you can't relive some of it, and I'm glad for you that you don't have to relive some of it. And I just forgot to go over to get the Xeroxes before they locked up. But they'll be here. I will be referring to them. I just won't be able to wave them in your eye like Joe McCarthy used to do, only this will be for real. Those of you who've been attending the seminars and the lectures may have perceived an interrelationship. There is, I think, a unity in what we've been talking about. We are, of course, talking about major crimes, but we're not talking about them in the sense of detective stories at all. We're talking about them in the sense of how our society works compared to the way it's supposed to work, how it functions or non-functioned at the times of these great stresses. So there is an interrelationship between tonight and tomorrow night in that sense. And incidentally, the slides for tomorrow night are all made. And tomorrow night you will be seeing some things that the Warren Commission didn't want to see and didn't have. These will be copies made from the originals of some of the most important suppressed evidence in the John Kennedy assassination. Suppression, another word for secrecy but with different connotation, is as opposed, in my view, to free representative society in which citizens have a chance to function as anything in a country like ours can be. With the Warren Commission, I think you should first understand that it operated entirely in secret. If it had not, it could not have functioned the way it intended to. It didn't dare let the people know what was going on, when it was going on. All of its proceedings were in secret. It had three kinds of proceedings. The hairiest were the executive sessions of the commission itself. They did not even trust their own staff members to be there. Those that later attracted most attention were the taking of testimony where members of the commission were present. Most of the testimony taken by the commission, and it was all partisan, it was all one-sided, There was no adversary system of justice to work as there is in a court. Most of that testimony was taken in what really was a star chamber. You had a commission lawyer, a court reporter, a witness, and a locked door. This was secrecy. The commission later printed all of these in such an enormous hunk that nobody could begin to master it. So in the making of its record, the commission practiced one kind of secrecy, and in the releasing of that record, it practiced news management. There are other ways in which the commission was secret. The staff papers were all kept secret. And when at first, not voluntarily, but in response to pressure from the White House and even Earl Warren, the Warren Commission's records were made available, the staff papers were the last touched at all. Some of them still are not available. Some we have just recently obtained. And in the course of establishing this archive here, there are going to be thousands of pages of them. There was still a third form of secrecy, or basic form, or suppression, and that was in the withholding of the records provided to the Warren Commission by other agencies, chiefly the FBI and the CIA. Some of those are still withheld. Some are withheld in part. That is, they'll hold a page or two back, or they'll mask names so you don't know what the names are. They'll mask paragraphs, things like that. Among the things that were secret in a different way that we'll get to tomorrow are the basic evidence of a homicide. People lose sight of the fact that spectacular a crime as it was, significant politically as it was, the murder of John Kennedy was, under Texas law, what in Texas is an ordinary crime, homicide. There never was a homicide when our president was killed. A homicide investigation, I'm sorry. The Warren Commission is well known for what it has published, an enormous report of 900 printed pages when you count the Roman numbered pages. It then, under the pressure of the White House, published 26 large volumes, an estimated 10 million words of testimony and exhibits. This was not its original plan. In the secrecy of the executive sessions, they discussed this. Now, there has been no voluntary releasing of these executive sessions. Jim and I sued them. We forced all of them public except 2 complete ones and 10 pages of a third. In those that I have, there are several points at which the commissioners discussed what they would do. And they were really contemptuous, I mean that word literally, of what they should do with their report. There came a point at which the suggestion of Allen Dulles, you may remember he had been former head of the CIA until the Bay of Pigs, they were going to do it in a magazine-type format. And when it came to the evidence, one of the members, I'm not sure that it was Dulles, said, well, if the Congress wants more printed, let them print it. The White House did change that. The Commission's official life expired with the filing of the report. It continued to function in some ways thereafter. With the filing of its report, as is normal with government agencies, its files were transferred to the National Archives. In anticipation of this, the National Archives provided certain services to the Commission. These included setting up the files, which would make for an orderly transfer. Once the Commission went out of business, its responsibilities under the law, as it relates especially to the availability of its records, became the legal responsibility of the National Archives. In practice, except when it's expedient to assume that responsibility, the archives passes the buck to somebody else, chiefly the FBI, the CIA, or the Department of Justice, sometimes the General Services Administration, of which the archives is part. Once the files were transferred there, it took about a year before they started releasing them, and the release was very slow. This constitutes another form of secrecy. There came a point at which I felt impelled to write with some bitterness about this, and I spoke about this memorial to a martyred president, an archive that was tended part-time by two men who had too much to do before he got killed. Dr. Rhodes protested that there was no manpower shortage. The actuality is that there's never been a time when there hasn't been a manpower shortage. They are 2 months behind right now in copying some records for me. There is always a manpower shortage, and it constitutes another means. It's practiced by all the agencies almost without exception. It constitutes another means of secrecy. They just stonewall you to death, hoping you'll go away. There are some myths that have grown up about the suppression, and I think that most of you can understand that neither the FBI nor the CIA discovered sex or invented the wheel or are responsible for all the crimes in the world. If they're responsible for their own, that's enough. And the same is true of the Warren Commission and other agencies. There is a mythology which says that Robert Kennedy ordered the withholding of basic evidence from the Warren Commission, and it just isn't true. There is a mythology that says Earl Warren and the other members of the Warren Commission ordered the withholding, and that too isn't true. What is true is that the government kept the proof of it secret until last year, when we finally forced them to give us, Jim Lessar and I, some of these records which state policy that had been withheld. But from the very first, it was the policy of the administration, of Bobby Kennedy, and of the Warren commissioners that all of their records permitted by law to be available would be made available. It just wasn't followed in practice after these people had no control over it. I think one of the best ways of illustrating what really happens is by telling you the story of what is behind this book that by normal literary standards people might consider a non-book. Most of that book is one document. It's 100 pages long. It's one of the executive sessions of the Warren Commission, the one held on January 27, 1964, ostensibly to consider reports that had reached the commission earlier, but they pretended had just reached it, that Lee Harvey Oswald had been some kind of a federal agent. Gerald Ford was a member of the Warren Commission. That record was classified top secret. Gerald Ford, you can see the stamp still on it, up at the top of the page and some places on the bottom. Gerald Ford sold that transcript commercially. He wasn't satisfied to do that. He ordered its content because of some of the things I will read to you that he didn't think the people ought to know. That's another form of secrecy and another form of suppression. And then when he was called upon to testify in his confirmation hearings as vice president, he said he had taken no secrets. In spite of this history, when I insisted to the National Archives that if then Congressman Ford had a right to have access to that record, I had a right. If he had a right to tell the people of the country what that record meant, I had no less such right. And I cited law and I cited precedent, and it was all to no avail. They just stonewalled me. They wouldn't give it to me until Jim Lessar filed a suit for it. I'm not going to go over all that he said today. I merely tell you that in order to get that, we had to be the first who defeated the government in another form of secrecy and suppression, the invocation of a national security classification utterly and completely without basis. I have seen literally thousands of classified papers. I haven't seen one that presented even the remotest suggestion of a danger to national security, even in a paranoidal concept. It is almost always a means of not telling the people, we can't let you know this because it will embarrass us. We don't want you to know what we're doing. So we finally got this, and I printed it in a facsimile, and I will be reading you some excerpts, and I think you'll understand why it was classified top secret, and I won't have to tell you or not whether it was of a nature that could start a war, which is really what the top secret classification requires, unless there's something else of like character, something that would cause a major rupture in diplomatic relations. It's not a designation to be applied frivolously. It's difficult for a lot of people. Let me change that. My book, Whitewash, the report on the Warren Report, the first of the Whitewash series, was the first book on the Warren Report. It was disillusioning to me to find that the people who are most vigorous in beating their breasts about liberal issues and freedom and decency were the ones who were absolutely irrational. It took me a long time to decide for myself what really was afoot. And then it took me longer to get the proof. Lyndon Johnson's political wisdom, and he was famous for being a sharp political operator, was never better illustrated than in his selection of the members of the Warren Commission. The chairman, of course, was Chief Justice Warren, a liberal Republican. The norm in our political system is for the party in power to control all bodies it appoints. I look back on 63 years and can't, most of them in the Washington area, and can't remember a single occasion on which a party in power appointed a majority of the opposite party. Lyndon Johnson did that. There were 5 Republicans on the Warren Commission, no liberal Democrats, and John Kennedy was a liberal Democrat. This immobilized all of the liberals who were horrified at any reflection on Mr. Chief Justice Warren's reputation. In the course of forcing the production of these once secret records, I came upon something that if I had a child in high school and that child told me what I'm going to read to you, I would have sat that child down in a chair and said, I want you to think of what is wrong with your thinking and to sit there until you explain it to me. It was wrong for the Chief Justice or any justice to assume such a post. Most of you are not old enough to remember either Pearl Harbor or the subsequent investigation, but Mr. Justice Jackson was on it, and it raised quite a furor in the country. In the case of the Warren Commission, it was also wrong because there was the case of Jack Ruby, certain to go to the Supreme Court, unless what actually happened did happen, and that was that Ruby died. Warren discussed this with the members of the court, and they told him they were certain he should not accept the appointment. He told them that was his feeling, and he intended not to accept it. Paralleling that is what the late Senator Richard Russell, and we're really covering both political extremes here, because Senator Russell, a Democrat, was also the most conservative member of the Warren Commission. Senator Russell gave me an account I won't go into now. He and I did have a confidential relationship. He did not believe the Warren Report, and to his dying day he encouraged me to prove it was false. I don't mean that he didn't believe it in toto. There were 2 areas where he just didn't believe it, and there was a point at which he refused to sign it. So there came a point when this bothered Mr. Warren, and he called the staff together. He waited a long time. The Warren Commission was appointed a week after November 22nd, 1963, and on February 17th, 1964, there was a report of a January 20th meeting. There was another report, briefer, written by another staff member the next day. This one was written by staff counsel Melvin J. Eisenberg. On January 20, and remember this was kept secret. No classification stamp on it, just raw power. They called it secret. On January 20, 1964, Chief Justice Warren met with the staff. After brief introductions, the Chief Justice discussed the circumstances under which he had accepted the chairmanship of the commission. When the position had first been offered to him, he declined it on the principle that the Supreme Court justice should not take this kind of role. His associate justices concurred in this decision. At this point, however, President Johnson called him. The president stated that rumors of the most exaggerated kind were circulating in this country and overseas. Some rumors went as far as attributing the assassination to a faction within the government wishing to see the presidency assumed by President Johnson. Others, if not quenched, could conceivably lead the country into a war which could cost 40 million lives. No one could refuse to do something which might help in such a possibility. The President convinced him that this was an occasion on which the actual conditions had to override general principles. Does any one of you think there was a possibility of a nuclear war following the John Kennedy assassination by a week? There is no such possibility. And Lyndon Johnson actually conned the Chief Justice of the United States into believing it. But again, that was secret. The people didn't know that. This document was kept secret for a decade. The people had no way of judging it, no way of knowing it. There is a word to be said for Lyndon Johnson, and you will have those words here because they are some of the papers that after I got them from the CIA, I brought them here to be part of your archive. The CIA terrified Johnson. They really led him to believe that a war was possible. It was an operation out of the Mexico City station, and there came a point when Washington didn't react strongly enough when, believe it or not, the Mexico City station of the CIA bypassed Langley headquarters and started sending these provocative reports of known falsehood, blaming Castro Cuba for the assassination, and sent them directly to the White House. The person at the White House who received them, as you will see when you have a chance to look at these records, was McGeorge Bundy. He was Henry Kissinger's predecessor, a man of that rank. And in the White House, it was an undersecretary and assistant secretary of state, the well-known Alexis Johnson. This is what really happened. And those records, too, were kept secret. Here you come to the interlock I referred to earlier, this blessing of this modern law, which is so completely in the ancient and honorable and too often forgotten American spirit, the Freedom of Information Law, the basic concept of which is that the people must know so that they can govern themselves through their elected representatives. It really is that simple. But again, this was suppressed. And again, the release was in such volume that not one newspaper in the country saw it. I should explain to you, if I file a Freedom of Information request and my request is honored, if I spend $1 million, which I of course can't do, breaking that stuff loose, you're entitled to it by simply asking for it and paying the cost of Xeroxing. So it's quite commonplace for a lot of people to get records that all they do is ask for them. There were roughly 1,000 pages accumulated and released all at one time, and the mastery of 1,000 pages of this kind of information by the newspapers, which have a constant deadline. With the wire services, there's a deadline every minute. It just becomes an impossibility, and it too becomes a form of news management and suppression. But these records were of that nature. Now, this leads me, I want you to understand that I'm not really looking for goats, and I'm going to give you an illustration that it's not just the Warren Commission, not just the FBI, not just the CIA. Remember we had a Schweiker committee last year. Remember the Schweiker report? They were looking into the political assassinations. They were a subcommittee of the Church Committee. Well, if you see me moving around, I'm sorry I can't get this microphone loose because I ought to walk more. I had an acute thrombophlebitis in both legs just at the time Senator Schweiker wanted to see me, and I saw him and went to the hospital. I was very impressed by the man when I met him. In the course of time, his report issued, you may remember, and it was a one-day sensation. It implied that, it said, of course, that the Warren Commission couldn't function, remember that, because of all that had been withheld by the FBI and the CIA. There's no single thing that Senator Schweiker said had been withheld that had been withheld. There's no single thing that the Warren Commission couldn't have had if it had wanted it, if it had been withheld. They had the power of subpoena and the power of compulsion. There was quite a mystique, quite a mystery. The whole aura of spookery surrounded the Schweiker report, if you remember. You may recall that there were some names that could not be mentioned because they were of the most urgent national security. There was a D, there was an N, there was an A, there was an AMLASH, all the gimcrackery of the spookery. So the Senate kept these things secret when they were not secret. Amlash, for example, was Rolando Cubella. N was Yuri Ivanovich Nosenko. And these, I regret to say, are the papers from both the CIA and the FBI that are locked up from being Xeroxed that I was going to read to you. There was this man D, over whose cock and bull story the CIA Mexico City station attempted to lay the foundation for starting a war and tried to promote one. Well, his name was withheld. So let us risk starting a war. Let us risk rupturing diplomatic relations. You pick the country you want to risk it with. And I'll tell you that D was a nefarious character whose right name was Alvarado Ugarte. Thank you. It's not secret. The FBI papers were only withheld for 10 years. N was this Nosenko. You want to know why they kept secret what Nosenko said? The CIA kept it secret. Nosenko was one of the top KGB men. He defected to the CIA in Switzerland. If he lied to the CIA and he proved it, he knew he would disappear. His life depended upon his telling the truth. They asked him, what about Oswald? He said, because of the bureau of which I was the head in Moscow, I handled the Oswald file. The KGB ordered that Oswald not be allowed to stay in the Soviet Union after his tourist visa expired. We were surprised to find that he had been allowed by either the Red Cross or the Foreign Department. So we just let him alone, and rather than considering using him as an agent, we regarded him as an American sleeper agent. Do I have to explain sleeper to you? Is it sufficiently clear? A sleeper agent is one who goes under deep cover and just resides someplace where he'll not be suspected until some future date when he's activated. Now, I've had the FBI files on this for 3 years. J. Edgar Hoover, who was in his lifetime considered somewhat of an authority, he didn't regard it as top secret. He didn't regard it as secret. He didn't even regard it as classifiable. He gave it to the Warren Commission. Unlike what Senator Schweiker's report said, it was not withheld from the Warren Commission except by the CIA. Now, you understand, of course, that the FBI does not engage in foreign intelligence, and the CIA does. Mr. Hoover understood that very, very clearly. If I can inject a light note into it and pay one of the tributes I can pay to this master bureaucrat and superior file keeper, he was those things. You know, he and the CIA didn't get along too well because he resented the fact that the FBI wasn't given the world. Today the United States, tomorrow the world. Oh, some of you know that. So he suggested to the Warren Commission that it would be quite wise if they were to take testimony from this Mr. Nosenko, and although he didn't use exactly the words I'm using, since I don't have the document with me to read it, but you can read it, he said, on the assumption that the Commission would find this indispensable, I have had my agent speak to Mr. Nosenko, and he is quite willing to testify before your committee. However, he wants no publicity, and of course this is true. It's traditional, no matter what the country and no matter who defects, the man has to have a false identity or he's not expected to survive. Well, this was normal. Congressional committees all the time have people with stockings over their head. You've seen them on television. They have mafia types who defect and they're given false identities, and they have voice alterators and disguises on their faces. Well, the Warren Commission didn't want Mr. Nosenko as a witness. And among the people who were responsible for working it all out was the black member of Mr. Ford's cabinet. Mr. Ford, remember, was a Warren commissioner. One of the senior counsel was William T. Coleman, who is now the Secretary of Transportation. His associate, who is now professor of law at the University of Southern California, Slauson. Coleman and Slauson were in charge of this aspect of the work. The CIA stuff that was all suppressed passed through their hands. Now, they took these FBI reports that Hoover hadn't classified, and they put a top secret stamp on them. I've got them now, and not quite all of them. Because the CIA also had subject matter interest, so when they finally couldn't suppress them any longer, they had a guy named George Briggs, who was chief of services, whatever that means, because they have special English for the spookeries, of the CIA, went through it and said certain things can't be released. Now, Coleman and Slauson prepared a memorandum on this for the members of the Warren Commission. That, of course, was their responsibility. And I have such a memorandum. You have it. It's being copied. On such and such a date, and I think it was March 20th or April 20th, 1964, the named members of the staff met with the named, all but one name is masked, of the CIA. It was Helms and Karamessinis, and all the names are now hiding. That's first paragraph. Second paragraph, blanked out, masked. I kept after him. I finally got it. And what do you think this was that was so top secret that they had to worry about whether it could start a war or break relations with Russia, you know, that kind of thing? It was that Richard Helms, on behalf of the CIA, had asked them to hold off and do nothing temporarily about Nosenko. I use this intending for you not to take it as an extreme example, because it in fact is not an extreme example. It's just a more dramatic one. It is typical. I give you my word, and in time you'll be able to check it. I have seen none of these things that has ever come to light that was ever fit for any kind of classification in a free and decent society with honest government. In every case, it's to hide official misconduct or the fear of embarrassment or the fear of the voters not liking it. I'm in court now for the rest of the Nosenko stuff. It's Civil Action 75-1448 in the Federal District Court in Washington for these other transcripts they're withholding. One of them, without doubt, would be greatly embarrassing to Mr. Ford because we know what they're withholding. Well, they have to, we act and they react, and we get little driblets of information from them, we put them together. Another one, the executive session transcript of June 23rd, we supplied questions they were supposed to answer under oath, and they swore that we'd start a war, nuclear holocaust, if they told us the subject matter of it. I knew what the subject matter was. I knew before I sued for it. I don't go for pigs and pokes. Mr. Coleman and Mr. Slauson were my source, by the way. Couldn't tell me the subject matter. So he said, how come it's going to start a war if you tell me when it didn't start a war, when you did tell the New Republic? So they said, oh yeah, it was in Nosenko. This is another example of how it works. There came a time when our first unelected president of the Warren Commission graduate, Ford, had a problem with all the exposures of the CIA, remember? And all the dirty stories about the FBI. So, of course, Mr. Johnson said that Mr. Ford couldn't walk and chew chewing gum at the same time. But he never said he didn't learn. Mr. Ford learned on the Warren Commission. What do you do when you got a problem like this? You have a presidential commission. So he appointed the Rockefeller Commission. Now, out of all the people, oh, by the way, every member of the Warren Commission had intelligence connections. Mr. Ford also learned to take no chances. Out of all the people who could really run the day-to-day operations of the Warren Commission, I think I have a bright audience tonight, I can tell by your reactions. Does anyone want to make a suggestion as to where Mr. Ford turned to get the one man of all 200 million Americans who was ideally suited to run his new presidential commission named the Rockefeller Commission? Yes. Oh, I thought somebody was answering. Well, I'm disappointed. Naturally, he turned to the Warren Commission. And having been appointed by Mr. Nixon, what was wrong with him selecting the former head of lawyers for Nixon? And he did. His name is David Bellin. Some of you may have seen him on television. Well, one of the papers Dr. Wrone's going to be able to show you, one that I just didn't go back and get, is a Warren Commission record that I got from the CIA by accident. They're not used to people checking up on them. They reduce all these thousands of papers and everybody just accepts them. But I checked them, and there were some missing. So after they'd released them, they couldn't withhold them. And it's just a remarkable coincidence that in 1,000 pages, they just happened to withhold 2 documents that are quite relevant to my suit against them, 1448. One of them has an interesting conclusion. This is written by Mr. Coleman's associate, Mr. Slauson. It has to do with what they're going to ask the CIA to do, and by way of questioning, I mean what the CIA has asked them not to do, by way of questioning the Soviet Union through the State Department. The CIA and the State Department didn't agree. And they said, we don't have to bother the Soviet Union about what records they have, about how good a shot Lee Harvey Oswald was, because Mr. Bellin says it really isn't important. Stop and think. At the time of the Warren investigation, when Lee Harvey Oswald was alleged to be a lone assassin and had defected to the Soviet Union, he performed a feat that the best shots in the world could not duplicate for the Warren Commission. And David Bellin, or of course these were his credentials, he said to the CIA, don't worry about whether or not Oswald could shoot a rifle. Naturally, that was going to start a war if they didn't classify that, wouldn't they? So it took me 13 years to get it. This is David Bellin. This also is what we're talking about. What they suppressed, how they suppressed it, why they suppressed it, and what it means to all of us and to our country and to the functioning of society. I think that you're beginning to understand that there is no element of innocence in any element of government. The Warren Commission did not have its own investigators. The federal agencies, mostly the FBI, but others, conducted the investigations. There's just no question about it, that in some areas the CIA is terrific. They're experts. If you forget about the dirty work, which is really the least important part, but the most dangerous and troubling part of an intelligence agency, their function is analysis and intelligence reporting. And except when political considerations interfere, they can be quite good. I know, I used to be there before it was called CIA. And I think you should understand that the major function of any intelligence agency is not spying and not dirty works. 99% of the important intelligence in the world is public. The important thing to do is to put it together and make sense out of it and get it into the hands of the right people. There is another document that I've just obtained that wasn't kept secret nearly as long. It was only a year. Mr. Bellin had seen a lot of CIA records when he was on the Warren Commission, naturally. We've just talked about one. So he says, I have to disqualify myself because I was on the Warren Commission. That's perfectly ethical. So he takes a carbon copy named Olson and says, you're only a carbon copy, you got no complications, you deal with the CIA. And Olson deals with the CIA, and he says, we want to know such and such things. And of course they wanted to know all about this D business and all that kind of thing. Not what did the CIA know that would tend to question the Warren report, but what could be used politically now, what could be used to promote international dissension now, what could justify what the Rockefeller began by knowing it was going to say. And now all that was kept secret. Well, there are a number of Freedom of Information requests filed for it. And you'd be surprised the range they covered, from David Bellin to me. And we got them. There is one 25-page report where they've masked the name, and it's a joke. The name is Raymond Rocca. The Dirty Works Department, by the way, was in charge of the liaison with the Warren Commission. I mean that literally. It wasn't intelligence, it was clandestine operations. It was then under Helms. He later became the chief spook. There's some reason to believe he's on the lam now. It literally is true that the clandestine operations part of the CIA was in charge of liaison, not the intelligence people. Helms, Karamessinis, Dooley, Arthur Dooley, Raymond Rocca, I can't remember them all. Their names aren't secret. They just masked them for the benefit of people like you who don't know the names, because they don't want anybody, any scholar, following this stuff up. So Mr. Bellin, through Mr. Olson, makes these requests, and it turns out, you know, that some of these people had a later involvement. You remember the name James Angleton? Anybody? Well, if I said Watergate, you know what that is. The first guy who had to quit the CIA after Watergate was James Angleton. The next guy was Raymond Rocca. So, when there is this job that requires top secret class security clearance, the CIA calls Raymond Rocca back to write a report for the Rockefeller Commission. What does he dredge up? D. Alvarado Ugarte. What the CIA had already proved to be a fake in 1964, 63, and 4. This cack down in Mexico who said he was in the Cuban embassy and saw, there were 6 people present, and on that occasion a Cuban diplomat gave Lee Harvey Oswald $6,500 and told him to kill the President of the United States. Could anybody believe that? In public? CIA believed it. And believe it or not, Raymond Rocca wanted the Rockefeller Commission to believe it. 10 years later. That was classified. That's released and you have it. What I'm really saying, and I think you can see that, is that the Warren Commission staff and members joined in this. They didn't have to go for Helms' nonsense, hold off, don't do anything. They had the same information from the FBI immediately. Hoover was very diligent about that because the CIA was involved, not him. One of the reports is that thick. The Warren Commission members, the Warren Commission staff lawyers, the Warren Commission file clerks, the Warren Commission stenographers, God knows how many people in the FBI, God knows how many people in the CIA. All of these people knew, and all of them have joined in this horrible crime of silence. This is really the degree to which the spirit of secrecy and suppression permeates our government. I don't want you to think I'm saying these are bad people. It's much worse than that. In most cases, I think they're good people. I think they're true believers. And that's the danger. Now, I made you a promise and I want to keep it. I'm going to keep it in a couple of ways. I told you that they had to withhold this from me. It was not a danger when Mr. Ford sold it commercially, but it was a great danger to the country when I wanted to use it for scholarship. So they have this report that Oswald might have been an American agent, and Mr. Rankin, who ran the Warren Commission as the general counsel, called them all together. I'm going to read verbatim. This was Mr. Rankin. Remember, this was January 27th, but before they'd finished organizing their staff. They had not yet held their first hearing. Their first hearings were meaningless. They were show hearings, but they were still in secret. They had done nothing except accept some reports from the federal agencies. We do have a dirty rumor that is very bad for this commission. The problem in it is very damaging to the agencies that are involved in it, and it has to be wiped out insofar as it is possible to do so by this commission. Did you ever hear a more impartial statement of we got to go right down the middle, come what may? They got a dirty rumor that Lee Harvey Oswald served a federal agency, and their sacred obligation is to wipe it out to the degree possible. That's the way you investigate when an American president is killed. Can you imagine the war that could have started? Then they got to talking about this, and I'm going to want to read you some more of the verbatim. They're talking about this report. Mr. Dulles, that is a terribly hard thing to disprove, you know. How do you disprove a fellow was not your agent? How do you disprove it? Mr. Boggs, you could disprove it, couldn't you? Mr. Dulles, no. Mr. Boggs, I know, ask questions about something like that. Mr. Dulles, I never knew how to disprove it. Mr. Boggs, so I will ask you, did you have agents about whom you had no record whatsoever? Mr. Dulles, remember, they expected perpetual secrecy. They didn't even let members of their staff in. They didn't let members of their staff see these transcripts. Mr. Dulles, the record might not be on paper, but on paper you would have hieroglyphics that only two people knew what they meant, and nobody outside of the agency would know. And you could say this meant the agent and somebody else could say it was another agent. Do you get the last part? They frame each other. But nobody would know. Then Boggs wants to take a specific case of Francis Gary Powers, and Dulles says, well, that's not the same thing because he was on contract, he wasn't a regular agent. And Boggs, and they go into the question about telling. And Dulles says, yes, but he wouldn't tell. The chairman, this is the Chief Justice, remember, you can imagine the shock in his voice. Wouldn't tell it under oath? Mr. Dulles, I wouldn't think he would tell it under oath, no. Here you have patriotism, perjury is the highest form of patriotism. The chairman, why? Mr. Dulles, he ought not to tell it under oath. Maybe not tell it to his own government, but he wouldn't tell it under any other way. Mr. McCloy, the eminent John J. McCloy, the international banker, and longtime intelligence operative on a high level. Mr. McCloy, wouldn't he tell it to his own chief? Mr. Dulles, he might or he might not. If he was a bad one, then he wouldn't. Mr. Boggs, what you do is make out a problem, if this be true, make our problem utterly impossible because you say this rumor can't be dissipated under any circumstances. Mr. Dulles, I don't think it can unless you believe Mr. Hoover and so forth and so on, which probably most people will. Mr. McCloy, he still can't believe all of this. Alan, suppose someone, when you were head of the CIA, and I'm going to read you the correct tenses. Once a spook, always a spook. I'm reading the correct tenses. Alan, suppose somebody, when you were head of the CIA, came to you, another government agency, and said specifically, if you will tell us, suppose the President of the United States comes to you and says, will you please tell me, Mr. Dulles? Mr. Dulles, I would tell the President of the United States anything. Yes, I am under his control. He is my boss. Wouldn't necessarily tell anybody else unless the President authorized me to do it. We had that come up at times. Mr. McCloy, you wouldn't tell the Secretary of Defense? Mr. Dulles, well, it depends a little bit on the circumstances. Can you imagine the kind of wars that would start? I could read a lot more of this, but my purpose is not entertainment. My purpose is informing you. I just want to give you enough of an illustration. There's another juicy morsel of a different kind. Fortunately, I printed a sort of table of contents on the back cover. So I'm going to read from page 72 of the book, and the official text of the transcript, that's page 163. Mr. McCloy, I wouldn't put much confidence in the intelligence of all the agents I have run into. I have run into some awfully stupid agents. Mr. Dulles, not this irresponsible. Mr. McCloy, well, I can't say that I've run into a fellow comparable to Oswald, but I have run into some very limited mentalities both in the CIA and the FBI. It's too bad you didn't laugh there because that's exactly what the transcript says. The court reporter notes paren, laughter, close paren. They laugh. It's a big joke that they got limited mentalities in the FBI and the CIA when they're investigating the assassination of a president. They laugh. I'm not omitting anything. That I added. The chairman, under agents, the regular agents, I think that would be right. But they and all other agencies do employ undercover men that are of terrible character. Mr. Dulles, who certainly qualifies as an expert. That's not in the transcript, I'm adding that. Terribly bad characters. Senator Russell, who was in charge of CIA oversight until our association. Limited intelligences. Even the city police departments do it. The chairman. It takes almost that kind of man to do a lot of this undercover work. Mr. Dulles, they ought to be fairly smart. They may not be of high character, but they ought to be fairly smart. Mr. McCloy, most of them certainly are. Now, you people are, of course, not experts on the law and not experts on classification. But I ask you to take my word that I have given you a faithful representation of the requirements for a top secret stamp. Can you think of any reason, any way in which this could start a war or force the breaking of diplomatic relations or have any consequences at all? Can you think of any reason for withholding this except to keep you in ignorance? And this is what the purpose of all these suppressions are. I'm going to read you another, and excuse me if the microphone makes some noise. I'm going to tell you a little bit of the history of this one. Thank God for the Freedom of Information Law, we wouldn't have any of these. The Warren Commission held an executive session at 5:30 p.m. after the end of the working day, January 22nd. That's 5 days before this one. They got a call, Mr. Rankin got a call from the then Attorney General of Texas reporting this information about Oswald rumored as an agent. Mr. Rankin had known it for a month because it appeared in the newspapers. It wasn't that secret. But they had been able to ignore it. So they got scared. Here are these Texans, they're going to go public with it. So he calls an emergency meeting of the Warren Commission for 5:30. And Jim was earlier today talking about my means of working, which is to collect every piece of relevant paper. In the course of collecting all of this paper, I made a thorough ransacking. I use the word not to be taken literally. I did it all legitimately. Of the housekeeping files of the Warren Commission, I have every bill rendered by the court reporter, every receipt that was signed. I have the worksheets which shows the name of every court reporter who took every page of testimony, this kind of detail. And for those of you who want to go in for investigative reporting, it's an awful lot of work. But with some things, it's the only thing you can do. Well, among these records I obtained, and of all places, attached to the court reporter's bill for the taking of the testimony of January 22nd, was a receipt for the destruction of it in the White House. Literally, that's what it says. The name of the Secret Service agent who did it is named Moore. The name of the Warren Commission employee who made the record of it is Julia T. Idy. She was J. Lee Rankin's secretary. He ran the commission. This, of course, you may remember from Orwell, is called the memory hole. One thing escaped the memory hole. The stenotypist tape. So, I asked Jim to use the Freedom of Information Law and let us get that transcript. They decided in this case not to go to court because if they had, it would have attracted much more attention than I can get for it. So in the last minute, just when the only recourse we had was to file a lawsuit, they sent it. Where do you think they sent it to get it transcribed? What's appropriate for the top secret? What can start a war? They sent it to the Pentagon. Believe it or not, when the court reporting firm is the biggest one in Washington, they didn't trust them with their own notes. They sent it to the Pentagon. So there are going to be a few errors that I'll correct for you as I read this to you. It's a grim story, isn't it? I'm reading from page 9 of the transcript of the court reporter's notes prepared in the Pentagon. Now, of course, these voices were unfamiliar to the Pentagon stenotypist. The names were unfamiliar. J. Lee Rankin, which I will read as Rankin, really is Rawkin in the transcript. Experimental is used at one point. They mean supplemental. There are these kinds of mistakes, but you're not going to have any trouble with the sense. Dulles. No, I'm sorry, that's the wrong page. This is Mr. Rankin on his page 11. Oh, by the way, sometimes they have an A, that means an answer. Sometimes they have a Q, that means a question. So I'm going to tell you what the names really are. This does not say Rankin, this says A. I thought first you should know about it. Secondly, there is this factor, too, that a blank consideration, that is somewhat of an issue in this case. They gave me a carbon copy, and it's not too clear in some places, and I haven't read it for a while. And I suppose you are all aware of it. That I want you to think of Mr. Schweiker's report that the Warren Commission didn't know anything about the possibility of evidence of a conspiracy. Excuse me, I should have given you that introduction. Remember, the Schweiker report said that. That is that the FBI is very explicit that Oswald is the assassin, or was the assassin, and they are very explicit that there was no conspiracy. And that they are also saying in the same place that they are continuing their investigation. Now, in my experience of almost 9 years, I'm interrupting the reading of the transcript. I will continue verbatim with no omissions. Mr. Rankin had been in the Department of Justice for 9 years. He had been the government's top lawyer, the Solicitor General of the United States. He had taken all of the FBI's cases that went to the Supreme Court to the Supreme Court. He knew the FBI. He was on a first-name basis with J. Edgar Hoover, but after the first few letters, they started calling each other Mr. In the first place, it is hard to get them to say that when you think they have got a case tight enough to convict somebody. That is the person that committed the crime. In my experience with the FBI, they don't do that. They claim they don't evaluate, and it is uniform prior experience that they don't do that. Secondly, they have not run out all kind of leads in Mexico or in Russia and so forth, which they could probably ... It is not our business, it is the very ... Mr. Dulles, what's that? Mr. Rankin, they have not run out all the leads on the information, and they could probably say ... that isn't our business. Mr. Dulles, yes. Mr. Rankin, but they are concluding that there can't be a conspiracy without these leads being run out. Now, that is not blank from my experience with the FBI. Mr. Dulles, it is not. You are quite right. I have seen a great many reports. Mr. Rankin, why are they so eager to make both of these conclusions, both in the original report and their experimental, meaning supplemental report, which is such a departure? Now, that is just circumstantial evidence, and it don't prove anything about this, but it raises questions. We have to try to find out what they have to say that would give support to the story and report it to you. Mr. Ford, he was there. Who would know, if anybody would, in the Bureau of such an arrangement? I'm going to skip now. I just wanted you to know Mr. Ford was there. But when the chief, this is Rankin again, and they've just finished extolling Mr. Alan Belmont. That was the answer to Mr. Ford's question. But when the Chief Justice and I were just briefly reflecting on this, we said that if it was true, and if it ever came out and could be established, then you would have people believing that there was a conspiracy to accomplish this assassination, that nothing the Commission did or anybody did could dissipate. Now, do you think that's a way to investigate an assassination, to begin by saying you've got to tell the people that there was no conspiracy regardless of the facts, and if there is proof of a conspiracy, your obligation is to dissipate it? Because they began with what I remember what I read you of Mr. Warren's report of what Mr. Johnson had told him about the danger of a war in 40 million people being incinerated. They began with a determination to quiet it down to as fast as they could and by whatever means they could. During the life of the Church Committee, a very interesting document became public. The man who was Deputy Attorney General of the United States at the time of the assassination of John Kennedy was a respected liberal named Nicholas Katzenbach. In practice, the Deputy Attorney General is in charge of the day-to-day operations of the Department of Justice. The Attorney General is a busy political figure, a policymaker, and things like that. Katzenbach immediately wrote on paper how urgently necessary it was that they quiet all rumors and make everybody believe that one lone nut killed the president. The beginning of the book I read from with the green cover, Postmortem, my most recent book, is a chapter called Conclusions First. The first thing in the appendix, and over 200 pages of documents in the appendix, is the outline of the commission's work before they held any hearings. The commission permitted nothing but a lone nut assassin, and as I should have told you earlier if I hadn't, there really was no homicide investigation. Never. To this day there hasn't been. The president was killed, but the investigation that would be required by law and decency and custom and practice to be conducted if an unknown man were found dead in the gutter, he would get that kind of investigation, and when our president was killed, that didn't happen. It's unfortunately true, but everybody began with this predetermination, this concept of the urgent national need, which of course was a great deception of the people. Yes, sir?
When did they finally wake up that it was absurd to make that assumption?
They didn't care. They never did. When Senator Russell made an issue, when did they finally wake up to the absurdity of all of this? When Senator Russell, who I told you was a conservative Democrat for Georgia and in charge of oversight of the CIA, was confronted with the draft of the Warren report that had really been written under Mr. Rankin's direction and not by the members of the commission. There were two things in it he didn't like. He told me about this, and I'll tell you what the subjects were. I'm only going to talk about one. He said, they've never told us the truth about Oswald, and he was right, and he didn't believe their account of the shooting, and tomorrow night you'll see more of that. So he wouldn't sign the report that said the evidence proved that Oswald was a lone assassin. And he shocked Mr. Warren by saying, well, you just put a little old footnote in saying Senator Russell dissents. Don't change your report. Just put a little old footnote in. Mr. Warren wouldn't have that. So they conned Senator Russell, who had already been conned by Lyndon Johnson and himself. I'll tell you this little story. It's an interesting insight into one of the shrewdest politicians of modern times. He told me that he'd gone to the White House when Lyndon Johnson asked him to, and that Johnson had asked him to serve on this commission he was appointing, and Russell said he didn't want to, he couldn't, he had too many other duties, and as the president knew, he wanted to lead the opposition to the Civil Rights Act. He gave him all the reasons he could think of, and he told me he left under the impression that he was not going to be appointed. He told me he was also surprised to find out in the next day's news that he had been. And he said, how can you tell the President of the United States no, or how can you call him a liar? He said, but Lyndon was trying to keep me from leading the civil rights fight, meaning the anti-civil rights fight. But he said, I fooled him. I ignored the Warren Commission, and I led the civil rights fight. Well, it's true. He only went to 6 Warren Commission sessions, and I regard that as a great tragedy, because he was a shrewd man, and he had these questions. Among the questions he had were those having to do with ballistics. So they made a minor change in the report. He thought it meant what it didn't mean, and he agreed to sign the report. It really was that bad. And did they ever catch on? They didn't want to. I'll give you another example of it. What led Senator Russell into encouraging me to destroy the report he signed until he died. I repeat part of that in facsimile. Senator Russell forced this executive session, the last of the commission's executive session. As I remember the date, it was September 18th, 1964. The report was due to go to press on the 24th at midnight. It was given to the President in the form of unbound page proofs the next day, and on the 27th, given to the press in advance for release on the 27th, and it was released on the 27th. That close to the end, 900 pages. So they had this executive session. I've told you some of the things happened there. And when I finally got the executive sessions, it says nothing at all like that. The first page I looked at, and it was a fake. And the reason I knew it was a fake is because I spent years when I worked for the Senate working with the court reporting firm, the same firm that the Warren Commission used, so I knew their work. I know enough about court reporting to know that when they make their money by the page, they're never going to use an elite typewriter, and I've never seen one who did. They always used a pica. This one was elite. But it was, for all appearances, and from all appearances, the next page in the serially numbered pages of the Warren Commission transcripts, and it really was. And it reads like a transcript. It has the appearances, just as the right-hand page as you look at it. It has appearances, all of that. And it begins with a direct verbatim question and answer statements. The chairman, the commission will be in order. The commission has a number of matters to consider and decide in preparation for the completion of its final report and the closing of its affairs. Verbatim as it can be, isn't it? Beginning on the next page, it all becomes paraphrase. Here is the next page. And what was this urgent need for the Warren Commission to have a meeting at that time? Oh, to find out who would get free copies of the report. And the pecking order was considered. Who will get it in paper binding? Who will get it in buckram binding? Who will get it in leather binding? Who will have gold printing? It's all there in paraphrase. But nothing about Senator Russell's refusal to sign the report in the condition it was. And the fine old gentleman was shocked. And he asked me, is there a possibility that this is just a mistake, that they had the first page of transcript and then a paraphrase got mixed in it? I said, no, sir, Senator, but if you would like, I'll see what I can do. He said, I'd like you to investigate it. And I took to him a statement from the head of the National Archives that that is the only record. He was shocked. He'd been a long-time political friend of Lyndon Johnson. He was widely regarded as the best friend the intelligence agencies had in the Senate because when he was in charge of oversight, he never gave me any trouble. In fact, he almost never held a hearing. After he had a chance to think about that, he broke off with Lyndon Johnson so completely that he never saw him or spoke to him again until the day he died. He gave up his chairmanship of the Military Affairs Committee, which in his constituency was the most important political consideration. I mean, he had military installations just bubbling out of the Georgia soil. He gave that up. He became president pro tempore of the Senate, and that kept him busy. So they really didn't care until it was too late, and when it was too late, they could do nothing. And the only thing that Senator Russell did, when he knew his illness was terminal, was some of these things I've been telling you. He went public in his own constituency with the Cox Broadcasting Company on a television program. I'm giving you this fullness of detail because I don't get here very often, because I have found you people deeply and genuinely concerned, and because I think I owe you the obligation to communicate with you as fully as I can so that there can be overtones and so that perhaps if there's a question in your mind, I can resolve it in advance by telling you all I can. Is there another question? In the back.
Have you ever offered any of these transcripts to the media, and if they have never accepted them, why do you think they're afraid to touch them? Do they have something to fear from the government?
The question is, if I have ever offered any of these transcripts to the media, why are they afraid to touch them, and are they afraid of the government? Well, I have offered them all to the media. The one I have just read you from this book was used. the most sordid content was not used. In April of 1975, I went to New York to speak at the New York University Law School at a symposium, not quite as responsible as this, and I wanted to go there to try and inject an element of responsibility into it. But I came down with pneumonia before the first session. I had a press conference scheduled. There are a lot of good young people there, and they wanted a press conference at which I would release some new information. I had just received the transcript I read you that concludes by Mr. Dulles saying, "I think we ought to destroy this record," and they agreed to do it. We Xeroxed copies. There were 50 people there, AP, UPI, the New York Times, networks, Washington Post. And I wanted to understate it. I didn't want to frighten people. So I only read the part about not running out the leads on conspiracy. I was sick, but I did this consciously. I was afraid that these people in New York just wouldn't understand what Washington can really be like when you get behind the scenes. We're talking about behind the scenes. After it was over, the press conference lasted about 2 hours. A very fine reporter who I know, John Claiborne of the Washington Post, came up to me. And he said, how come you didn't read this last page? And I said, John, I just wanted to give samples, and I felt for some of these New Yorkers it might be too much of a shock. He said, man, I've never seen anything like this. What kind of a story do you think the Washington Post carried? None. So after this reaction, when I got over the pneumonia, I was home. I said, well, this really has to get out. I tried AP, I tried UPI, and a lot of other people. And of course, you know you haven't read in the newspapers what I've just read you tonight, have you? I published it a year ago, more than a year ago. I tried to interest the New York Times and the Washington Post and AP and UPI all over again, some people at the networks. No. Now, we live with the belief that when there's something like Watergate, the papers are going to fight like hell and bring it to light and expose everything. That just isn't true. And the worst of Watergate has never been told. There was enough done with Watergate to get rid of Mr. Nixon because they had decided this had to happen for the good of the country. On some things, the press is remarkably good. And I don't think there's any question, but what we have better prepared reporters than any time in my lifetime. But the press has come to consider itself more than the Fourth Estate. You get to a place like the national desk of the Washington Post or the New York Times, and their biggest criticism of the government is the government doesn't realize that they know better than the government and doesn't listen to them. They consider themselves a part of the government. It amounts to that, really. That's the only reason this kind of stuff isn't printed. In my youth, the papers would have fought all over each other to get that kind of thing. The press has reconstituted itself. And this, too, is one of the consequences of their going along with secrecy. It was years before any newspaper would file a Freedom of Information suit. It was years before they would report one. Jim spoke today of a precedent case, the case on which the amending of the law turned, my first one for the scientific test in the JFK assassination. That case went to the district court, that's the federal level, 3 times. It went to the appeals court 3 times. It went to the Supreme Court of the United States once. It was cited in the congressional debates as the first of 4 cases requiring the amending of the act. I made the first request for that information May 23rd, 1965. I filed the first lawsuit for it in 1970. I just, thanks to Jim, won a smashing, unprecedented remand decision from the Federal Court of Appeals in Washington, and not one word of this has appeared in any newspaper. Not one word. Now, I can't give you fact on this, but I have given you my opinion. Most of the time I've been talking fact, but I want to remind you that sometimes I have been giving an opinion, and I hope you're able to make the distinction. Another question? Second row.
Did President Johnson have anything to gain by selecting the members of the Warren Commission and their subsequent whitewashing of the affair?
That's a good question. The question is, did President Johnson have anything to gain by appointing the members of the commission and the subsequent whitewash? If you mean in the personal sense, absolutely no. I don't think that, by the way, I was not a fan of Lyndon Johnson's, but I think we want to try and be fair. It's a very difficult thing with controversial subjects where emotions run high to go down the middle, but I hope you try, and I'd like to try, and this is an example, because I was not a fan of Lyndon Johnson's. No, I think that what motivated Lyndon Johnson was his concern for two things: a peaceful transition under these extreme and, considering the changes in the world, unprecedented circumstances, and the concern that perhaps it would lead to a war. And that the second consideration in particular required lying to the people. I attribute nothing more sinister than that to Lyndon Johnson, and I think if you take it in the context of the time, you would not consider it really sinister. Does that satisfy you? Because I'm giving you opinion. I guess it does. Is there another question? Yes.
Did the Dallas police do anything at all?
Sure. They started the kooky story that turned into the official... Oh, the question was, did the Dallas police do anything at all? They started the kooky story that achieved wide acceptance and became the official story, and then, of course, they extended themselves a little bit more when they made it possible for Jack Ruby to kill Lee Harvey Oswald. If they hadn't made it possible, it wouldn't have happened. They refused when they received threats at night, and the sheriff got them, and the FBI got them, and the Dallas police got them. The chief of Dallas police just went home, went to sleep, and took the phone off the hook. That's his story. The Dallas police said they couldn't reach him. That's their story. And can you believe it? They must not have had a single scout car to send out there when his phone didn't answer. At 2:20 in the morning, the Sunday morning that Oswald was killed, the ranking official of the sheriff's office was terrified. He'd received calls saying, "We're 100 men and we're going to kill that dirty SOB, and we want you to know it." He called the sheriff and he said, "Herman, we got to move this guy." They didn't have to move, but it was a custom. The sheriff was in charge of prisoners about to go before the court. The police had him in a separate jail. They're a few blocks apart. The police would not permit the moving of Lee Harvey Oswald in the middle of the night, and they did not keep him from being killed the next day. And whether you regard it sinister or not, and there are possibly innocent interpretations such as public relations consciousness, the chief of police even announced in advance when Oswald was going to be moved. Yes. Did you have a question the second row?
You claim that President Johnson didn't have anything to gain by the cover-up. Then I'm asking who did?
The question begins with a statement that I said that the President Johnson didn't have anything to gain by the cover-up, and who did? Well, the people who did the job. The available evidence leaves no doubt that Oswald did not kill John Kennedy. It's not just that he didn't fire all the shots, that he didn't kill him. You're going to see some of it tomorrow. J. Edgar Hoover benefited from it because he would like us all to believe that there was no crime he couldn't solve, and he hadn't the slightest idea what had happened. Same thing is true with Martin Luther King, by the way, and the same things repeat themselves. But I think that's a very good question. And I'd like to suggest to you an approach that you might take in your own thinking when you want to try and figure out something where you don't really have all the solid evidence you should have. It's an ancient tradition with lawyers, and in Latin the question is cui bono. In English it's who benefits. And I want you to understand that you can lead to thousands of wrong answers in the John Kennedy assassination, but you can also eliminate a lot if you bulldog this one thought, who benefits. I can't give you a better answer than I've given you. Another question? Well, first, the gentleman in this colorful shirt in the front, and then we'll go to the back. I'll just point to the others instead of asking again.
I've got two questions, actually.
Would you ask them one at a time, please? I can repeat them better that way.
There was some letter that was said that Lyndon Johnson had, or something while he was president, actually claiming who did the assassination.
A letter?
Yeah. Now, was that letter buried with Lyndon Johnson?
The question is, there was a letter that Lyndon Johnson is supposed to have, is it correct to say, saying who did the assassination? And the question is, was it buried with Lyndon Johnson? And I have no knowledge of that, and I don't believe I've ever heard of that letter before now. Now, you had a second part to your question.
Was there a conglomerate of big businesses, media, and so forth? Did they have anything to do with the assassination?
I'd like to broaden that. The question is, did a conglomerate of big business people and something like that have anything to do with the assassination? You can theorize on the basis of fact, no, because we don't know. We don't know the fact. Remember, I told you there never was really an investigation, and that's what the problem is. But I want to tell you a little story. When Jim Garrison was making a lot of noises down in New Orleans, the French spooks, known as STICA, standing for the initials SDECE, they are the equivalent of, and very often the colleagues of, the CIA, started a large project that resulted in a book called Amerique Brûle, America Burns. It was intended, clearly intended, to wreck Jim Garrison, and he did all he could to help it. He suggested they change the name, for example, to Farewell America. You may have heard of that. That is one of the most successful black books of the spookery of all time. It's a disinformation operation. And that is the first drawing together of all of these things, and it has started an enormous mythology because so many of the wild-eyed, wild-minded, irresponsible, non-working people who call themselves assassination critics went for it big. In fact, there was a movie stolen from it called Executive Action. The answer is nobody really knows who killed John Kennedy, and if anybody tells you he knows, don't you pay another bit of attention to any word he ever says, because you know he's a liar. Now, there was a question in the back, the gentleman toward whom I'm pointing, and then we'll go in that direction to the others. The gentleman's wearing a jacket, as I remember it. Yes?
I haven't read too much about the assassination, but I don't think there's really anybody who investigated who wouldn't think that it had to be one person who did it. And the Kennedy family themselves seem to accept the Warren report. Certainly a family was powerful as that. If they didn't feel that it was a responsible report, it would make enough weight to investigate further. I don't know if there would be a family outside of perhaps the Rockefellers who are more powerful in this country than the Kennedys. It was one of their own members who was assassinated. Why would they accept that report?
That's really a very good question. I'm very glad you've asked it. It's the first time I've been asked it in a long time. Oh, the question really has to do with why the silence of the Kennedys, why their acceptance of the Warren report, why didn't they do something to investigate it? Is that a fair paraphrase? When whitewash first appeared over 10 years ago, this was the most common of all questions asked me. And there was no talk show in which it didn't come up a half dozen times. Perfectly reasonable. Robert Kennedy was the Attorney General of the United States, top law enforcement officer. But I'm going to tell you what the reality really is. And J. Edgar Hoover is my authority in his sworn testimony before the Warren Commission. The very first thing Lyndon Johnson did when he came back to Washington was to bypass Robert Kennedy and appoint J. Edgar Hoover to be in direct charge of the investigation. There is no legal authority, because the killing of the president at that time was not a federal crime, for FBI jurisdiction. So when Mr. Hoover told Mr. Johnson this, according to Mr. Hoover's sworn word, he also told Mr. Johnson, Mr. President, we do have authority to conduct special investigations for the president. That pleased LBJ, and for the next 7 days, the FBI conducted a special investigation for the President of the United States. A week after the assassination, the Warren Commission was appointed, and it then was in charge of the investigation. So at no point, and you of course remember from television how public the sorrow of the Kennedys was, and how Robert had all these additional functions, such as worrying about all the kids and things like that. Nick Katzenbach ran the Department of Justice. And then after 7 days, Bobby was further bypassed. Now, however, Bobby still ran the Department of Justice. The FBI is part of the Department of Justice. He loaned some of his most trusted employees to the Warren Commission, and you can suggest that perhaps this made him aware. I could go on and on. I'm going to simplify this part of it, and if I forget the other part, remind me, by telling you that I am absolutely certain that Robert Kennedy had nothing to do with the investigation. I am offering you my opinion that while I don't know if I could have done that if my brother had been killed, I do think that in the context of the day, it did serve a national interest because of all the stigma. There is one we do not have. There is nobody who can say that the vindictive hand of a vengeance-seeking brother guided the investigation. Now, there came a time at which the Warren Commission wanted to exploit Robert Kennedy, and instead of taking all the time for it now, if you want to, you can look at the green book on the table there and look at the chapter called Hades, Not Camelot. I finally had to address this because of all the questions, and they're reasonable questions, absolutely reasonable and logical. And I did some more ransacking of official files to do it. You'll find rough drafts of letters, signed copies, and all that. You'll also find that you won't have any trouble forming an opinion of the kind of Deputy Nicholas Katzenbach was. There came a time in about June when the Warren Commission had taken less than half of its testimony, when they decided they wanted Robert Kennedy to approve the report that hadn't even been written. You believe me, the actual document's there, initials on it and everything else. So they could hold of Nick Katzenbach, and the man who did it was one of the men, one of the most trusted men that Robert Kennedy loaned to the Warren Commission. His name is Howard P. Willans. He's practicing law in Washington today. Howard Willans told Katzenbach, look, if Bobby will do this, we won't have to call him as a witness. Witness? Do any of you remember where Bobby was when John was killed? He was having lunch at Hickory Hill. What was he a witness to? Katzenbach was for it. Bobby wouldn't do it. Finally, in the last minute, Robert wrote them a letter in which he said, as you know, all I know is what you and my associates have told me. And I am sure they didn't tell him even part of the truth. Now, was there another part of the question? Was that the second part? I want to answer that completely because it's completely reasonable conjecture on your part. Oh yes, the Kennedy family approval. That came about in 3 ways. The first time was by Robert Kennedy, as I remember, in Krakow, Poland, after the appearance of not my book, and the first 1 or 2 that followed it. And he said he had never read the Warren report. He had no intention of reading it. He hoped that people would understand that this was a very painful thing for him. And I would like to add to that my own belief that no man ever had a more public suffering. But he said these were eminent men. I have no reason to doubt their words. For years he went no farther than that. But during the California campaign, a couple of weeks before he was killed, some students at San Fernando State University, which is about 100 miles from Los Angeles, just needled Bobby to where he exploded. And he uttered famous last words. They're all false. He said, I have read every word in the National Archives. 300 cubic feet, you got any idea how many words that is? I have read the Warren report in the 26 volumes, over 10 million words. Bobby, a senator, even if he wasn't active in other ways. And he said, everything in it supports the Warren report. So he did say what you said. And he knew it was false, and he did it to get the kids off of his back. He was running for president. Then Bobby got killed. There is one Kennedy left, Edward M. Kennedy. Now, I think you should know that the man who saw to it that in the amending of the Freedom of Information Act, this suit of mine for the suppressed scientific evidence in the John Kennedy assassination would be known as that consideration that was most in the Congress's mind was Edward M. Kennedy. He is the one who asked Senator Hart, do I understand the purpose of the senator's amendment to be to nullify the decision in the case of Weisberg versus Department of Justice? That's the case. That's not quite the same position, is it? He doesn't say anything, he just did that. However, people started pestering him. From their point of view, they weren't pestering. From his point of view, I think if I'd been in his position, I'd have found it pestering. They wanted to know, you know, all these stories about what the CIA and the FBI had done started coming out. What did he have to say? He said, I have never read the Wrone report and I don't intend to. I have no reason not to trust it. However, if there should be any evidence that is produced that casts substantial doubt on it, I do not think that the personal interests of myself or my family should ever be considered, and I would then not oppose a new investigation. That's the last word. He said that 3 different times that I know of, and I have never seen a newspaper story as long as that piece of that card, not 3 inches long. I've heard it on radio, I've never heard it on television, but he's done it 3 times. I hope that is an answer. There was a gentleman next to you, I believe, had a question. Yes?
Is there any evidence that Oswald or Jack Ruby were agents of the federal government?
The question is there any evidence that Oswald or Jack Ruby were working for the federal government? If you mean by evidence hard proof, the answer is no. It's much easier to talk about Jack Ruby. I've known for years, because in spite of what has appeared in the papers, it was not one of the secret records, that the question was asked of J. Edgar Hoover by the Warren Commission, and he said that an agent named Flynn had gone to see Jack Ruby on a certain date because of the nature of Jack Ruby's business. It was a tough strip joint patronized by the criminal element and an ideal source of information for criminal police. They asked Ruby would he become a confidential informant, and Ruby said yes. So they put Ruby on what is known as provisional status. He was never an informant. They had him sort of on a probation to see if he would perform, and they always do this for 6 months. In those 6 months, Special Agent Flynn went back 8 times, and he says he never got a bit of information from Mr. Ruby, and I believe it. So Ruby never became a criminal informant. The question with Oswald is much more complex. I could talk to you all night and not give you a definitive answer. I could titillate you. I could tell you things that certainly indicate that he was. I can only give you my belief. My belief is that Oswald did at some point have some connection with some federal intelligence agency, and I don't mean his service in the Marine Corps. I'd like to digress a little bit to get back to tonight's subject, secrecy. One of the big secrets of the Warren Commission is that this man, who used to get communist literature in the Marine Corps, had a top secret security clearance plus crypto. If not, does anybody elsewhere? Yes?
I was wondering, I heard a theory that there was a lot of convenient killings of possible witnesses for the commission and stuff like that during or after the investigation. And I was wondering if that was a myth, and if it wasn't, I was wondering how that contributed to the actual cover-up of this, or are people coming forward, being afraid to bring out the evidence?
It's a very good question. I haven't asked for a while. I used to hear it very often. The question has to do with what is known as the mysterious deaths. The number of witnesses, potential witnesses, alleged witnesses who have died by untoward means or under unusual circumstances. This is part of the popular mythology. And it is true that there are some strange deaths. I don't know of a single person who had to die keeping a secret. I think we can get carried away with this. I'm going to give you a couple of examples. And if you want to get some sick humor, look in the index to my first book, the one with the blue cover, under William Whaley. William Whaley was a cab driver who said he took Oswald from the Greyhound bus station to where Oswald lived. William Whaley died in an auto accident that seemed to be unusual and was touted all around the world as unusual and in effect a murder. I'll come back to that. William Whaley was interviewed by the FBI, by the Dallas police. He was a witness before the Warren Commission. He began by identifying himself as an amateur expert on jewelry, and he was fascinated by Oswald's wristband, and he proceeded to make a wrong identification of it. He said he took Oswald to his home, and this is how, in various versions of one testimony before the Warren Commission, he took Oswald. He took him to the intersection of two streets that don't cross. He took him to the 500 block. He took him to the 700 block, and Oswald lived in the 1000 block. He was taken to a lineup, regular police lineup, and he said, yeah, I identified him. I identified Oswald. There were 7 men in the lineup. Well, there were 4. He was the number 3 man. How do you know he's the number 3 man? I counted from the right-hand side. They numbered from the left, and the number is very visible. It's indispensable. I'm making an identification. Oswald was in the number 2 spot. And if you want to know the great concentration this required of William Whaley, Oswald was the only one there beat up. The others were 3 young cops in white shirts. Whaley still made the wrong identification of Oswald. Of course, this led to some embarrassment. And we get back to Mr. Bellin and Mr. Ball, his colleague, in identifying the assassin. We referred to him in the Rockefeller Commission. They got a little bit apoplectic. So they showed Mr. Whaley a jacket. Was he wearing this jacket? Yes, that's exactly the jacket he was wearing. Well, how about this jacket? Yes, that's exactly the jacket he was wearing. Are you saying he was wearing this jacket, or are you saying he was wearing this jacket? He was wearing both jackets. Oswald wasn't wearing either jacket. He, of course, was stumbling. So they showed him an affidavit. Yes, I executed that affidavit. There are many versions of it, but I'll give you one that I think will explain to you much about William Whaley. He said, well, there's some mistakes in there, but that's just an accident. He said, Assistant District Attorney Bill Alexander was a great and good friend of mine, and I knew I could trust him on anything, so I just signed a blank piece of paper knowing full well he'd tell the truth. There are other versions almost as bad, but we don't want to whip this one horse to death, and Whaley's dead anyway. Now, can you think of any one thing Whaley could have done that he didn't do to destroy the Warren report? What purpose was served in killing him? But let me tell you how he died. He is, in fact, the first cab driver to die in the course of duty in 37 years. He was killed by an 82-year-old man driving on the wrong side of a divided highway. And you know, I've heard an awful lot about the CIA, but I'm damned if I've ever heard of them having any 82-year-old kamikazes. I give you that one illustration, I can give you dozens. Let's go on to the next question. You know, I think we want to be careful not to abuse these agencies. If we can make them responsible, if we can hold them accountable to what they really did do, that's enough. Yes?
I guess I just don't believe that any kind of House or Senate investigation would hold up our own intelligence agencies up to ridicule, assuming that the FBI and the CIA deliberately gave false testimony, perjured, generally flubbed up the investigation, because then it more or less puts our whole government itself in a bad light, and then you could use the justification that there would be a breakdown of law and order, and the public would be better served not knowing, because, you know, who could you trust if you can't trust the FBI?
Well, it wasn't a question, but it was a perfectly reasonable statement. And I'll summarize it for you by saying that this young man predicts we're going to relive history. Well, I'll add to that. George Santayana said that those of us who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. I can't dispute a single thing this young man said. I think it is reasonable to expect these agencies to do everything that they can to protect the exposure of what they've done in the past. I'm not Pollyanna with you. All I'm saying is raise hell if you hear about it. Maybe it'll do some good. Another question? Yes.
Who started the idea with Cuba being involved, and if they were, how did they first get connected in all this?
It's a very good question. This is why last night was so stimulating to me. These are really very meaningful to me. I hope you'll understand that. The question is, who started the idea that Cuba was responsible for it? One of the people is Frank Sturgis. Ever hear him? He's also known as Frank Fiorini. Ever hear that? Ever hear of Watergate? He's one of the guys caught there. He's now saying he used to be one of the CIA's top agents. I don't know if he is or not. I think he's a psychopathic liar. But there's just no question about the fact that he is one of those who started the rumor. The anti-Castro Cubans, especially those of the Batista stripe, had this working from coast to coast. They didn't stop with John Kennedy. One of them, whose name is Fernando Penabas, did the same thing when Robert Kennedy was killed. I think that it'd be good if I could make you understand, but I don't think I can, the way these people's minds work. I think that it's not necessary to think that they were that by their own lights they were being dishonest. I think they were. But I think they were just being, by their concept, Cuban patriots. This thing was all over the country. It was active in New Orleans. It was all over Florida, not just in Miami, the West Coast, California. I don't know if it was spontaneous or not, but I am saying that of those Cubans of these political beliefs who I have met, and I really believe that they were all genuine in their political beliefs, I can see two things. First, that they would have considered an act of patriotism, and second, that they would have thought of it. But I know of no basis for it. I know of no basis for saying that the pro-Castro Cubans killed John Kennedy or the anti-Castro Cubans killed John Kennedy. These things become what, in Orwell's word, are disinformation operations. They confuse and obfuscate everything. And there just is no proof, miss. Another question? Yes?
One thing I've often wondered, do you think there was any connection between the assassination of John Kennedy and Robert Kennedy?
I addressed that last night, and I'm going to address it more briefly tonight because of it. The question is, do I think there's any connection between the assassination of the two Kennedys? I think that the lady means a direct evidentiary connection, sort of in the sense of the same people being involved. In answer to that, I say unequivocally no. I think you can make out a different line of reasoning, and I'd like to suggest it to you. It's not quite in the sense of the lawyer's phrase cui bono. But I think that you can ask yourself why none of these people were killed at an earlier stage in their lives when they all had enemies, include Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Why were they killed when they were killed? And what happened as a consequence of their being killed? Because I am certain that there is no evidentiary link between any of these assassinations. I am really certain of that. However, each one of these men was killed after a major change in his life. John Kennedy had ordered the liquidation of the Vietnam adventure, and it had begun. 223 men had reached McCord Field in Washington, I think, state of Washington, when he was killed, and the rest is history. Robert Kennedy had been a hawk. He became a dove, had just won the California primary. Dr. King had given up his faith in nonviolence in the America of that day, not as a philosophical belief. He had seen that the civil rights movement had accomplished all it was going to accomplish. He switched to an emphasis on bread and butter issues for the needy poor, not just the blacks. He became a dove on Vietnam and an effective spokesman against the war, and won the Nobel Peace Prize, you may remember. Malcolm X, some of my black friends may disagree with me, and one in particular, Flo Kennedy, does, gentlemen. But Malcolm X, in my view, had been a racist. and had been a sexist. And he went on his Ajira, and he came back a different man, and he had different views on these things. In my view, he had broadened his potential for leadership enormously. I understand from people who are close to both of them that he and Dr. King had each moved in the direction of the other and were in actual conversations. So you see, it is possible to say, whether or not it's true and whether or not there's a connection, that similar purposes were accomplished by each of these assassinations, and I don't think we can responsibly go farther than that. Now, there was a gentleman in a blue shirt back there who had a question at the same time.
Has any suit been filed for the autopsy photos or the documents?
Sorry, would you repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
Has any suit ever been filed for the autopsy photos and documents?
The question is, has any suit ever been filed for the autopsy photos and documents? The answer is yes. The answer is that it lost, and I'm going to add an opinion. It should have lost. I'll answer that in another way. I filed a different suit. I filed a suit for evidentiary pictures, especially of the president's clothing. It's a long story. I got some of them. You people now have some of them because they're in filing with your, it will be on file with Dr. Wrone. It really was not necessary, and there is nobody who filed such a suit who was in a position to do it responsibly. I don't think that we should do these things. I don't do them lightly until we have exhausted all other possibilities. Now, maybe it's because I have an old-fashioned idea. I think it's a terrible thing to have to sue your government to keep me straight. I'd rather try and persuade them first. And I go to a lot of trouble to avoid it, even though I've sued them 9 times. I think that I have developed from other records virtually everything the known suppressed autopsy material holds. I think that what I have developed is so probative that if any of the autopsy material is subsequently produced and says something else, we ought to wonder about where it comes from. You're going to see some of it tomorrow. Normally, medical records are personal and immune under the law. That is not normally true in a criminal prosecution. It should not have been true in this case, but that evidence was never assessed by the Warren Commission, which claimed it didn't have it. Excuse me just a minute. That's another one of the big fictions. We're talking about secrecy tonight, remember? And you've asked a question that really is relevant. This was another executive session transcript. And the question of, did the commission have the pictures and x-rays come up? Mr. McCloy, let me ask you about this raw material business. They're talking about the autopsy. That is here. What does it consist of? Does it consist of the raw material of the autopsy? They talk about the colored photographs of the president's body. Do we have those? Mr. Rankin, yes. It is part of it, a small part of it, but we have it. Mr. McCloy, are they here? Yes. But we don't have the minutes of the autopsy, and we've asked for that. Do you think Robert Kennedy ever withheld, a gentleman addressed the question of Robert Kennedy before, ever withheld this evidence from the Warren Commission, as is popularly believed? That was top secret. It could start a war. I can't give you a simple answer on a suit for the autopsy material because I must tell you very frankly that other people can make a very good case against what I've said. I'm only telling you what I think about it. I think that you should also understand that it was an incompetent, inadequate autopsy, and it can't be completely informative. This doesn't mean that the evidence it does have is not worthwhile. I'm sure it is worthwhile. There was another gentleman back here in a blue shirt who had a question. Change your mind?
Not exactly. I was just wondering, if we assume that the individuals in the Warren Commission, Ford and Chief Justice, were men of personal integrity, how could they swallow such garbled testimony as this cab driver presented? And what forces would make him do that?
The question is, assuming these to be gentlemen of integrity, how could they swallow this awful stuff? All I can tell you is that they did, and I'll add something else. I don't assume they are all gentlemen of integrity. Another question? You pooping out this early? Yes.
I had heard once that some of the physical evidence from the National Archives just completely disappeared, and they had no circumstances under how it disappeared.
The question is, the lady has heard some of the physical evidence has disappeared from the archive, and she wants to know if it has and how. I can testify personally to some of that. Remember I told you I filed a suit for related evidence in the autopsy? Some of this evidence was the president's clothing. Now, I didn't want to pull over that clothing. I thought if I had wanted to, I'm sure it would have been misunderstood. So instead, under the Freedom of Information law, I asked the archives to take pictures of an evidentiary nature. Some of them as small as less than an inch square. Is that small? That evidence? They refused to do it. We went to court, in that case with my own lawyer, and they finally promised that they would take the pictures for me, but they said under the terms of a contract they couldn't give it to me. They lied to the judge. It was really perjury. The contract really provided, the Kennedy contract, the family contract really provided that in order to preserve the clothing as national evidence, pictures would be provided instead. But the National Archives withheld that from me until last month, so I couldn't do it in 1970 when I was in court on this. I filed the suit in '69. One of the important pieces of evidence was the necktie. Remember the story that the bullet entered back here, just at the base of the neck, and went through the neck without striking a bone and came out on the opposite side, having somehow bypassed the bone, and nicked the tie and cut 2 holes in the shirt. Well, you people have a picture now that shows that it's totally impossible with a shirt. There's the question of the necktie. I wanted a picture of the knot of the necktie taken in a certain way. That knot is evidence. They say a bullet hit it. There is no bullet, there is no picture taken from the side. All I asked for was a picture taken from the side. The judge ordered them to do it, and they said they wouldn't. Weeks went past, and I wrote the judge, and I said, it doesn't do any good for you to issue an order. They don't pay attention to it. So real quick, they called me up and they said, we're sorry about the delay. Come on in, we got the pictures for you. Then I get there and they say, oops, so sorry. We didn't know it at the time, but we can't take that picture of the knot of the tie. And I said, why? They said, because there is no more knot of the tie. And I asked them, this was in the custody of the FBI until you took possession of it on October 31st, 1966. Yes. Was the knot tied when you got it? We don't know. It was in a box. But didn't you take it out of a box and put it in the safe? Yes. Does anybody know what condition it was in then? If anybody does, we don't remember it now. How many people have the combination to this safe? 2. And neither one of you remembers? No. That's the destruction of some evidence, isn't it? There are other cases. However, generally speaking, it is not true. It is not a prevailing condition. Records have disappeared, but this also is not all that common. For the most part, what records there were are still there. For the most part, what evidence there was is still there. Another question? The gentleman in the back, and then this gentleman.
There was a film about, I don't know, one of the surgeons that had worked right after President Kennedy had been shot. And he had said that the bullet, when it was an entry wound here, and that film had disappeared. Has there ever been anything, I guess CBS had the film, has there ever been anything done about that film, or has it ever been found?
The gentleman said that after President Kennedy was shot, there was a surgeon who said there was an entrance wound here, and it's on film, and is anything being done about the film? Now, where is here? I didn't get that.
It was in the neck.
In the front of the neck? That part I can give personal testimony to. The doctor who said that is Malcolm Perry, and you will find my interview with him in post-mortem. I did not interview Dr. Perry until after I had developed the other evidence you will find there, because that man had been miserably, wretchedly pressured by the federal government to change his story. His initial story, and he was the first senior doctor to see the president, he is the one who performed the tracheostomy, where they made an incision through that bullet wound and put a tube in these emergency measures. And he said that day that the president was shot in the front of the neck. There is another doctor one who was there earlier, a junior doctor, Charles Carrico, who told me that he's familiar with bullet wounds. He was a Navy officer. And he said the president was shot in the front of the neck. Now I'm going to go back a little bit to that picture of the necktie and the picture of the shirt. And I'm going to tell you, so I don't want to keep you in suspense, especially since you can go across the street pretty soon and see it yourself, or read it in the book. The damage to the necktie and the damage to the front of the president's shirt was done by a scalpel, not a bullet. And I think this is one of the reasons why the FBI is stonewalling me since 1966 for the spectrographic analysis, which will show that there is no bullet metal traces on these damages. The gentleman with a colorful shirt, nice shirt, had a question, I believe.
I remember you saying something about military officials in Vietnam. Was Kennedy wanted to pull out? Now, is there any high echelon officials in the military that wanted Vietnam and they was one of the reasons for the assassination?
The gentleman refers to my statement that President Kennedy wanted to pull out of Vietnam and wants to know if, because high officials of the military opposed that, that could be a reason for the assassination. Well, I have to answer by giving you an opinion. Yes, it could be a reason for the assassination. But if I said that alone, I'd be misleading you. I'd have to also add that reasonable as this appears to be, I know of no proof to support it. Let us not go witch hunting, especially if you are among those of whom I am one who oppose the Vietnam adventure very much. Oh, by the way, that put me in the CIA files too. I became a very dangerous person. We're talking about secrecy again. They're keeping my records on me secret, but they let me have a couple, and one of them shows I'm a very dangerous character because I was in association with a notorious baby doctor. Can you guess his name? Spock. We both signed an editors and writers protest against the war in Vietnam, I think in 1966. There were over 100 of us, but there were only about 5 that were dangerous enough for the CIA to put marks alongside our names, Dr. Spock and I. So I hope I haven't subverted you in any way, especially not in expressing a dedication to our form of government and our system of society. There are those who do consider that subversive. Is there another question? In the back. Could you speak a little louder, please?
You just said something a moment ago that is surprising to me. You said that wound in the neck was an entrance wound. Well, if that's so, there had to be an exit wound, or else the bullet was still in his body. And if it was in his body, it would show up in an exit. How could that be an entrance wound?
This, again, is one of the reasons I'm finding my visit here so exciting, and why I'm so happy that there's going to be an archive of this nature here. The gentleman says, and I agree with him, that he's frightened by my statement that the wound in the neck was an entrance wound, and if it was an entrance wound, what happened to the bullet? Well, because there was never an investigation, we don't know, but I can address that in some ways. We don't know, but it's always possible that the wound in the back said to be an entrance wound was an exit wound. It is also possible, you see, there's so many things that we don't know because we've been lied to. We were told that this magic bullet 399 caused that damage when President Kennedy here came out here without striking bone, hit Governor Conley here, smashed 4 inches of his right rib, came out here, went in his wrist here and smashed it pretty badly coming out here, and then snuck in about right here, all of a sudden going laterally, just barely under the skin, and lodged there about 3 inches down where it entered, only to sneak out when nobody was looking at the hospital, and then execute, I guess by some reverse kinetic energy, precisely the right arc to nestle underneath the mattress until a doctor had to urinate when he shoved it and it fell out. That's literally true. It was outside the bathroom. Now, this bullet, with the fineness of control, I'm sure you can understand, like nothing ever launched at Cape Kennedy, it could zig and zag and he and haw while the government hemmed and hawed. It could smash all these bones. The testimony of the FBI expert on ballistics is that if it had struck coarse cloth or leather, it would have been marked by that, but he saw no such mark. And there is no scratch wound. I've examined it. You've got pictures of it you can see here. It smashed all these bones without being scratched itself. Nothing like it ever happened in history. So we know that's not true. Now the doctors, the autopsy doctors, swore under oath that the bullet had not fragmented, that they had taken x-rays, that they had examined the x-rays twice, and that there is no trace of metal in this part of President Kennedy's body. In the Green Book, you will find a facsimile reproduction of their signed statement a year later, which has a fine piece of semantics in it, but also proves they committed perjury, because it says there were fragments here. They avoid saying we lied under oath and saying that there were no fragments there. They put it in Hooverese, which is a special form of bureaucratic English. They don't teach it here, you lucky people. They said there is no bullet or major fragment of a bullet in the neck. Of course, nobody asked them how many minor fragments there were, but they did say there were fragments there. And then the panel of experts appointed about a year later, and they were authentic experts, including one of the guys who wrote text on forensic pathology. They went over the same evidentiary material, and they said there were fragments there. We don't know what kind of bullet was used, in short. Now suppose a high velocity, not at this time, and I'm not going to go into a ballistic explanation, but you're in an area where hunting's not uncommon, so you can find out for yourself if you don't know. I don't mean that offensively. I'm just trying to cover as much as I can in the time we have. Suppose instead of this conjectured 6.5 millimeter cartridge of a moderately slow velocity, muzzle velocity of about 2,000 feet a second, they had used a varminting or a hunting round of a small caliber and a high velocity. Let's suppose a 223 Weatherby, or the kind that we invented for Vietnam to circumvent the Geneva Convention, a frangible bullet. We have no idea what could have happened. Going back to the testimony of the autopsy doctors before the Warren Commission in this business of secrecy, this business of suppressing evidence, there were two of them at the Navy who started it, and then they thought they ought to call in a wounds ballistics expert. And they called on Dr. Pierre A. Fink. I have a chapter on him. I call him Flatulent Fink and his in-court spelling bee. He was indeed a flatulent man, and he spelled out words like T-H-I-S when he testified in New Orleans. But he was precise on saying that when he got to the Bethesda Navy Hospital, he was horrified to find that full body x-rays of the president had not been taken. He was head of the Army's wound ballistics branch, and he knows what any forensic pathologist can tell you, that while for the most part you can predict what a bullet will normally do in a body, you cannot with certainty predict it, because in fact it is totally unpredictable. So he made them take full body x-rays. They don't exist. I can't give you a better answer, because there was no investigation. But I do agree with you when you say it's frightening. Another question? Yes, Doug.
Yes, I have one question.
Go ahead.
The triangulation theory put forth in this movie called Executive Action on the assassination.
I can't hear you. Can you come a little closer, please?
It's on the triangulation theory put forth in this movie called Executive Action.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Yes, I'd like you to comment on it.
There is a triangulation theory, and in fact, this well-known thing, which isn't limited to shooting. You find it, for example, in electronics and radio. The actuality is that the available evidence leads to the conclusion that the president was shot from front and back. More than that, nobody can honestly tell you. Nobody really knows where the shots came from, because there was never an investigation of it, and we are pretty much limited to what records are available, thanks to all of the secrecy and suppression that still continues, of what evidence was collected. So we just don't know. Yes. And why should you believe it? The Warren Commission said, based on the testimony of these doctors, did I disconnect that? Eminent men of the Navy and the Army, that the president was hit here. You feel the knob on your head, and that's called the occiput. Right here, a little bit to the right of center of the occiput. That's pretty far down on the head. When I got the copies of this secret report made by the panel of experts for the Department of Justice, and they did have the autopsy pictures and x-rays, and they did give a reading on them, they said that the shot in the back of the president's head was located 100 centimeters above the occiput. That's 4 inches. On something like the head, that's big distance. He was hitting the top of the head. Now, how much jet effect could it have if it just hit the top of the head and exploded? Again, I get back to the fact that we not only have this information, but there never was a homicide investigation. We don't know the basic fact, except as people as I dig them out and make them available in books and things of that sort. Another question? Yes.
I was just going to bring it on the question. But when that shot came from the front, let's say, from the grassy knoll area, and the president's brain came, how do you say it, shot or exploded off the car, and when that, I think the Secret Service agent Hill, is it, jumped onto the car?
Clint Hill.
Yeah.
Brave man.
To save Mrs. Kennedy, plus the president, actually, if he could, try to put them underneath on the lower part of the seat or something.
Tried to what?
Tried to push them down into the floor part.
Mrs.
Right?
Kennedy.
Yeah. Now, isn't it true that, I mean, was there a shot coming from the front, the grassy knoll area? Which floor?
Well, I'm not going to try and repeat the question. I'll try and make it clear in what answer I can give. First, there's the question of was there a shot from the grassy knoll? You didn't give it that emphasis, I do. There are 2 grassy knolls, one on the north and one on the south. They exist because when Dealey Plaza was created as a means of eliminating a very wide grade crossing, they had to make 3 bridges. It's called the triple underpass. So they had to dig down so the big trucks could go underneath the bridge after they had all the strength required to carry that enormous expansive trackage and all the trains that could go on it. There was also the bridge, and there was some conjecture to begin with. Could there have been a shot from the bridge? With 14 people there, including a policeman, I don't consider that very likely. There was a southern grassy knoll that nobody talks about, and since nobody knows, and incidentally, the president's car was not going straight west. It was going southwest because Dealey Plaza has roads that are given a pear shape so that they can merge underneath the triple underpass. It is possible that there was a shot from the southern grassy knoll. It is possible there could have been a shot from the northern grassy knoll. It's also possible that there could have been a shot from underneath a picket fence, and I have pictures showing alteration in the picket fence that extended toward the east from the north side of the triple underpass. I think one or more shots have to have come on the basis of this formally suppressed evidence, have to have come from someplace in the front. I do not think it's possible that one of the 15 people on top of the bridge fired it. The other 14 were sure as the devil known about it. I think it is most likely that one or more came from either the south or the north. But I want you to know, because this too addresses some of the mythology, there is not just one grassy knoll. We really don't know any more than that because there never was any official investigation. Another question?
That sign that's shown in that particular film, they say that sign disappeared, that they never found that sign. Now, couldn't that have proven the cross shot?
The sign did not disappear. That's an interesting thing. It's also interesting to me how people still have questions about the evidence that I first addressed in my earliest writing. Let me explain about the sign, because there's an element of mythology in this, and I'm trying to go down the middle, and I'm not trying to say everybody criticized the Warren report's right. At that time, there were 3 road signs on the north side of Elm Street, the street on which the president was when he was killed. Mr. Zapruder was, and there were a lot of concrete decorative structures, and you can understand when they had to dig down, some of them were therefore up compared to the down. Mr. Zapruder was standing on one of these things with an 8mm Bell & Howell camera filming through a zoom lens. There came a point at which the president disappeared from the view almost entirely of Mr. Zapruder's camera, when as his car was going downhill, it was obstructed, the view of it was obstructed by one of the road signs. These are all truthful statements. These are all facts. Everything else I'm going to tell you is truthful too, but I'm going to be shifting around a little bit. The first thing that happened after John Kennedy was killed with this road sign so utterly important in photographic intelligence is it was dug up and moved. Put back again after it was dug up. Now there is a mythology that says that a bullet must have hit that road sign, therefore another bullet was fired, because you can see the marks radiating from where the bullet hit, and this is why the road sign was taken out. Well, they are not marks of where a bullet hit. They are stress marks on the film from the tension of moving it through the machine, and they are not abnormal. So I wanted to bring in some of the mythology at the same time. Now, I don't know why in the world anybody would have dreamed of moving that road sign, and I don't know why there was never any investigation of this. The Warren Commission wasn't really worried about that, because in February, remember the assassination was in November, J. Lee Rankin, who had been the former top lawyer in the government, finally got around to doing something about it. Wasn't a bit too soon, was it? He didn't write to the chief of police or anybody like that. He didn't write to anybody in Dallas, in fact. He wrote to the state attorney general, Wagner Carr, and he said, Dear General Carr, the Warren Commission would like to see that the scene of the crime is kept in condition just exactly the way it was. And he said, to this end, we would like no changes made in the scene of the crime. And so that you will understand what we mean by the scene of the crime, we mean the area to the west of Houston Street. The president's car had been going west on Houston Street and made a left turn on Houston Street to Elm Street. Then it made another left turn on Elm Street going to the Triple Underpass, and it was roughly in the middle of Elm Street going west at the time the president was shot. So Mr. Rankin defines the scene of, and Oswald, by the way, was said to have been in the Texas School Book Depository building, which was on the north side of Elm Street, and farther back, a couple hundred feet back, at the corner of Elm in Houston, just where the cars turned, 6 stories up. By the scene of the crime, says Mr. Rankin, we mean the area to the west of Houston Street, to the north of Commerce Street, to the east of the Triple Underpass, and to the south of Elm Street. Did I give you enough of an explanation for you people to understand what he did? He defined as the scene of the crime where the crime was not committed. The crime was committed north of the area he so very carefully defined. And of course, in due time, the Texas Attorney General did send a copy of the letter to the city manager of Dallas and said, good idea, you better do something about it. By that time, there was no point in it because all the changes had been made. They trimmed the trees, they trimmed the shrubbery, anything that could be used for photographic intelligence except the permanent concrete structures were changed. Another question? Yes?
How is it, or for what reason, the FBI, the War Commission, the National Archives, possibly the Defense Department, the Texas Highway Department, all get together and cover up this?
The reason is, the question is, how come all these cats got together to cover it up? Well, they didn't. And they didn't have to. And that they didn't have to is, in a sense, even more frightening. The bureaucracy works this way. But I can give you an explanation as to why there was an interest in it. Because they all knew we had been lied to, and none of them wanted to be exposed for their part in it or for their silence over it. I've given you an opinion, of course, because I don't know why, but I am giving you fact. I've read to you tonight some of the most shocking official documents in our history, and they were suppressed. You will have more in an archive here, and tomorrow night I'm going to show you slides of these. The slides were made, and I did not forget them, but I do have to get them in sequence. You'll be able to tell for yourself tomorrow night if I've exaggerated one bit, and you can tell for yourself by reading the books over there, which they don't have footnotes in them, although they have some. They have the actual documents in facsimile. These are photographs of the documents. I didn't retype them. I didn't set them in type. I made no changes in them. I regard that as important on a subject like this, so that the people can see for themselves what the actualities are and not have to take my word on anything. That's a little bit different than what most people do. It's more trouble, it's more cost, but I believe it's something that the people ought to have, the actual evidence themselves. There's another question. I think we're about to be evicted. That's why I'm asking if you want to squeeze in another question. If not, I want to thank you very much, and I want to tell you that this is a source of great satisfaction to me. It represents to me not only some meaning to some long and hard work, but it represents to me what ordinary people can do in an effort to make their society function the way it's supposed to. And I do feel indebted to you for that, and I thank you very much.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
Pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and the success of liberty.
The National Symposium on the Assassination of President John F. Kennedy and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. proudly presents David Wrone's lecture on the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the malfunction of criticism.
The public rejects the conclusions of the Warren Commission on the November 22, 1963 assassination of President John Kennedy. In spite of the stream of popular books, the almost weekly press revelations devoted to the findings of various congressional committees, and the repeated appearances on television talk shows and the lecture circuits of famous authorities on the subject, the picture of Dallas remains as confused and cloudy today as it was 12 years ago. The people simply do not know what happened. There are two quite different streams of writing that account for our continual ignorance as a public about the assassination of President Kennedy. The first of these streams is the work of the supporters of the official doctrine, and the second is the work of the critics of the official doctrine. But the greatest of these is the critics. First, a word about those who support the official doctrine of the Warren Commission. These supporters are many and are principally found among academics, federal bureaucrats, and the national press, although they're not strictly or exclusively in that one or those three domains. Historians, on the whole, accept the lone assassin theory almost unanimously. That theory, of course, being that Lee Harvey Oswald, a psychologically disturbed itinerant janitor, shot President Kennedy. For example, most textbooks in American history do not cite anything but supporters on the Warren Commission. Of 50 textbooks I cited in American history, not one listed a book critical of the Warren Commission or the investigation of the assassination. And in personal conversation with many of the top historians, and from their writings that appeared in defense of the CBS television special in 1967 and in other places, we know this to be true. And secondly, bureaucrats defend it with all the zest and fervor of the committed. For example, David Belin, who was a counsel for the Warren Commission, wrote a book November 22nd, 1963, which is essentially a rehash of the Warren Commission report. And we can go on and on into these supporters. And we're not rejecting these people that write books in defense of the Warren Commission out of hand. We're not merely tossing a bunch of good men into the corner with the coal bucket because we disagree with their conclusions, that we have a feeling that their opinions are wrong. And it's not merely that. Not at all. We reject these supporters of the Warren Commission and the Warren Commission report and their conclusion that Lee Harvey Oswald shot the president upon quite different grounds. We rest our rejection on the grounds of scholarship. Their scholarship is at fault, is weak. They distort reality and disgrace the name of scholars such as David Belin, Phi Beta Kappa lawyer. Belin's book, for example, is a series of factual errors, distortions, lies, and perversions. For example, Belin in his book November 22nd, 1963, cavalierly states the Kennedy family withheld key data on the assassination of President Kennedy. But we know from Arlen Specter's article, who was also a member of the Warren Commission, his article in U.S. News and World Report in 1966, Arlen Specter, a member of the committee, the commission, Warren Commission, stated, we saw that data. We also know from recent investigations into the National Archives that this is indeed false. Mr. Belin is in error. For example, in his book November 22nd, 1963, he states President John F. Kennedy was murdered, and Governor Connally wounded that day. David, that's an error. President Kennedy was murdered, Governor Connally was wounded, and poor citizen Jim Tague was also wounded. There were two people wounded in that Dealey Plaza. He omits one of the fatality, one of the wounds of that day. Further, he omits several of the rifles discovered that day in Dealey Plaza, or discovered in conjunction with the investigation that day in Dealey Plaza. And he casually passes over these facts. Thus, in one of his footnotes, he mentions that two rifles were also mentioned in connection with the Texas School Book Depository, two rifles in addition to the Mannlicher Carcano allegedly owned and used by Lee Harvey Oswald. It's just casually mentioned. Can you imagine what that means? That in the Texas School Book Depository, there were two additional rifles discovered by the Warren Commission staff to have been present in the Texas School Book Depository within 2 days of the assassination. Where are these rifles? What's their caliber? Do they fit? He passes over them. And there are another rifle or two, and also a dummy rifle he misses. And we can go on with these people, such as the press, especially CBS television, the Dan Rather specials, and Walter Cronkite, Eric Sevareid. And we can go over them in factual detail. Extraordinarily rigidly imposed scholarship based on the facts presented, and show that on the factual grounds these supporters are weak. Now, the second stream of writing on the Warren Commission report and the investigation of President Kennedy's assassination relates to those who who criticize the Warren Commission. And you know, civilization is a curious thing. For civilization has built into its very fiber something called criticism. And you cannot find a civilization, at least the historians have not yet, where there has not been built into it some institution of criticism. And in some civilizations, such as ancient Greece, and in Europe, and in America, this criticism has been developed to a high degree. It is as if society recognizes the problem imposed by the difficult task of obtaining knowledge about life. Thus, criticism comes into a civilization to find a base, the true nature of things, and present that true nature in clear terms for the populace. In the United States of America, criticism has been a key element in our development, and has been sung into our history through revolutions and strikes and trials and 1,000 laws on the subjects of freedom of press, of inquiry, and of a people's right to know. It is part of a democratic heritage, and the heritage of all mankind, really, that criticism ought to be that we get a firmer hold on reality, and that reactionary elements do not attempt to control our past, to blight our future. In the United States, we have this splendid tradition of criticism in all its many forms, and these are genuine criticisms, such as James Madison and Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln and Robert M. La Follette, and on and on. In the assassination of investigation and the investigation of the assassination of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, criticism in the United States malfunctioned. And it is precisely on this grounds that we can determine the reason why we do not know what happened in Dallas. However, the criticism of the Warren Commission conclusions falls into four main categories. There are four basic types of critics of the Warren Commission, and I'm saying these four basic types, three of these types malfunction. You have left-wing critics, right-wing critics, sinister critics, and responsible critics. And of all these critics, which continue even today to focus our attention on the assassination, much of the confusion that we have today has been the work of the left. It is the left-wing critics that has unwittingly done the hard chores of those who wish to keep us chasing shadows and counting moonbeams. And since the founding days of the Republic, the left has, in our history, always stood up in crises to point out our errors, warn of impending disasters, and suggest solutions to our problems. But in the Kennedy assassination, the left failed. The modern left, of course, is vastly different from the old left, because the modern left operates on the principle that their ideology gives them insights into the facts. And this insight has a certain kinship with the grace of religion. And to this insight can be referred all questions of motivations, explanations, facts, and so forth. Digging into archives or the laborious work at factual foundations is not required. Doubts do not exist. As a consequence, the left wing has thrown a pall of crazed theory over the events in Dallas. They have roundly muddled the public mind and sent many well-meaning investigators and public servants into blind alleys and the snake pits of fiction. In press releases, television interviews, and book after book, the left has effectively done the work of the reactionaries who wish to dissemble the public's mind. And for the most part, they've done it unwittingly. One of their most popular theories is that the assassination was the work of the cowboys, or newly made millionaires of the Southwest, who killed the political head of their bitter rivals, the Eastern Yankees, or President Kennedy. Another theory proclaims it is the work of the Central Intelligence Agency, or the mafia, so-called, or organized crime, or a combination of the two or three. Proof for these theories is missing in the documentary base. Having failed to do the grinding tasks of research and the essential reading, but relying on ideology, the left today is now a little afraid that if we do investigate the background to the assassination of President Kennedy, it might lead us to Castro's Cuba. They are victims, of course, of their ignorance. There is no evidence whatsoever that leads to Cuba or China or Russia. And I would like to give two examples of the failure of left-wing criticism to provide us with a clear picture of the assassination. And these are just suggestions. First, we give an excerpt from the Washington Star columnist Gary Wills from his Thursday, May the 1st, 1975 column, and I'm reading the two paragraphs, which is a critique of one of the chapters of Mark Lane's book, Rush to Judgment. And Mr. Will's criticism is very mild. It should have been much stronger. Quote, "A fair example is Mark Lane's use of testimony by Nancy Perrin Rich. He devoted a whole chapter of his book to this woman's bizarre tale. He neglected to tell the readers that the same woman appeared 2 other times in 2 different places to volunteer evidence to the commission. The investigators listened politely, though she told 3 totally different stories. At one of these appearances, deliberately omitted from Lane's book, she took and flunked a polygraph test, or lie detector test. Ovid Damaris and I, back in the 60s, took Lane's advice and followed up this woman's testimony." These are 2 investigative reporters sincerely trying to find out what happened to President Kennedy, and they took this lead from the left-winger, Mark Lane. "We found that she had been an unstable woman and had been in and out of psychiatric care and police stations, and that she loved to testify about all her famous friends in mob trials and other celebrated crimes. We also found out that Lane knew all of this, that he told the woman's husband he would not be able to make anything of her testimony, but he made an entire tendentious chapter out of 1/3 of that testimony. Here is a simple rule of thumb for dealing with conspiratorialists. If they question the integrity of the Warren Commission and yet quote Mark Lane with approval, they are either intellectually very ill-equipped or intellectually dishonest." And that's an accurate reflection of the reality with Mark Lane. There are entire books written in manuscript that detail his errors, his weaknesses, his deliberate perversion of the truth, falsification of the documentary base in order to promote his books and to appeal to the left. Second, I'd like to give an extended criticism of one recent popular book by Robert Ansom called "They've Killed the President," a Bantam paperback special. I wish to use this criticism just to illustrate some of the weaknesses of these books. The initial clue to Ansom's weakness is found in the publisher's prefatory note, in which Bantam proudly states it commissioned the book in April and got the eloquent manuscript in August. In 5 months, one cannot even read the massive 26 volumes of the Warren Commission's hearings and exhibits, take notes, avoid the diversions lavishly sewed into them deliberately by the Warren Commission staff and counsel, and get an understanding, let alone begin to read the complicated records in the archives. Can't be done. No original work appears, only the use of numerous literary devices to simulate profundity, to mislead you that he's a scholar, that he knows what he's talking about. Numerous factual errors appear. For example, he states that Oswald's palm print was found on the underside of the gun barrel and cites the Warren Commission, pages 116 to 118. And the report does discuss the palm print, but it does it, of course, in 122 and 124 pages. Despite its use of confident phraseology, the Warren Commission report had no way to support their contention that Oswald's palm print was found on the rifle. Ansom misleads us. Among the numerous sleazy aspects ignored by Ansom is the action of the Dallas police officer who claimed he found the print on the rifle. Days after he had sent the prints to Washington, D.C., he had found this extra one. On September the 8th, 1964, this Dallas police officer
refused to swear for the Warren Commission, which was investigating the assassination of the President of the United States. He refused to swear that he had found it. He didn't find it. Anson doesn't present complex issues with accuracy, and he diverts the reader from the central theme of the Warren Commission investigation and takes you into these false problems of theory. And I'd like to give an illustration. A typical instance is the discussion of police officer J.D. Tippett's murder. Anson states that Tippett was shot 4 times in the head. Actually, he was shot once in the head, and apparently 3 times in the torso, although unbelievable as it is. Official reports on the number of bullets, now these are the official reports, differ. 2, 3, 4, and 5 times he was shot. And there was no death certificate entered for police officer J.D. Tippett. Now remember, we're not talking about a Bowery bomb. We're talking about the President of the United States and the investigation into his assassination. To Anson, there's no problem. Oswald, of course, left his rooming house after 1 o'clock. And remember, he was fleeing from the crime, he was allegedly fleeing, and needed 18 minutes to reach the scene of the Tippett murder. Tippett, said the commission, was killed at 1:16. The commission staff, with the aid of the FBI, just chopped out of the story any evidence that would not convict Oswald. 12 witnesses, extraordinary physical evidence, and other information. They hid, for example, T.F. Bowley's affidavit. T.F. Bowley, an extremely credible witness, stated, quote, "I stopped my car and got out to go to the scene. I looked at my watch and it said 1:10 p.m. Now, where is Bowley's affidavit in the Warren Commission report? Where is it used? How does Anson use this? After awkwardly mentioning Bowley's affidavit, Anson directs the reader's attention away from the commission staff and FBI who knowingly, deliberately manipulated the witnesses and evidence to a discussion of who might have been interested in killing Tippett. Speculation then becomes the focus of the book, and the reader is slowly led away from the commission's wrongdoing into the deep waters of mystery, away from the facts. And of course, there are other promotional features in Anson's book to draw the public in. All the spectacular finds of the last few years of these irresponsible critics are trotted into review. Thus, Anson pushes hard the story that the president's brain, which was preserved for autopsy purposes, is missing from the National Archives. He never, however, establishes the relevancy of the brain for the study of the assassination. So what if it is missing? So what? What has that got to do with the investigation of the assassination of President Kennedy's death, the death of President Kennedy and the circumstances surrounding him? Various studies of the autopsy x-rays and photographs suggest it would add nothing to our knowledge, nothing whatsoever. So it's a spectacular thing. It's missing. Well, so what? What's that got to do with the investigation of the assassination? It's a sensationalized item brought in to suck in the public to buy the book. And of course, the organized crime theory is bizarre. Every relation established to connect organized crime with the murder is forced by Anson. They say they discovered a criminal, a member of an organized crime on Dealey Plaza. And therefore, this has something to do with the assassination of President Kennedy. Well, the question, though, is what does it have to do with the murder? A man was apprehended as he went to the 3rd floor of the Dow Tex building to use the public phones there. That's after the murder. Millions of Americans at that time sought to phone friends and relatives and associates of that news. It's perfectly logical for someone to want to tell a friend or an associate that the president's been murdered. The police released him, as they did many other persons temporarily held for checking. And of course, organized crimes in every community. If you didn't find a member of organized crime in Dealey Plaza, you would be suspicious. And we can go on with this book. And we can take it apart, fact by fact, footnote by footnote, forced relation by forced relation. And we can also take many of these other critics and work them over. But I'm wishing to suggest that one of our problems in the study of the Kennedy assassination has been this disseminating information provided by these left-wing critics. They get their theory, and then they set out to prove it. We also have another category of critics called the right-wing critics. And they seek to find a communist plot behind the murder. And that communist plot will lead them to China, to Russia, or to Cuba, hopefully all three. Here again, insight based on ideology misleads. The evidentiary base simply has no red thread in it. There's no red thread. The rightists, however, have been the victim, of course, of disinformation by the federal investigative agencies, who heavily salted the Warren Report, like in the old days they used to salt gold mines out west. They salted the Warren Report and its records with spurious red information. And once in a while they leak this. They should be aware, the right wing should, of these orchestrated efforts to manipulate them and turn instead to the systems of government and public life that fail to function properly. These systems, press, archives, Department of Justice, and other investigative agencies must be reconsidered with candor and vigor for they're going to function. Now there's a third category of criticism. In addition to left wing and right wing, there are the sinister critics. This third source comes from books silently put forth by intelligence agencies, both foreign and domestic. These are called black books. And these black books on the assassination have been picked up by students of the assassination and avidly used, especially by the left wing. A key illustration is Farewell America by James Hepburn. It is perhaps the most notorious. During the winter of 1968 and 9, this book first appeared in New Orleans when a French-speaking man presented a handwritten manuscript to Jim Garrison, who later rejected it. The book later appeared as a book. It was published in Liechtenstein, printed in Belgium, and distributed in the United States, principally through Montreal. Harold Weisberg later identified this man. He met him in New Orleans and talked with him. Thus far, this book has been connected with the intelligence services of 8 countries. It asserts that right-wing businessmen, oil barons, and the military shot Kennedy to remove a potential radical, that John Kennedy was going radical on them, and they had to remove him. This thesis has served as the ideological father for a series of trash books and other material on the assassination. Chief among these is that wretched film, Executive Action, by Don Freed and Mark Lane. They knew that that film and that book was based on the activities of foreign intelligence agents, and yet they deliberately promoted it. And the book and the movie is false to every fact, except one. There was a president called John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Now, standing apart from these types of critics, there's another type of critic. These are responsible critics. And their hallmark is careful research, objective presentation, and responsible criticism. And we can mention Sylvia Marr, Howard Roffman, and Harold Weisberg. Weisberg himself has the distinct honor of having the Federal Bureau of Investigation tell a federal judge that he, Weisberg, knows more about the assassination than the FBI does. By connecting with the works of these responsible critics, the public will establish a fund of knowledge that will enable it to ward off much of the confusion they're encountering. These responsible critics have written 9 books, if we exclude the legal evidence, which now totals about 30 volumes. Of these 9 books, there are 3 that we should single out as perhaps the best among best. We mention Howard Roffman's book, Roffman, Presumed Guilty, as perhaps the first book one should start with when you wish to study the assassination of President Kennedy and its subsequent investigation by the Warren Commission. And secondly, we should mention Howard Weisberg's Post-Mortem. And this is a monster book, almost 700 pages, containing 200 pages of documents and photos, and contains, for example, on page 608, to illustrate the book, the fourth shot. See, at the time President Kennedy was assassinated, the official report stated there were 3 shots fired. 2 hit, 1 missed. The one that missed had to hit the pavement or the grassy knoll with a grassy sward within a certain distance. However, they had more knowledge than that, because they had a curbstone several hundred feet away out of the line of fire if Oswald had shot from the back. This curbstone had a bullet hole in it. On the edge of the curbstone, a bullet had hit, apparently it was a bullet, and had splayed concrete up and wounded Jim Tegg. There were photographs taken at the scene of the crime. These are reproduced in this book. Later, the Warren Commission had that curbstone dug up, and it was removed to the National Archives, where you can see it today. And if you go there, you'll see that the hole has been patched, and it's of a different color than the surrounding concrete. It's of a different feel. It's the same size as the patch, and you know it's the same curbstone. Hoover stated there is no hole in the concrete curbstone in the National Archives, and he's correct. It's been patched. That bullet alone means it's a conspiracy. There's no reason to be afraid of the word conspiracy. If by conspiracy we mean what Mr. Weisberg says we should mean with it, a conspiracy is that which is based on fact, which means 2 or more people combined to do a wrong. The third book is Sylvia Meagher, M-E-A-G-H-E-R, Accessories After the Fact, which is now in vintage paperback. And if I were to read on the Warren Commission and its investigation, I would read those 3 books. And if you got those 3 under your belt, you can go a long way. But you know, as you go through this world, you find an awful lot of books coming off the press. Thus far this year, I've read a book a week. And there's about 2 other books a week in the form of volumes and printed testimony that I've not got to. And there's a question on how you should read books that come out. And I'd like to give you 7 suggestions on how to read books on the assassination of President Kennedy. And I'd like to caution you that they didn't fall down from heaven, that I acquired these through reading by myself and by talking to a lot of people like Mr. Roffman, Mr. Weisberg, Mr. Lazar, Ms. Meagher, by reading other books and through the study of history and the historical method. And I put these together in a rough form. So the first rule of thumb that I would use reading a book is this. Ask yourself the question, within the limits of my common experience, does the author make sense? This book I'm reading, does it make sense? For example, the Assassination Information Bureau, the AIB, alleges that a man seen on the Zapruder film raising and then lowering his umbrella as the president is hit for the 2nd time is a signal man for the assassins. But you ask yourself the question, here's a man with a black umbrella right near the Stemmons Road sign on the Zapruder film, if you recall, And as President Kennedy goes by, umbrellas open and then closed. The question is this: does it make sense to have a signal man? Is that plausible? Is that logical? For what reasons would assassins armed with high-powered rifles at relatively close range need someone waving a big black flag to tell them when to fire? And it should be remembered that it rained that day in Dallas, that early morning, and there are at least 5 persons who carried umbrellas at noon on Dealey Plaza. And a second rule, Occam's razor. When faced with a factual situation, and you're presented a choice between a complex explanation and a simple one, the simple one is usually correct. When in doubt, go with the most simple explanation. For example, some people argue that an Army counterintelligence man caught in the Texas school book depository when the police searched the depository right after the shots were fired was part of a conspiracy to kill the president. This was a cover-up man from the Army counterintelligence segment who coordinated all activities with the police. His job was to sort of babysit Oswald out of it, clean up the evidence, dust off fingerprints and so forth. And this is one of the bases used by these left-wing theorists, that there's a military conspiracy in the assassination of John Kennedy. But this man was actually a member of the reserve unit of Army intelligence stationed in Dallas. He's having a cup of coffee and sandwich at a restaurant shortly before the time of the president's appearance. After the shooting, he rushed in with scores of others to lend what assistance he could. So you're faced with this complex thing and this massive counterintelligence operation that after your trigger man triggers, you go in and clean up and make sure he gets out and gets into his getaway car. Or the simple thing, citizen trying to do his duty. And we know from elaborate documentation, there's a citizen doing his duty. Third rule, be wary of forced and false connections, especially when a book is developed around the theory about who did it. For example, Canfield and Weberman wrote a book called Coup d'etat, and Dick Gregory ballyhooed it in the press. And what they said was, there are photographs taken of some tramps being arrested in front of the Texas School Book Depository, and we have proof that they're CIA conspirators. They'd been caught and then released by the Dallas police force who were involved in it too. And if you recall, they went all over with this. They charged that Watergate-connected Howard Hunt might be one of those people. In fact, they said he was. And they identified some of the others, had all sorts of names for him. One was Frenchy and so forth. But they never sought to find out the facts. They had a theory. Once you get a theory, you don't need any facts. You can go to heaven on it. Yes, but Howard Weisberg and other critics have found out what? That tramps are in fact winos. They were dredged out of some boxcars about a half-mile away from the murder site, about 2 hours after the murder. Since the police blocked off the whole region, the only exit was the official checkpoint, the only one, and that led right in front of the Texas School Book Depository. The winos regularly drank during the noon hour in the boxcars, behind the post office. People who knew them and gave responsible critics their testimony years ago today laugh at the gullible left. And Hunt, of course, is placed in Washington, D.C. that day by several highly credible witnesses. 4, check common assertions of facts with accounts in the works of responsible critics. When people come out and say, this happened, check it. For example, David Belden said on November 22nd, 1963, the title of his book, that the Warren Commission staff never saw the x-rays and photographs of President Kennedy's autopsy. That's a good piece of evidence, he said, we didn't have. But that's at variance with the documentary base. If you check Weisberg's postmortem, you find a reproduction of the Secret Service statement that says in part, quote, the x-ray films were used for the briefing of the Warren Commission staff on the autopsy procedure and results. And in Weisberg and Lazar, Whitewash 4, a reproduction of the executive session transcript of the Warren Commission of January 27, 1964, it shows Bell & Superior J. Lee Rankin describing the autopsy photographs. Quote, "It seems to be quite apparent now, since we have the picture of where the bullet entered in the back, that the bullet entered below the shoulder blade to the right of the backbone. It had to enter in the neck, photographed below the backbone." So check it with facts. 5. The trickiest device is the fallacy of the isolated fact. What they like to do is to take one fact and concentrate on it. And by concentrating on it and describing it in utter detail, they exclude from discussion any and all reference to a series of relations in which the fact stands, thus distorting reality. So similar to the old story of the 6 blind men that were asked to describe an elephant. One that had hold of its tail said, "Well, an elephant is like a snake." One that had hold of its side, its tummy, says like a huge wall. One that had a hold of its trunk gave a different description. One that had a hold of its thin ear gave a different description. But if you just concentrate on the elephant's tail and describe it in detail, you don't know what an elephant's like. For example, in December 1963, that's a month after the assassination, actually a little 3 weeks after the assassination, the Federal Bureau of Investigation issued a 5-volume report on the assassination. That 5-volume report contains 490 words on the assassination. The rest is window dressing. They have excluded from their treatment, in this negative sense, all these critical materials and just discuss at random. They say, "My gosh, this is impressive. 5 volumes. Yes. They've isolated their facts. 6, beware of the use of devils. Many writers who wish to pose as authorities on the John F. Kennedy assassination and its investigation like to find a devil and then attack that devil and prove the devil did it. For example, Senator Schweiker's June 23 report on the assassination is full of these fallacies. He says Oswald probably was an agent or involved in some way with Cuban communists. And we have to look to that Cuban devil, Fidel Castro, as the explanation for the murder of John F. Kennedy. But see how the use of devils distort us. For example, he describes the arrest of Oswald in New Orleans for passing out pro-Castro leaflets as an instance of Oswald's commie affiliations. Now, aside from the fact it's irrelevant what Oswald was doing, because Oswald had nothing to do with the murder of President Kennedy, he leaves out a point. Ignores the fact that the leaflet he's passing out had stamped on it as an address, 544 Camp Street. 544 Camp Street, if you go to that address in New Orleans, is a residence, the offices of the Office of Naval Intelligence for the Caribbean and for the Central Intelligence Agency. Why would a commie have leaflets prepared by the CIA, Navy Intelligence, and U.S. government? So beware of those devils. And when you're going after the devil, you leave out all these facts that won't charge him with sin. And then there's the Procrustes fallacy. You know, the old Greek god, Procrustes, he used to catch mortals, throw them down on an iron bed, and if it didn't fit, he'd stretch them. And if they're too big, he'd chop them off and make them fit. And a lot of people go into the assassination of President Kennedy with a Procrustean bed, and they make the facts fit. And I think that's one of the rules you should use when you read these books on the Kennedy assassination. So I would say, by way of conclusion, that criticism, which is a legitimate and wonderful function of any society, malfunctioned in America. But as citizens, we stand in a long history of development, and we can connect with those elements in that development that yet remain. And by so doing, we are not only obtaining a clear picture of what happened on Dealey Plaza, but in that movement, that vast public movement into a re-examination of what happened, we are establishing and re-establishing the integrity of a basic American institution by exposing the misdeeds. And we expose those misdeeds to the purifying air of democratic criticism. And when we do that, and to the extent we do that, we're pushing our nation back on center once more. So, a responsible criticism of the assassination of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy and its subsequent investigation by the Warren Commission is a very wonderful thing, because to the extent you do that, to that extent, you reaffirm one of the key postulates in a democracy. Thank you. Usually we have questions after these seminars and lectures, and if some of you might have a question or two, I would hazard an answer. I know that for some of you that it's very difficult to address a question to the general subject of the books, the number of books, and so forth, because actually there has been an overwhelming amount of them. But perhaps there's some comment or some criticism or rejection or support of something I said that would strike you. But in any event, ask your questions. I'd like to encourage you, while you're thinking up a question, to take a few moments sometime and look into a book like Postmortem, particularly at the facsimile reproduced documents at the rear of it. Read it through, reflect on it, and if you have some time, go into a library, pick up one of these books, and read it. So are there any questions?
You mentioned your criticism of the left wing for being weak and the criticism in the JFK assassination investigation.
Yes.
Would you say that's in an organized sense, organized left-wing groups, or would that just be individuals who have left-wing leanings?
So the question is, what do I mean by the left when I say that they failed? I would say both, the organized groups and those individuals. I think it's been one of the great tragedies in American history, the last 15, 20 years. And they, for example, the Trotskyites argue, to take one extreme left-wing group, that was big business that did it. You take the Students for Democratic Society, Cowboy-Yankee War. You take others, they'll argue the military-industrial complex. You see it sometimes in their books, you see it sometimes in isolated arguments, and on and on. Among some socialists who are anti-communist, they believe that Fidel Castro did it. But basically, it's all the left. Now, it's not that they are personally evil. Not at all. They have been fed a lot of information. A lot of this information that they've gotten has been deliberately sown among them, such as Farewell America, produced by the French SDECE, the French CIA. in the United States, mind you. A foreign intelligence operation in the United States, and was put out for the left to sop up, like Harry Truman used to sop up red-eye gravy. Just go at it. Because that was the time of the Vietnamese War, where the military and the CIA were taking us into a foreign adventure. Here's a book put out that reinforces that. And my goodness, is that useful.
Could you point out some of the failures of the recent CBS program dealing with the JFK assassination? Some of its weaknesses?
Yes, the recent JFK assassination, half hour, I believe, or 2 hours by Dan Rather. This is based largely on the work they did in 1967 with a few modifications. For example, they start out the show with someone shooting a mock-up of President Kennedy with a Mannlicher Carcano. And they say, you see, Lee Harvey Oswald could have shot President Kennedy with a 6.5 Mannlicher Carcano rifle that day because we have produced people who can do it, and they show you people doing it. Well, first of all, it's faked in the physical sense. You have a regularly moving target. You know where the target's going. You know the speed it's traveling. You know where you have to shoot. Secondly, it's exploded, blown up 3 to 4 times. Third, it has a nice outline. You know where the bullseye is. And a man sitting in a car, as President Kennedy was, moving at a irregular speed, is very different. More than that, they have a different sniper's nest. The boxes from which President Lee Harvey Oswald shot was set up in a certain way that precluded their use as an assassin's perch. If CBS had been faithful in even the physical rearrangement, they couldn't have done it, because the scope would have, the window sash would have blocked the scope, and you couldn't have seen out. But more than that, their eyewitness said they didn't use the boxes. He stood up. The Warren Commission said Leslie Brennan saw a man stand up, lean out, and shoot. And then their physical evidence is the evidence of the man standing down and shooting. That's in the Warren report. Utterly contradictory. And CBS took one they wanted to use, and then they changed it. You have pictures of 3 boxes on top of each other, 2 boxes on top of each other, rearranged. There are many, many different. No one knows what those boxes were like. CBS made up the facts, and then they presented it. And also, most of the rifles didn't they used many Mannlicher Carcanos to simulate the test. Most of them didn't work. Some of them misfired halfway through, and they didn't tell you about that. But more than that, it's the devil theory. CBS has a devil, Lee Harvey Oswald, and they're going to put him in hell. And they're counting all his sins to make sure he goes there. There's no proof that Oswald pulled the trigger. So what if you can prove a Mannlicher Carcano can shoot so many rounds in so many seconds? So what if you can prove it does this and that, which you cannot prove, and which the Warren Commission didn't prove, and they couldn't find anyone else who could duplicate it? No. So what if you can? So what? Who pulled the trigger? What finger was on the trigger? Nobody knows. So they gave us what I call a gratuitous fact, that devil Oswald. And there's other points with the CBS. They asked the doctor on the show, they said, now, was President Kennedy hit in the head by how many bullets hit President Kennedy in the head? I believe he said, 1. I believe that's what he said. But the question is, where did it hit him? Right? And the location of the bullet, very important. See, the Warren Commission says it's right behind the ear. The 1968 Clark panel review of the autopsy findings, which appears in facsimile reproduction in this book, states it's up here. So there's a question whether a man to the rear, behind, can shoot in that direction, and it also has something to do with the Zapruder film and many, many other things. But they don't ask these basic questions. They exclude it. They have a Procrustean bed in that sense. They have a fact, and they chop off stuff they don't need. And there's other points. For example, They left out several of the right-wing threats against President Kennedy's life. Some occurred in Dallas, Texas, with 2 or 3 days before the assassination. There's tape recordings of these threats on his life by extremely right-wing people. They said, when he comes to Dallas, we're going to kill him. That goes down George Orwell's memory hole. Then you have at Denton, Texas, a few days before he came to Texas, Mr. Weisberg has told us, this threat by an ultra-conservative group to kill him. Commission Exhibit 710. That commission exhibit is missing from the Warren Commission hearings and exhibit volumes. To CBS, it's also missing because he can't make money pushing it on that. And more than that, you have other tape recordings of threats on the president's life by ultra-right-wing groups. Why didn't CBS go into that? It's in the fund of knowledge. Why didn't they? So again, you select the documents to build your straw man. And if they were describing an elephant using the CBS approach to the facts, an elephant would be a paper-thin snake. They'd describe the ear in great detail. An elephant is 3 feet wide, a half-inch thick, and it's got a mouth about that big. And we can go on with CBS, including the trumpery of their so-called reenactment tests, and on and on. We can take every factual detail, and by the way, all this material, letters have been written and rewritten to Federal Communications Commission, to CBS, and there is utterly no way that I know of for any responsible view of the Warren Commission's investigations to be presented to the American public. And when they argue about freedom of the press, we might raise this question with the Kennedy assassination of whether the press itself is destroying the press. That's a question. Maybe we don't have to look for sinners. Maybe we are our own worst enemy. CBS knowingly did this. Question?
Was Jim Garrison's investigation of Clay Shaw a credible one?
Well, Mr. Weisberg, who is speaking tonight, would be the best person to ask that question. He was at New Orleans and worked with Mr. Garrison for several weeks. And I think the best way to describe it would be to describe a loony bin. It's entirely discreditable. Yeah. It's false, faked. For example, he arrested a liberal, Clay Shaw, said this man did it, or participated in it, and then he said the ultra-conservative shot John Kennedy. Well, how does that follow? Why do you arrest a liberal for a conservative crime? I mean, just to take one minor point, aside from all the bunco things. If you're here tonight, I wish you would ask Mr. Weisberg that question. He's thoroughly informed on this. And he has a book, by the way, called Oswald in New Orleans. It's a Canyon paperback. It's now out of print. The State Historical Society of Wisconsin, however, has a microfilm copy of it, which is available through interlibrary loan. And it goes into great detail into the machinations in New Orleans. Is there another question?
How come these three credible authors that you mentioned before, how come we don't see those on the talk show and interviews on the assassination of the president?
Well, I'll answer it. I have a tendency to answer it in a facetious way or in a humorous way, and it's not right, and I shouldn't perhaps approach it. But it does seem to me that you have to have a song and dance team and a sword swallower and a fire eater in order to be creditable. To have someone stand up and talk sense and use sweet intelligence and scholarship is nothing. They will go to a bunco artist because that's news. But to listen to someone talk sense, that's not news. And also they're locked in. For example, CBS, they proclaimed it. And Eric Seberite said, anyone who questions the Warren Commission report is stupid. Walter Cronkite said, anyone who questions the Warren Commission is wrong. It's wrong to question it. Dan Rather, Fred Graham has been especially culpable as postmortem thoroughly documents his chain of stupidities. They're all locked in to a crazy position. But we can go further than that if one would like to, just to take one talk show. And then there's a question of advertising revenues. Can you really sell advertising space to great corporations when you say that you're going to have a show, nationwide show, and have someone come up and talk sanely and rationally about a very complex subject that has very important meanings for the quality of life of America and reaches deep into the heart of our national existence, and will also say something about the press and its failures? No, you can't. It seems to me we're trapped in an awful situation, and the only way around it, as far as I can make out, is at the regional and local level, present calmly and extensively the factual base of what happened in Dealey Plaza those many years ago, and point out what transpired with the various institutions in the United States, how our government failed us, and work it up slowly and carefully, and ultimately carry the argument by the historical process. They won the battle, we'll win the war.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
Pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and the success of liberty.
The National Symposium of the Assassination of President John F. Kennedy and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. proudly presents Howard Roffman's lecture on Lee Harvey Oswald and the failure of the American justice.
At this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Harold Weisberg, who will introduce tonight's guest lecturer.
I think in the past few days, you've come to understand that I try to be straightforward. Are the mics on? I think that in the past few days, you may have come to understand that I try to be straightforward and honest. And believe me, I'm going to be tonight. It's going to be very brief, though. In the past 13 years, I believe the most difficult single thing that I have had to do was not in all these lawsuits against the government, not in dredging the literary quicksands in the National Archives, nothing like that. It was a year ago this past summer, at a shorter symposium than this, a one-day one at the University of Maryland in College Park, when I pretty much had in mind what I was going to say, and I found on the program, in this order, Professor Wrone, Jim Lessar, and Howard Roffman. By the time those three had finished ringing that audience, I was wet. They had said everything I wanted to say, and you believe me, and I think you'll see it when you listen to Howard, it was the toughest thing I've had to do. They are that good. I'm prejudiced about Howard, prejudiced enough to tell you some secrets. It's no secret that he's your age. I've known him since he was 15. I know him to be as good, as decent, as genuine a person as I have ever met. And I think you will find, after he has spoken to you tonight, that I am not exaggerating when I say that I have never met anyone with a greater intellectual capacity or more personal and soon-to-be professional integrity. I say soon-to-be and professional because after an occasional slip in which he didn't quite make a 4-point average, Howard's back on the beam in law school with a 4-point average while he's executive editor of the Law Review, tilting with the archives and the Department of Justice, promoting a book, living his own personal life, and doing everything well enough just to have been selected to be the clerk of a federal appeals court judge in the 5th District. He'll be based in Jacksonville, Florida. He's now in the final part of his law education at the University of Florida at Gainesville. The rest of what there is to say about Howard, I think you'll be able to say after he finishes tonight. I can hardly have a greater pleasure than to introduce him to you tonight. Now, please come up, Howard.
Thank you, Harold. And good evening. I was asked to come here tonight to speak to you about the impact of the Kennedy assassination on American justice. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that in so many ways it's a staggering task. What can you say about justice in America when presidential murderers go free? When the federal authorities, the very symbols of law and order in America, conspire to frame an innocent man? The assassination of President Kennedy opened up a wound in American justice that has yet to heal. The murder of a president's a shocking crime, and it's the most serious crime that can be committed in this country. It's a crime that tests the fundamental institutions of our society, and most especially our system of justice. Because the true test of any system of justice is how it responds in a crisis. How will it dispose of the cases of those charged with the heinous crime of assassination? When Lee Harvey Oswald was paraded before the world by the Dallas police and accused of killing Kennedy, there were two questions that were paramount. One, would the American system be able to find the truth out about the crime? And two, would Oswald himself be treated to a fair determination of his guilt or innocence? The sad answer to both these questions was to be no. Oswald was framed, and all of us were doomed to live under the stigma the disgrace of an unsolved presidential murder. What went wrong? How could something like this happen? That's the subject of my talk tonight. But at the outset, I want to warn you about something. There are no pat answers. There's no solution to the crime. I can't point to the guilty ones, and anyone who tells you otherwise is just ripping you off. Tonight, you're going to hear a lot of information. I hope it's not too confusing. I hope there's not too much. You're going to see some slides at one point. But most fundamentally, we're going to respect the limits of the evidence tonight. We're not going to speculate or conjecture. We're going to deal with facts. But I think I can fairly say they're facts that'll shock and appall you. Let's start at the beginning, the very setup for a cover-up. A president is murdered in broad daylight. Immediately, the local and the federal police feel the heat. Why did they fail to protect the president? Will they be able to solve the murder now? The threat of investigation strikes fear, desperate fear, in the hearts of the federal intelligence agencies. J. Edgar Hoover panics at the prospect that the lily-white reputation of his agency might be soiled, that his stool pigeons, his informants, maybe even his black bag jobs might be exposed. The CIA is desperate to assure that the light of day will never shine on its own conspiracies to murder Fidel Castro. What everyone wanted, what they needed, was a quick, easy solution that would satisfy the people and would stop any further investigation. Well, that solution happened to be sitting in a Dallas jail at the time. Lee Harvey Oswald, swollen and bruised from a fight with the police, soon to be the object of virtually every American's hate and vengeance. The evidence that was left behind certainly seemed to point to him. A rifle traced to Oswald was found in the book depository where Oswald worked. A bullet found at Parkland Hospital on a stretcher came from that rifle. 2 fragments of a bullet, supposedly found on the front seat of the limousine, also traced to the rifle. With that basis, the authorities fell into the trap. Immediately, the Dallas police pronounced Oswald guilty beyond a doubt. They barraged the press with unceasing accusations against Oswald, with countless myths that they claimed proved his guilt, with lies about paraffin tests, road maps, chicken lunches. What the Dallas police seemed to say was that if they couldn't protect the president, at least they could solve his murder and identify the killer overnight. But Oswald was only treated to 2 days of that special Dallas police hospitality. By Sunday afternoon, Oswald himself was dead, a bullet in his gut, his mouth forever closed. The effect of his murder was not only to close his mouth, though. The effect was to put the ball into the federal hands, to get finally vest federal control over how the assassination would be investigated. And here's where the story gets even worse. For J. Edgar Hoover, the supreme ruler of the FBI, the person who felt that he could say what the national interest was, the handwriting was on the wall. Before Oswald's corpse was even cold, Hoover was on the phone with the White House. He said, and I quote, "The thing I am most concerned about is having something issued so we can convince the public that Oswald is the real assassin," unquote. Within hours, 2 special agents were dispatched to Dallas. Their mission, compile a report setting out, quote, "the evidence showing that Oswald is responsible for the shooting that killed the president," unquote. But Hoover faced challenge. An inquiry was to be launched by the Texas authorities. Members of Congress suggested the selection of a special committee to investigate the crime. Finally, after a week with all this brewing, Lyndon Johnson, the new president, stepped in and appointed the Warren Commission. On the day that he appointed the commission, Johnson spoke to Hoover. According to Hoover's account, only recently revealed to the public, Johnson said that he, quote, "wanted to get by just with my," that is, Hoover's, "file and my report." In other words, Johnson's feeling was that, if possible, he'd like to get by with Hoover's solution to the crime. And Hoover continued, "I told him I thought it would be very bad to have a rash of investigations. He," meaning Johnson, "then indicated that the only way to stop it is to appoint a high-level committee to evaluate my report, and tell the House and Senate not to go ahead with the investigation. And so the commission was formed, intended as nothing more than a way of cutting off all other investigations and merely rubber stamping Hoover's conclusion that Oswald was the lone assassin. Well, Hoover wasted little time in boxing the commission into a corner, a very uncomfortable corner. 2 weeks after the commission was appointed, Hoover managed to slap together the FBI's official report on the assassination. It was a shameful document, so incomplete that it actually ignored one of the president's wounds, the wound to the front of his throat, failed to account for a shot that missed the car, and omitted the stories of witnesses who exculpated Oswald. The report's conclusion, beyond a doubt, Oswald was the assassin. Hoover kept the report secret, in fact guarded it very jealously, and when he transmitted it to the Warren Commission, it was on the understanding that it was to be kept secret. But Hoover was sly. He deliberately leaked the conclusions to the press. It was headline news all over the country. Oswald assassin, FBI concludes. Well, the Warren Commission was deeply troubled by Hoover's behavior. And no wonder. What was the commission to do now that the FBI, perhaps the world's most respected law enforcement investigatory agency, had announced that the crime was solved, that Oswald was the assassin, that there was nothing more to be learned or discovered? The question may seem trivial today, now that the FBI's image has been so tarnished. But in 1964, these questions were so serious that the commissioners agonized over them for hours in secret sessions, sessions that each commissioner thought would be kept secret for a lifetime. The commission wondered if it dare question the FBI or challenge the FBI's conclusions, indeed if it dared investigate the crime at all. Let's look at the secret record, a record that's emerged only bit by bit in the recent past. Let's see what went on behind the cloak of secrecy that hid all the official proceedings of the commission. On January 22, 1964, 2 months after it was appointed, the commission met in secret to discuss a rumor that Oswald had been a paid informant for the FBI. The transcript of that meeting was released only last year because of the persistent efforts of Harold Weisberg. After 11 years of suppression, what does it reveal? Well, at one point in the discussion, one of the commissioners laments that the FBI has already announced that the crime is solved. Another asks why. The answer, quote, "They would like to have us fold up and quit," unquote. Commissioner Boggs adds, quote, "This closes the case, you see, don't you see?" Unquote. Chief Counsel Rankin joins in, quote, "They found the man. There's nothing more to do. The commission supports their conclusions and we can go home and that is the end of it," unquote. This was the kind of discussion that went on behind the closed doors. The commission met again a week later and had similar discussions. Senator Russell complains that the FBI, quote, "has tried the case and reached a verdict on every aspect," unquote. The commissioners agonize over how they can possibly go to the FBI and ask for further investigation when the FBI is telling them there's no more investigation needed. But the commission's discussion leaves no doubt that even though the commissioners were disturbed at the position they were in vis-a-vis the FBI, they bought the conclusion. They really bought the fact that Oswald was guilty. For instance, Senator Russell speculates about Oswald's knowledge of the motorcade route, quote, "when he posted himself up there to shoot the president, if he did in fact shoot him, and of course the evidence seems overwhelming that he did." Mr. Rankin expresses his exasperation that the medical evidence doesn't seem to support the lone assassin theory. President Kennedy had a small wound in the front of his throat, a wound that by all appearances seemed to be an entrance wound. The official version is that it was an exit wound. Yet even with the autopsy report in hand, Rankin was not convinced. He still thought there was a possibility that this was an entrance wound. And if it was, it would mean a shot from the front, which would mean at least 2 assassins. So Rankin said, quote, "We believe it must be related in some way to the 3 shots from the rear," unquote. This was how the truth was served. Now you have to remember at this point, while the commissioners were making these secret pronouncements, they'd done no investigation. They hadn't taken any testimony, hadn't put into evidence any exhibits. All they had is what the FBI had given it. And that, they admitted, to themselves was tainted and couldn't be trusted. Yet by this time, the Commission had already outlined its work. There were 6 areas that were assigned to the staff lawyers, and one of them, I'll quote from the official outline, Lee Harvey Oswald as the assassin of President Kennedy. The Commission's staff, the ones that really went out and did the work, that took the testimony, adduced the exhibits, put the report together, they had their mandate: find Oswald guilty, put together a prosecution case against him. And if you want to find a clear expression of this mandate, an expression of the presumption that Oswald was guilty, there's a memorandum that was written by David Bellin, a lawyer who later came back to do a great service for the government when he was appointed by President Ford to head the Rockefeller Commission's investigation of the CIA. This memo was dated January 30th, 1964. Single word of testimony not taken yet, but Bellin was convinced that Oswald was guilty. There was only one uncertainty that he could see. Who was Oswald aiming at? He wrote, "In determining the accuracy of Oswald, we have 3 major possibilities. Oswald was shooting at Connally and missed 2 of the 3 shots. Oswald was shooting at both Kennedy and Connally, and all 3 shots hit their intended targets. Oswald was shooting only at Kennedy, and the second bullet missed and hit Connally." So prior to his investigation, Bellin had no doubts that it was Oswald who killed the president. I'll have more to say about Mr. Bellin's record a little bit later. Before any of the testimony was taken, certainly before any of the expert medical and ballistics testimony was taken, the Commission had already outlined its final report. This was in March. The investigation, or at least the pretense of an investigation, continued into September of that year. But the report was already outlined, and that outline confidently states, quote, "This section should state the facts which lead to the conclusion that Oswald pulled the trigger," unquote. Well, there may have been blissful times at the beginning of the investigation when the staff lawyers went into their work and started putting together their case. But the further they got into it, the more it became apparent that the evidence didn't support the conclusion that Oswald was the assassin. And because of that, the investigation took on more and more the appearance of a cover-up, as the staff had to twist and actually suppress evidence to fit the official version of the crime. The staff was getting pretty uneasy. After all, the Commission was already decided on a conclusion that it didn't even know if it was physically possible. It didn't know if the shots could have been fired the way they described them. So the staff suggested that the Commission go to Dallas and stage an on-site reconstruction. Was this to determine the validity of the ultimate findings? No. And here I quote from the staff memorandum late in April 1964 that recommended this reconstruction to the Commission. Quote, "Our intention is not to establish the point with complete accuracy, but merely to substantiate the hypothesis which underlies the conclusion that Oswald was the sole assassin," unquote. I don't think you could find a more explicit statement that there was no intent to discover the truth. In fact, for all the people who criticized the critics for not coming up with anything concrete to show why we should really doubt the Commission's findings, I can't think of anything more concrete than this. It's been available. It's in my book. It was first discovered and printed by Harold Weisberg. But yet there's still this myth in the country, this feeling in the press, that there really aren't any reasons for doubting the Warren report, for doubting the integrity of its investigation. Well, I think the evidence disputes that. The record is full of evidence like this that deals with the nature of the investigation. And I don't think that there can be any doubt at this point that it was a fake investigation, that it was intended as a cover-up. But then the question arises, even if it was a cover-up, didn't it reach the right conclusion? Isn't Oswald really the assassin? Well, it's at this point that we have to address some of the evidence. And I can't present nearly all of it to you, but I think I can give you some of it, and I'd like to do that through the medium of slides. Begin with the question of whether... this out so I can see the slideshow myself. First question that has to be addressed in considering whether or not Oswald was the assassin is whether his rifle really produced the wounds on Kennedy and Connally. And here it's a question of whether the types of wounds that President Kennedy and Governor Connally suffered could have been caused by the type of ammunition that was fired from Oswald's rifle. So the first thing we have to deal with is the head wounds, the fatal wounds to President Kennedy. And first you have to understand the nature of the wound that President Kennedy received. This slide is taken from the Zapruder film and shows the position of the president immediately before he was hit in the head. He's reclining over and falling into Mrs. Kennedy's lap. Next slide, please. And then we have the sequence of the headshot, an explosive wound to the head. It can be fairly said at this point that it's just uncertain what direction the shot came from. I would say there's persuasive evidence that it came from the front or the back. But one thing we do know, it was a devastating wound and had a highly explosive effect. Next slide. This is the official sketch of what the head damage looked like. It's patently inaccurate. Next slide, please. This is an unofficial sketch of what the headshot looked like. There are also inaccuracies in this, but it gives you a general idea of the nature of the damage that was produced. Before we go to the next slide, this is just to introduce it. It's a graphic depiction of the type of head wound that President Kennedy suffered. It's a picture of an actual victim of a similar wound, although the official autopsy pictures of President Kennedy are not available. I think it's necessary for you to understand the type of damage that was incurred when we look at the type of damage that a bullet from Oswald's rifle would have produced. So we'll go to the next slide. Extremely explosive impact on the head, tearing out scalp, totally fracturing and rupturing the bone matter, and causing a great laceration of brain tissue. And we can go to the next slide. Now these are pictures of a test skull that were introduced into evidence before the Warren Commission. They took an old human skull, filled it with gelatin to simulate brain tissue, and fired Oswald's rifle at it. They did it on 10 test skulls, but only introduced one into evidence because, according to the expert, this is the one that came closest to simulating President Kennedy's head wound. Well, it's true that it blew away a part of the bone, but that doesn't seem very significant because you could dislodge a piece of brittle bone very easily with a minimal amount of force. The question was whether a bullet from Oswald's rifle could produce enough force on impact to do the kind of damage that was observed on Kennedy's head. The significant thing about these pictures, though, is that the gelatin that was underlying the bone tissue is still perfectly intact. You can still see the contours of it on the, use my pointer. You can still see the contours of it where the bone has been blasted away. But yet this tissue, this gelatin is supposed to represent the brain tissue, which in President Kennedy's wound was, as far as the right hemisphere went, was just completely splattered out, extreme laceration. This would seem to indicate that the bullet doesn't have enough force to produce that kind of damage. On the next slide, these are some of the other test skulls. This is the one that was introduced before the Warren Commission. These never made it into the official evidence. They were suppressed by the government for several years and finally released about 3 years ago. In these, even with all the shortcomings of the experiment, the bullet didn't have enough force to blow out the bone material even, which suggests that bullets from Oswald's rifle didn't have enough force to produce the wound to President Kennedy's head. But then there's the question of bullet fragmentation itself. Can we go to the next slide? This is an unofficial sketch of the fragments in President Kennedy's head. It doesn't show all of them, but it gives you a general nature of the type of bullet fragments that were observed on the x-rays. There's one particularly graphic description by a Secret Service agent who was at the autopsy. He said that when they put the x-rays on the illuminating machine, it looked like President Kennedy's head lit up with little stars where all the fragments were. He said there must have been 30 or 40 of them. The question is, could a military bullet, a full-jacketed bullet, such as Oswald had to have fired, according to the government version, could that produce this kind of minute fragmentation throughout the head? standard rule would be no. Military bullets are not designed to fragment like that. It would seem to indicate a type of soft-nose ammunition. We go to the next slide. Something, this is upside down, but it's clear enough for our purposes. Something that the Commission never introduced into evidence was X-rays of its test skulls. These were finally released by the government a few years ago, and they show that there wasn't the type of minute fragmentation from bullets of Oswald's rifle that was observed on President Kennedy's head. If you look closely, it's a little hard to see on this, it's not a very good copy, but in one of the cases there are several relatively large fragments around the point of exit, not more than 10 at the most. In another, there seems to be only 2 relatively large fragments, large in the area of over 3 millimeters, whereas most of the fragments in President Kennedy's head were a millimeter or smaller. So this would seem to be graphic evidence that Oswald's rifle couldn't have produced the head wounds. Then there's the question of the neck wounds. We go to the next slide. This is a sample case that illustrates in a general way the type
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
Pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty.
The National Symposium on the Assassination of President John F. Kennedy and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. proudly presents Harold Weisberg's lecture on the suppression of evidence in the assassination of John F. Kennedy.
Anyone who has a question to please use the
Thank you very much. Assassination, excuse me. Assassination, of course, is a political crime. However, it is a homicide. It has never been addressed officially as a homicide. And as some of you have heard me say before, if our president had been an unknown who died in a gutter, there would have been a proper homicide investigation, or at least enough of an investigation to determine if there'd been a homicide. When the president died, it did not happen. Now, in dealing with the suppressed evidence tonight, I'm going to be restricting myself, not entirely, but largely, to that evidence which is basic in a homicide investigation. Essentially, this is the medical evidence, and that includes the autopsy, and the president did not have a proper autopsy, as you will see. It includes the ballistics evidence and relevant scientific tests. I am hoping that although a House committee is not bound by the rules of evidence, it may yet be the first official investigation of any character to address what is the basic evidence in any homicide. Tonight you're going to see what the Warren Commission did not have, as well as what it did have and misused and thereby suppressed. I don't mean by that all of it. You will eventually be able to see all of it because it looks very much as though all of it's going to be here. I must have over 6,000 documents that were originally suppressed. They're largely FBI and CIA records, and to a fairly large degree, the staff memoranda of the Warren Commission. The once suppressed executive session transcripts of the Warren Commission make a stack close to 4 inches thick alone. So there is an enormous amount that was suppressed. I think, in fairness to the executive agencies, you should understand that the ultimate responsibility is that of the Warren Commission. It had limitless power. This power included that of subpoena. There is a special kind of subpoena known as a duces tecum subpoena, which means appear and bring with you. And on a duces tecum subpoena, you specify what you want the person subpoenaed to bring. There is virtually no record anywhere within the territorial limits of the United States that was immune. So whether or not the agencies of the executive branch functioned properly, and they did not, there is no way of escaping the responsibility of the Presidential Commission headed by the Chief Justice, because the ultimate responsibility rested with it. One of the ways in which the Commission suppressed evidence was just to avoid it. One of the ways of avoiding evidence was avoiding essential witnesses. The Commission began with the preconception that there was a lone nut assassin. His name was Lee Harvey Oswald, and they cared about nothing else. The organization of their work in its earliest day, before they really began to function, was quite detailed. It's the first thing in the appendix of postmortem. And it is clear that the Commission was determined to do what it could to lend credibility to their preconception of political nature that Oswald was the lone assassin. Recently, during the hearings of the Church Committee, some of the suppressed Department of Justice records were released, and we find there that the man who was then the Deputy Attorney General, Nicholas Katzenbach, and the Deputy Attorney General is actually the man in charge of the day-to-day operations of the Department of Justice, put it on paper that the primary, urgent, and immediate need was to do all that possibly could be done to assure the people that there was this lone nut assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald. Nothing else made any difference. It could not be more explicit in stating the official desire of the executive branch of the agency that there be no investigation. What I'm trying to tell you, and I hope you will believe, is that the Warren Commission did not investigate the assassination of John Kennedy, did not intend to, and was not intended to do that by the executive agencies of the government. Some of the suppressed evidence was subsequently made available, and I'm going to cite two examples of it. I'm not going to give you the illustrations now because I've reserved the visuals for the end, and there's a fair number of them. Both of these, interestingly enough, involve two men on the Warren Commission of its senior counsel, one who was the most conservative and one who was one of the two most liberal. These two together, David Belin, who later ran the Rockefeller Commission and in between was head of lawyers for Nixon, and Joseph A. Ball, a liberal California attorney whose law partner is the father of an unsuccessful Democrat candidate for president, Jerry Brown. The father's name is Pat Brown, Edmund Pat Brown. He was a former governor of California. Their responsibilities included placing Oswald at the scene of two crimes. One, of course, was the assassination of President Kennedy, which was a murder, and the other was the killing of Officer J.D. Tippit, a Dallas police officer, who was killed at a time the Commission failed to place simply because it investigated so diligently. Now, it could have placed it much more explicitly. It set the time at approximately 1:17 because the radio broadcast of the police department, that is dated, that's closest to it, and it's very close to it, is about 1:17. It also said, on the basis of no evidence at all, that Oswald had gone to his rooming house and left there at 1:03 p.m. The basis for saying that he left at 1:03 p.m. is that the woman who managed the rooming house said she saw Oswald leave while they were broadcasting about President Kennedy being killed. Most of you are not old enough to remember that period, but that was a limitation to more than 4 full days of TV. There was no way of placing the time at 1:03 p.m. that way. In addition to that, the commission ignored what this woman also said, that she saw Oswald standing in a bus stop waiting for a bus that went in the opposite direction from which the commission says Oswald walked to kill J.D. Tippit. Now there's more to this story. I'll just tell you very briefly that if Oswald had caught that bus, and thanks to the diligence of the investigators we don't know, it looped around and would have taken him directly to that movie theater in which he was later caught. There was a witness whose name is T.F. Bowley, and I reproduce the affidavit that he gave the Dallas Sheriff's Department in postmortem. He was driving to meet his wife after picking up his child at school. He drove past the scene of the crime after it had already been committed. He stopped and he said he looked at his watch and his watch said 1:10 p.m. There is uncertainty about this because Mr. Bellin saw to it that T.F. Bowley was not a witness. That was Mr. Bellin's responsibility, that area of the work. I'm, of course, giving you his qualifications to run the Rockefeller Commission. Mr. Bellin and Mr. Ball and a cab driver about whom I have spoken earlier, as some of you may remember, William Whaley, and a few other people, reenacted Oswald's walk from his rooming house, this conjectured walk. Nobody knows if he walked it or not. This conjectured walk from the rooming house to where Officer J.D. Tippit was killed. Mr. Bellin is a diligent lawyer. He crosses T's and dots I's. Therefore, none of the people who enacted the walk officially were called as witnesses. Instead, while Mr. Ball was questioning cab driver Whaley, he said, "Did you go on a walk with us?" And Whaley said yes. "And did we time it?" And Whaley said yes. "And was that time 18 minutes? And Whaley said yes, sir, it was 18 minutes. Now let's do some simple arithmetic, because it turns out that the executive branch and its presidential commissions really can't do arithmetic, at least not while they have their shoes on. Because we have to add together the 3 for the 3 minutes after 1, at which the commission says Oswald left his rooming house, and the 18 for the 18 minutes that it took the staff, counsel, and Whaley and others to execute the same walk. Now, my reference to the shoes is to the fact that if you add 3 and 18, you exceed the number of digits and toes you have by 1. It comes to 21 minutes after 1, or almost 5 minutes after the police broadcast the fact of the J.D. Tippit murder, and of course they didn't broadcast it in advance of the murder. This is one aspect of suppression. Now let me now go to the killing of President Kennedy. The commission says that Oswald was lurking in a 6th-floor sniper's nest, all ready to kill President Kennedy and to have his rendezvous with destiny. This is nonsense. It is totally without support, but I won't go into that now. There was a witness, Mrs. Carolyn Arnold, who was an employee of the School Book Depository, and she knew Lee Harvey Oswald. She was interviewed by the FBI, but not until December 15th, which was a little bit more than 3 weeks after the crime. And the FBI report says, and I reproduce this in facsimile in the appendix to Photographic Whitewash, the 3rd of the Whitewash series, According to the FBI, Mrs. Arnold said that at about 15 minutes after 1, as she was leaving the building, she saw Lee Harvey Oswald standing on the first floor, not the 6th floor, the first floor. There was a problem with that. It was false. That's not an uncommon problem, nor was the source of the falsehood uncommon. It was the FBI. We know it's false by an accident, not by Mr. Ball's diligence in producing Mrs. Arnold to testify. Several months later, the Warren Commission asked the FBI to ask 6 simple questions of all the employees of the school book depository building. Did they see the president's motorcade wear-worthy, that kind of thing. So the FBI went, and it did not trust Mrs. Arnold to write out her own statement. It wrote out the statement for her. And naturally, it made mistakes in the statement. This was easy to do because Mrs. Arnold was right there talking to the FBI agent. But Mrs. Arnold was one of those people who did not want mistakes in her statement, so she corrected it in her own handwriting. Now, of course, the FBI didn't want to overburden the Warren Commission with the irrelevant. It did not consider an analysis of the hairs on what was known to be Lee Harvey Oswald's blanket as irrelevant, but it did consider someone who gave exculpatory testimony as irrelevant. So it didn't bother to give the Warren Commission Mrs. Arnold's handwritten statement. Instead, it gave her a retyped statement prepared by the FBI. They did that in a number of cases, and that's the only reason it was possible for the Warren Commission to call a policeman, Marion Baker, as a witness, because he gave 6 different versions of one thing. What Mrs. Arnold actually said is that she left the building at 12:25, not 12:15. The FBI sometimes is careless with digits. And that she saw Lee Harvey Oswald standing on the first floor. Now, this, of course, was totally exculpatory, and I'll explain to you why. The commission story is that Oswald's rifle was disassembled. It admits that Oswald was never seen doing any shooting, and it doesn't even pretend that Oswald was an expert on reassembling rifles. Oswald was dead, so it had to get somebody else. It got an experienced FBI firearms man, and it took him 6 minutes to reassemble the rifle. That's 1 minute more than Oswald had. In addition to all of this, Oswald had to go to the far back of this good-sized building, go up 6 flights of steps, then go all the way to the front and to the opposite corner, then get his rifle out of his alleged hiding place, and only then put it together, and only then load it. It is obvious from this suppressed evidence, and this suppressed evidence alone, that if it is true, and there's no reason to believe it's not true, it was physically impossible for Lee Harvey Oswald to have fired a shot at anybody, and I think you will have no trouble agreeing with me that when we had a presidential commission, these things certainly should have been resolved. Testimony certainly should have been taken from these witnesses. So here you have several kinds of suppression of evidence and essential evidence. In order to understand more fully not what happened, but the official story, I'm going to read you the Warren Commission's conclusions about the shooting, because as we discussed earlier, it was a gunshot by homicide, and the most basic evidence of all relates to the shooting and its consequences. This is from page 19, I've typed it over, of the Warren Commission report. I'm reading a direct quotation, and when I read numbers, these numbers are in parentheses. The president was first struck by a bullet which entered the back of his neck and exited through the lower front portion of his neck, causing a wound which would not necessarily have been lethal. The president was struck a second time by a bullet which entered the right rear portion of his head, causing a massive and fatal wound. Now, I'm going to stop quoting to illustrate this for you. The commission's story is that the president was first struck at about this point, that the bullet went on a downward trajectory and exited at precisely this point on nicking this part of the president's tie and making a bullet hole through the overlapped tabs of the shirt. The commission's account of the head shot, which it calls the fatal shot, and it says there was only one, is that it struck at the occiput. That's the bony protuberance at the back of your head. Right here, just a little bit to the right of center, right here. In this summary, it does not describe where the massive wound was, and it didn't mean there was only one wound, although it said causing a massive fatal wound. There was a wound of entrance and a wound of exit. That was in an area extending upward and a little bit to the rear of the right ear, going not quite to the midline of the head, coming down right over the right temple and going back, all in all, an area of about 5 inches in length of the right side, and the right side only of the president's head. That's the official story. 2, Governor Conley was struck by a second bullet which entered on the right side of his back and traveled downward the right side of his chest, exiting below his right nipple. This bullet passed through his wrist and entered his left thigh, where it caused a superficial wound. I'll show you that. It entered here at about the level of the 5th rib and underneath the armpit. It supposedly came out here. It then struck his wrist about here, it says, and came out about here. Then it went through the air and hit him as I'll move and show you. I bent my knee in showing that to give you an idea of its proximity to the knee. Three, although it is not necessary to any essential findings of the commission to determine just which shot hit Governor Conley, and I'm stopping a direct quotation there, as you will see, nothing could be more essential. This does not account for another shot. This is an account restricted to the shots that struck the 2 men. There was a bystander whose name you will hear again. It's James T. Teague, T-A-G-U-E. He was standing at the diametrically opposite extreme of Dealey Plaza. A bullet hit concrete of a curbstone. The spray wounded Bally in the cheek. It was a superficial minor wound, but the poor man did bleed. So far as J. Edgar Hoover is concerned, he bled in vain, because J. Edgar Hoover provided the first definitive report to the Warren Commission. It has the number 1 in the Warren Commission's files. It's quite elaborate. It has 5 volumes, 4 volumes, I think 6 volumes. It's either 5 or 6, I've forgotten now. 1 volume of text and all the rest of appendixes. And with all of this wordage, Mr. Hoover did not report that Mr. Teague was wounded. I'm glad that doesn't surprise you, because that's not all he didn't report. And of course the commission also didn't report to the people what he didn't report. Mr. Hoover described the assassination of a president without even referring to all of his wounds. Now, this isn't the FBI you've seen on television, but it is the FBI when a president gets killed. So you have the shot that caused the wounding of Teague to account for. You have 2 non-fatal wounds on the president to account for. You have 5 non-fatal wounds on Governor Conley to account for. You have a hole in the back of the president's head and an enormous fault in the top of his head to account for. And according to the Warren Commission, this great load has to be carried by 3 bullets, each of which had a diameter of not much more than 1/4 of an inch. Allegedly a 6.5 military type Mannlicher Carcano bullet. No place in the Warren report, no place in the 26 volumes, no place in the Warren Commission's files will you find the results or the worksheets or any raw material or anything of meaning relating to the most important of the scientific tests that are normal with everybody except popular presidents, and a gunshot homicide where the case isn't automatically solved. One of these is a spectrographic analysis. Incredible as it may seem, the Warren Commission didn't have it. The agent who performed it was the last witness before the Warren Commission. It was 9 days before the 900-page report was rolling on the presses. The report, of course, had already been written and was on the presses, and he was not asked about the results of his scientific tests. These, I would assure you, are not oversights. Most of the Warren Commission lawyers had prosecuting experience, including the Chief Justice, who had been a prosecutor in his earlier day. The stories I've heard in California is that the murder of his own father is unsolved. All the members of the Warren Commission lawyers, including our present president, all the other members of the Warren Commission are lawyers, including Mr. Ford. Some of them were well-known lawyers. Allen Dulles was a member of the Warren Commission, and he was the head of the CIA. There were many other lawyers on the staff of the Warren Commission. I don't have to tell you how many lawyers there are in the Department of Justice. And not one of these lawyers ever thought to see to it that when our president was killed, these tests were in the hands of the Presidential Commission that was to investigate. You're going to see a few papers that have been suppressed on this tonight. I want you to understand my belief. My belief is that nobody wanted anybody to see these tests because these tests, no matter how meagerly done, no matter how improperly, showed that the official story that had been predetermined was false. The only reason we know as much as we do now is because I am blessed with a friend who is a good lawyer, Jim Lassar, and we keep filing lawsuits. We have filed 9. We have 3 current right now. One of these began with my request of J. Edgar Hoover of May 23, 1966 for the spectrographic analysis results. We filed a suit on that in 1970, and it was a lot of work. We were in federal court 3 times, district level, 3 times appeals level, Supreme Court of the United States. Congress finally amended the law and in effect said to the FBI, you've got to make this available. That was in 1974. Mr. Ford vetoed that amendment, those amendments. The Senate and House overrode his veto. The law has been effective for 1.5 years. This was the first suit filed under the amended law. The law says they must perform in 10 days, so I don't have the results. The conclusions of the Warren Commission, as you will see, are simply not tenable. They are not supported by evidence, and they were never supported by evidence. And I explained what I think by now is obvious. So you can understand this meant that evidence had to be suppressed. I've told you the story of the shooting as officially recounted. It's not from Alice in Wonderland. I want to talk to you now about the non-fatal bullet. You're going to see a picture of it, several. This bullet, a little bit over an inch long and almost invisibly larger than 1/4 of an inch in diameter. Not a high-velocity bullet, as it is often referred to, but a medium-velocity bullet with a muzzle velocity of not much over 2,000 feet a second. If any of you hunt, you know that's not a high-velocity bullet. I'm not saying that bullets aren't fatal. A very small .22 can kill. But I am saying that this bullet was exaggerated about and can't bear the weight of evidence attributed to it. Bullet 399, that's its Warren Commission exhibit number, even if it did not strike bone in the president's neck, did smash 4 inches of a very hard rib bone in Governor Conley's body. It not only smashed his right wrist, it went through it, smashing all the way, and it then did some damage to his thigh. And from this spectacular career that nobody in the world was ever able to duplicate, ranging from CBS and the white laboratories they hired for this purpose to the Army's Edgewood Arsenal, nobody could ever duplicate this. This bullet emerged unscathed. There is not so much as a scratch on it. At that time, the FBI's ballistics expert was an agent named Robert Frazier. He is no longer, because Mr. Frazier is one of 4 FBI agents involved in this case who took a retirement at an age earlier than mine as soon as we went through the motions of filing this suit, and then after we filed it, 2 on identically the same day, which happens to be the day after a false letter was written for Director Kelly's signature, and he signed it. Robert Frazier did testify before the Warren Commission, and he said of bullet 399 that if it had struck coarse cloth or leather, there would have been markings left that he would have detected, and he detected no markings. Now, there's much magic that has been attributed to this bullet, but imagine bone not being able to do to it what coarse cloth or leather would do to it. Mr. Frazier received the bullet when it reached the FBI laboratories by which he was employed, and he removed samples for these tests. He testified, however, only before the Warren Commission, he testified only to taking off 1 sample. Now, let me explain this to you. I describe this as a military bullet. That means it has a hardened jacket or outside covering, because the concept of humanitarian warfare is to make a through and through wound and not to kill if possible. For this purpose, lead is not adequate because lead's very soft. Bullets have cores of lead. They have jackets of hardened material. In this case, it was a copper alloy. And Special Agent Frazier told the Warren Commission in some detail just how he got out a sharp little old knife and cut himself a little piece out of the nose, you're going to see it, of bullet 399, and gave it to others in the FBI lab, and they I started to say committed. They performed spectroscopy. However, most of the bullet was lead. Mr. Frazier didn't testify to removing a lead sample. The Warren Commission lawyers didn't ask him about removing a lead sample. And nobody ever thought to ask, how could they test the lead alloy without a sample? Well, it was in my mind for many years, and when Mr. Fraser was called upon to testify in the Whirlings, I asked the lawyer who was going to examine him, who I knew, to ask him straightforwardly, had he removed a sample of lead? Alvin Notzer, who was later a judge, did that, and Mr. Fraser answered straightforwardly, yes, he had removed a sample of lead. I want you to bear in mind that he was a witness in the investigation of the assassination of our president, which is as serious a crime as there can be in this country, that he was an FBI agent. He carried the additional obligation of being an expert witness. He was a witness before a presidential commission, and nobody on that presidential commission asked him this very obvious question, essential in any investigation. There are no references in the Warren report to a finer test. I mean by that a much more sensitive test, a test that can give you analyses in parts per billion. Can you conceive of that fineness, parts per billion? It's neutron activation analysis, and we're in court on that now. And the defenses that have been advanced to this point boil down to, well, the FBI just didn't do its job. It was a president's murder, remember, but the FBI didn't do its job. We are told that certain tests that should have been done by neutron activation analysis were not made. I want to give you an example of what this can mean to try and put it in the context. There's an enormity to the subject matter, and one always has to wonder, should I explain this or isn't it necessary? There were 5 fragments of bullet found in the presidential limousine, 3 in the back seat, 2 in the front seat. They weren't all found at one time. That's because the FBI gave the car a thorough searching. And that's because it was after the Secret Service had already searched it. The 2 larger fragments, and with the bullet itself as small as I've told you, you can imagine that they weren't very large, were found in the front seat. And then hours later, the FBI decided to go back again, and although they had searched the car so very thoroughly, you know how thorough the FBI can be, they neglected to look underneath the seat in which Mrs. Conley had been sitting. So when they looked under where Mrs. Conley had been seated, they found 3 more fragments. So they also had some fragments recovered from the bodies of the 2 victims, Governor Conley and President Kennedy. The bullet, or a fragment of bullets, allegedly struck the windshield of the car, you may remember. And then I've told you about the wasted blood of James T. Tegg and the concrete that was struck by that bullet. The trim of the windshield of the car was dented. And I think from this you begin to get an idea that there were lots of samples for testing. Well, there were more. The bullet supposedly went through President Kennedy's tie and the front of the shirt. It surely went through the back of his shirt, the commission says so. And it went through the back of his jacket. Traces are left by bullets that do that. Spectroscopy is fine to parts per million, sometimes more. Neutron activation to parts per billion. And there was no testing by neutron activation analysis of the clothing. There are no definitive reports, no stated conclusions, no tabulations in the form of final reports of the spectroscopy either. I don't mean only that the Warren Commission didn't have them. I mean that the FBI is in court when all they got to do is dish this out and the case is over, and they haven't done it in more than 10 years. So we'll go back to these fragments of bullet found in the car. One of the 2 fragments in the front seat consisted entirely of a piece of the copper alloy jacket. The other of these two larger front seat fragments had both a piece of lead alloy core and a piece of copper alloy jacket. Now, I think you can understand that if each of these 5 fragments did not come from one bullet, and when, as happened, the Warren Commission said all of these fragments came from the shot that exploded in the president's head, it was important in terms of establishing fact to perform the tests that could prove whether or not all of these fragments could have had a common origin. Is that clear to you, as I hope it is? Well, I'll explain a little bit more about these tests. When the alloys are mixed, the mixing of the lead core alloy is not nearly as careful as that of the copper jacket alloy. So, among the tests, the FBI assures us under oath and in court that were never made when our president was killed is any at all on the piece of copper from the front seat of the president's car. But then they also tell us that they didn't do it with a windshield, and they didn't do it with the president's clothing. Regretfully, the Warren Commission did not tell us that, and it's particularly regretful because if they had, they couldn't have foisted off a false account of how our president was killed. There is more, of course, to the ballistics evidence. All I'm trying to do is to give you an understanding, basic to an understanding of what evidence was suppressed, and so you can reach your own conclusions independent of mine as to why it was suppressed. I'll try and draw the picture together again a little bit more. I've already gone through the 5 fragments from the car, remember, and the windshield. The one bullet, number 399, has to be the only source, according to the official story, of any damage to President Kennedy's clothing or to Governor Connolly's clothing, and to account for any and all fragments removed from the torsos of the victims. I think you can understand that. That's why it's called the magic bullet. Governor Connolly's clothing presented more of a problem because the FBI stayed away from it until Mrs. Connolly got discouraged and washed it. There then is what could be done with scientific testing of the curbstone, because you see in this reconstruction, when the commission said 3 shots were fired, and in the time permitted, nobody in the world was able to do it, and Oswald was really a lousy shot, so he had less chance. One bullet, the magic bullet, caused all 7 non-fatal injuries. Second bullet, the one that missed and hit the concrete and caused James Tague to bleed, is the second bullet. One bullet only hit the president ahead and exploded. These are the 3 bullets the commission allows. The reality is that if Oswald had to fire 3 bullets with that rifle, he couldn't have done it. But this is the official story. And this is why tests are performed in courts of law. These tests could prove whether or not all of this was possible. The other important part of the evidence is medical evidence. Now, the president was killed in Dallas. The only law violated was Texas law. Texas law required an immediate autopsy. The medical examiner, Dr. Earl Rose, went there to perform the autopsy. The Secret Service literally kidnapped the president's body and took it to Washington on Air Force One. On the way to Washington, it was decided that because the president had been a Navy man in World War II, there would be an autopsy at the Navy Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland. It's a prestigious medical institution. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any forensic pathologists on its staff. It's pathologists or laboratory men who know nothing about homicide by gunshot. The President's body reached the Navy hospital at about 7:30. A series of x-rays and pictures were taken. His body was then taken into the autopsy room, and what was totally unknown until I published post-mortem, the Navy then posted a military guard around the autopsy room, ejected every civilian, and thereafter, during the course of the autopsy, did not let a civilian enter. The autopsy was kept secret throughout all of the life of the Warren Commission, throughout all of the testimony of the Warren Commission, and suppression of evidence includes suppressing all of the testimony until the report was issued, and then waiting until 2 months later to release all of it at one time when nobody could possibly comprehend it. All of this was in secrecy, and all of this was suppression. I have given you an account of the shooting that the Commission accepted from the President's autopsy. If that corpse had not been kidnapped, there would have been a proper autopsy in Dallas. And there is no question now, even the Commission's defenders admit that the President did not receive a proper autopsy. You will see, as a matter of fact, that the Commission did not even locate the President's wounds accurately, and that the doctors who testified to the President's wounds locations testified falsely. Given the materiality of that evidence and the first-person knowledge of these doctors, I believe it was perjury. And that is a felony, and a very serious one, and a much more serious one in this case. Before I go to the pictures I have to show you, which deals with evidence, I'd like to ask if there's any uncertainty about these basic evidentiary needs in the investigation of the murder of the President that I haven't made clear, having to do with the ballistics or the medical evidence. Well, if not, I will proceed. I'm going to tell you first how I obtained what you're going to see. I've saved all of these to show at one time out of consideration for the TV crew, yourself, and selfishness. I can't stand for too long, and as you saw, the microphones fed back when I started to walk. I'm in a post-libitic condition, and I will be sitting down while you see the slides and explaining them to you. All of the essential medical evidence, except for the autopsy, and except for an unoriginal copy of the autopsy, were suppressed until Congress did this wonderful thing and passed the Freedom of Information law. Now, I'm not David against Goliath. I'm one American. And I've been using the law, and it'd make me very happy if some of you would use the law for whatever purposes you want, because it is in a glorious American tradition, and laws are like muscles, as some of you have heard me say. They have to be used or they atrophy. You are going to see what the Warren Commission did not have and did not want: a death certificate. There is no homicide investigation that must not begin with the official cause of death, unless you're a popular president of the United States, and unless the investigating body is a presidential commission. Now, if I could get it, you know very well they could get it. You are going to see the originals of some of the autopsy, the handwritten protocol, 17 pages long. There's some sketches attached. You're going to see some letters relating to it, and these are the official copies that were those of the President's own physician, Navy Admiral George G. Berkeley. The Warren Commission did not have those. And I presume by now you're not easily surprised, so I have no reluctance in telling you they also did not call the President's own physician as a witness. He is the one doctor in the world, of all the many doctors, who was in the motorcade, with the president, who was in the emergency room at Parkland Hospital when the emergency measures were taken in what was known would be a futile effort to restore the president's life. He was instantly dead. And then was in the Bethesda Navy Hospital. This disqualified him as a Warren Commission witness. And as a matter of fact, I don't remember any significant FBI report of an interview with him either. Then you're going to see some pictures that were taken by the FBI and not given to the Warren Commission, and I got them under the Freedom of Information law. You're going to see some Warren Commission pictures that are not as clear as they could be, this being the arcane FBI science when they want to suppress evidence, and other things of this sort, including some FBI handwritten laboratory notes that I got under the law, and some pictures that were taken at the time of the crime, and some pictures that were taken for me. The sketch at the left represents the bullet going in where I showed you on my body, in the back of the president and coming out in the front. The sketch at the right, and I'll put down the microphone to show you this in a minute, shows a hole where the bullet is supposed to have gone into the president's head in the back, and where it is supposed to have caused the fault on the top. That shows the skeleton. The top line goes to the, can you study it, George? The top line shows the location of what is known as the mastoid process, and if you feel the knob just a little bit behind and under your ear, that's where the mastoid is. The diagonal angle is labeled third thoracic vertebra. You know about the vertebra? Those are below the knob on the back of your neck. If you want to feel it on your body, count 3 knobs down, and that's the third thoracic vertebra. The next typing and the next horizontal line is labeled a chromium process. This is an exhibit I made up. And it goes to the shoulder joint, which is known as the acromion process. Then below that, gone to the flat bone that you can see, the shoulder blade, which is known as the scapula. Well, the reason I've done this is because the Warren Commission says that the measurements made by the doctors, and in fact the autopsy doctors say they measured from the mastoid process and the acromion process. Now, I think you will all understand that if you move your head, you move the mastoid process, and therefore there was no fixed point for measurement. Do I have ready agreement to that, as I hope? And if you move your shoulder, the same thing is true, isn't it? So when the doctors at Bethesda decided to perform an autopsy on the president, instead of using the spine, which is the normal measurement, it goes through everybody's body and doesn't move once it gets there. When you measure, each bone is in a fixed place and in a fixed relationship. They didn't use that. They used what will move. Now, there was a death certificate. I don't know how well you're going to be able to read it, but will you try the next slide, George? No, skip. Now that shows you a body chart, and if you look on the right-hand side, you'll see what the body chart made at the autopsy bench actually shows. Can you see the line and the 7x4 and the black spot a little bit to the right of the midline of the president's body below the collar? Is that black spot visible? Well, that's where the worksheets of the autopsy doctors placed the so-called non-fatal shot. Now, George, can you raise it just a little bit? If these are out of order, I think we better proceed this way and hope we can make sense out of it. That's good. Do you see the writing in the lower left-hand corner? That says verified G. Berkeley. In short, the president's doctor says that the president was not shot in the neck. He was shot in the back 6 inches below the neck, and of course he was not a Warren Commission witness. Go ahead, George. Don't worry if they're out of order. That is the first page of the death certificate the Warren Commission didn't have, and my only purpose in having it there is so that you can see it as that of the president with the address at the White House. And now let's go to the next one, George. Can you come down a little bit? Whoa, that's fine. If you can't read that, Admiral Berkeley, and I have all copies of this, including the handwritten copy, written on pink paper, let me tell you, in this case. It says that the president was shot at the 3rd thoracic vertebra. Now you know why I had 3rd thoracic vertebra on that chart. Not in the neck, but in the 3rd thoracic vertebra. That exactly coincides with the spot on the body chart where the doctors in Bethesda, while they were examining the president's body, and those blotches you saw were the president's vital fluids, they coincide exactly. Let's go to the next one, George. Now, this reads, I, James J. Humes, Dr. Humes, then a commander, was in charge, the chief pathologist at the Navy Hospital in Bethesda. You see the letterhead of the U.S. Naval Medical School. He was in that part of it. I, James J. Humes, certify that I have destroyed by burning certain preliminary rough draft notes relating to Naval Medical School Autopsy Report A63272 and have officially transmitted all other papers related to this report to higher authority. If anybody can think of anything more Byzantine than the destruction by burning of any records relating to a president's autopsy, I'd like to hear it loud and clear. There may be one exception, and if you read the bottom, it is the acceptance and approval by the president's own physician. And while you're considering exceptions, you might want to consider that the Presidential Commission did not have this, did not want it, and did not care about it. The next one, please, George. That's out of order, but let me tell you what it is right now. That is a threat given to so many people, it was executed in blank. For years, the government swore this did not exist, and I finally forced them to give it to me. Dr. J.H. Stover was the immediate commanding officer of that hospital, and all the civilians had been put out of the room and kept out of the room. This was given with a name filled in to every naval person there, and if you read it carefully, it says, if you open your mouth, you're going to be court-martialed. I'll explain to you that what Dr. Humes swore he burned is the first draft of the autopsy. His notes have disappeared. Whether he burned them or not, we don't know. But he did swear that he burned the first draft of the autopsy, that this is the second draft. He burned the first draft most appropriately in the fireplace of his recreation room. He had all these records home from the hospital. These corrections, he says, were made when he took this to the Navy hospital, and then the commanding officer of the whole installation, Admiral Galloway, and others were there, and they made changes. The time at which this autopsy was rewritten should interest you. It was after Lee Harvey Oswald was killed by Jack Ruby, and everybody knew that there was not going to be any trial of Lee Harvey Oswald, and therefore there would be no cross-examination of any evidence because there'd be no trial in which you could be cross-examined. Think about this, people. That's the history of the drafts of the autopsy. This was later retyped later that night. Next one, George, please. You can't read this too well, but there are two of these, and I'm going to explain it to you. There was After the Warren report and after my first book and others created an awful lot of dissension in the country, the Attorney General of the United States appointed a panel of authentic forensic experts, one of whom was a radiologist, to go over the autopsy material that the Warren Commission did not have, particularly the pictures and x-rays taken during the autopsy. They issued a report that was suppressed until it was forced out in court. They said of the supposed non-fatal wound that the president had, where the autopsy doctors had sworn that they read the x-rays and sworn that the x-rays showed no metal in the area of the president's neck, that there was metal there. The same legal proceeding forced out a subsequent written statement by these autopsy doctors where they practiced a little bit of semantics, and instead of saying that there was no metal there, they said there was no whole bullet and no major part of a bullet. And of course there was nobody to ask them how many minor parts. But remember, they had also sworn that there were no fragments there. The other page, if you'll move it, George, refers to the wound of the president's head. And instead of saying that the president was wounded at the occiput, they said he was wounded, the so-called wound of entry was 100 millimeters above the occiput. Try the next page, George. What they are saying is 4 inches higher. Now, go back to the part that Dr. Humes changed and ask yourself how you can get tangential to the scalp with a shot hitting the back of the head. You can't, can you? But you certainly can with a shot going 4 inches higher at the top of the head. Now, this was suppressed. It existed. It is based on evidence that was suppressed and did exist and exists today. And that, of course, is what we're talking about tonight in a limited sense, not nearly all of it, what was suppressed. The question is that with all the suppression of evidence, do I believe that the Warren Commission can be behind it? The answer is no, and I will explain that in more detail. I not only do not think that the Warren Commission killed the president, I don't believe the FBI or the CIA did. I spend an awful lot of time on this, and I have seen no evidence that justifies any such belief. However, on the suppression of evidence, they are all responsible. Another question? Don't be afraid to walk up. Thank you.
If Lee Harvey Oswald didn't have enough time to make the shot out of the 6th floor, do you believe that somebody else was on the 6th floor, or where else did the shots come from?
The question is, if Oswald didn't have enough time to make the shot, did someone else do it, or where else did the shots come from? I don't believe any shot came from that 6th floor window. I don't know, because the investigation was of such a nature that we can't know. But the evidence, and especially that evidence I've been showing you tonight, leads me to believe that no shot came from the 6th floor window. It's not impossible. Where else did the shots come from? Again, I can only tell you generally, but I have no doubt that the president was shot from both the front and the back. Actually, of course, the front is 180 degrees in one direction, and the back is 180 degrees in another direction. But there is no reasonable doubt that the president was shot in the front, above the collar, above the tie, that he was shot in the back, 6 inches down on the back, on the top of the head, and a case can be made out on the evidence I did not go into, suppressed by the Warren Commission, but quite explicit in the Department of Justice suppressed report pages of which you showed, a shot to the front of the head. It's not certain. The evidence indicates it happened, and with a bullet with a very soft core. Now, I want to add a little bit, because I was thrown off a little bit, as you were, by the slides having fallen down and being out of order, and I'm sorry I didn't see to it that they were put back in the right order. All the doctors who saw the president in the emergency room in Dallas said that this shot was an entrance wound or from the front. The story was then turned around by the federal government, not those doctors. They were leaned on heavily. So I hope that's an answer to the gentleman's question. Another question?
Yes, you said that the doctors were leaned on. Have you been leaned on at all?
No, not the way. The question is, since the doctors have been leaned on, have I been leaned on? The only thing that's leaned on me is nature with this thrombosis. Really, no. And in case you're interested, as most people are, have I been threatened? Yes. Does it make a difference? No. The leaning that I'm worried about now is the awful power of the government and its contempt for any concern about the use of that raw power. They're wasting an enormous amount of time for me in court to prevent my bringing out more of the kind of evidence you've seen tonight. They lean on me that way, but that's all. Another question? While this question is coming up, I'd like to remind you people of what most of you are too young to remember. A statement Franklin Delano Roosevelt made to us in the depths of a terrible time, the Great Depression. He said, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." Fear is a corrosive thing. You instill terror into yourself if you will permit yourself to be afraid, and you will cripple whatever you might want to do. Yes.
It's kind of a complex, but this summer...
Louder.
Okay, this summer, I'm from Milwaukee, and Ralph Adams' Fine Show, The Fine Point, they had a UWSP professor who has, done a lot of research on this, and he had the Zapruder film. He said that several frames had been cut out. He said that I observed, at least in the film, that when the wound to
May I repeat this part first? The lady is referring to an appearance with the Zapruder film on the Ralph Adams Fine Show in Milwaukee I take it by Professor Wrone, who showed the Zapruder film and said frames were missing. Is that all?
Is that true?
Absolutely. Again, as you go out, you don't have to buy the books to look at them. If you'll open to the appendix of the book with the blue cover, whitewash, which dates to February 15th, 1965, that's more than 11 years ago, I reproduce one page of the 26 volumes of the Warren Report. This is supposed to be a seriatim reproduction of the individual frames of the Zapruder film. Now, motion picture is a series of still pictures that seem to be in motion when they're projected, and the individual pictures are called frames. It goes from 207 to 211. If you look at 207, you can see the line of the splice. The lower half is more dense because of the adhesive. If you look at the bottom half of 211, the top half of 211 is really the top half of 208. The bottom half is the bottom half of 211 only. You can see the splice more clearly. You can also see that they have a kind of tree that would be far out even for Dallas. The trunk here, the top there. Half of the people don't begin until above their belly buttons. I had a reporter inquire of Time magazine, which owned Life, because I knew they wouldn't talk to me. And their explanation is that it was just an accident. That one of their technicians damaged the film when he was making a copy, and instead of just using Mylar like everybody else does and putting the whole thing back together again, he just cut out these frames. That's a very interesting thing, because with this he eliminated frame 210, and frame 210 just happens to be the one at which the Warren Commission says Lee Harvey Oswald could have struck President Kennedy for the first time. Quite a coincidence. Now, there are other frames missing too, but these I could not then reproduce because the Warren Commission did not ask Life magazine to give them all the frames. They began with, as I remember it, frame 163. Another coincidence there, because between 159 and 162 there are two missing frames too. They did give the Warren Commission up to frame 343. But when people, especially in the FBI, took a good look at the last 9 of those frames, they were just as happy not having them printed. So they just made a slight typographical error and made it seem to be 334. It was 343, and as soon as I published it, all of a sudden those other 9 frames appeared in the slide trays in the National Archive. Lots of coincidences. But there's no doubt about it. That film has missing frames in the original.
Okay, along at the end of the frame, this is kind of, some people believe it, some people don't, that there could possibly be a man with a floppy hat and could be a gun, but it's to the point that it's black and white film. It could be leaves, it could be trees. Have you ever
Yes.
seen this part of the film?
I guess I better give you a longer explanation to this. The lady is asking about whether or not there is a man in a floppy hat seen in one of the later frames, as I remember, something past 400. There's been a lot of fine work done on the Zapruder film by a very dedicated young optic specialist named Robert Wrone. He did that work originally for me and under my direction. We're very good friends. I'm the godfather of his son. He's a very well-intended young man, and his work on the film is of total fidelity. Everything he did, he brought and showed me. He lived near New York, and I lived near Washington. And he spent many weekends with me, first with his wife and then with his wife and son. And I assure you that his photo optics work is absolutely faithful. There's a terrible temptation when you get before an open microphone, and especially when the lights are on you, and you might go coast to coast, to be important, to jazz it up, to convey the ideas you believe, to try and make a point, and a real temptation to be famous. In Grodin's case, the work he did was ruinous to him. It was costly. Nobody paid him. He couldn't make a living. He had lost time from his job, and he lost his job. He made a great sacrifice. But he also got carried away, especially when Dick Gregory and Mark Lane saw the exploitation possibilities in this. And they had him on Good Night America, things like that, on the stump. Grodin, last visit to me, was with what he said was a major discovery, just what this young lady described. Grodin said he could see a man with a floppy hat and all of that. He goes farther than that. He says he can see a rifle, and he showed me a rifle I didn't see. I could imagine that there could be a hat where Grodin says that's not it. But where he says it is it, I just did not see it. What troubles me about this more than anything I've yet told you is what I think makes it impossible for that film to reflect what you accurately reflect, Grodin says, as a man there at that point because of the evidence in the film. I'm going to tell you why. I told you that the motion picture consists of a series of individual pictures. There's a preset shutter. It works at 1/30th of a second. The speed is at which the film is propelled is 1/18th of a second. I saw, and Grodin showed me, only one frame that this is supposed to appear in. And I don't know anybody fast enough to appear and disappear in that infinitesimally small span of time. On the other hand, I think it's quite reasonable to believe that not only were there people there, we know that for sure there were people in that area. I think it's not impossible that there was somebody there shooting, but I do not see it in that film.
Okay, and my final question is, why can when I saw the Zapruder film, and it was very slowed down, the slowest I've ever seen it done, is that the president reaches for his neck, and the shot that the fatal shot that hits his head, why does his skull fly backwards if the Warren Commission says it came from behind? Why would his skull fly backwards through the air?
The young lady points out that she also saw it in slow motion, and why, when it's so clear in slow motion that the president goes backward, does anybody say that the shot came from the back? That is clear, because one of the things I asked Grodin to do was to reproduce each frame 10 times. That was an enormous amount of work. And each frame is reproduced faithfully 10 times. That does slow it down. Well, I can only tell you what David Bellin says. He says it's a nerve spasm. That's one hell of a spasm. If you see that, you know, this bullet, even a slow bullet, like the one conjectured, goes at 2,000 feet a second. It carries a wallop. And to move back into that wallop takes an extremely powerful nervous spasm. If you see that film, the violence of the backward motion of that body is one of two things you will never forget. And it's only by accident that you didn't see it tonight. It was planned to show it to you. The other thing is that the head does explode. And I want to tell you that if you have a chance to see that film, you ought to know that as long as you live, you will never forget it. Does that answer your question, Miss? Thank you very much.
Sir, what success have you had personally in interviewing eyewitnesses, policemen, surgeons, nurses, or whatever involving this case? And what success have you had with that?
The gentleman asked, what threats have I had, and did it have any connection with my work? And he ticked off the kind of witnesses I have interviewed. It had no direct connection with my work. The only interference in my life in direct connection with my work, of which I know, the FBI just has not gotten around to addressing after 7 years, and even after I invoked the law to find out. It has been reported to me that when I would go see people, they would go around behind me and ask questions that amounted to a defamation. The Attorney General told Mr. Hoover to respond. Mr. Hoover was too busy spying on Dr. King and things like that. The threats were more often addressed to my wife. When I was away and nobody knew where I was, my wife would get telephone calls. Aren't you afraid for your husband they were away? Aren't you afraid something's going to happen to him? Generally, it was late at night. I've had a couple myself, but I'll tell you one that I think you may enjoy. About 2:30 in the morning, and this guy calls me, and he engages me in conversation, and all of a sudden he says, I got my favorite movie, and I want you to hear it. And he puts on the soundtrack of Shane. Do any of you remember the classic Western Shane? I see the nod of heads. Okay. I don't know many people. In fact, in 63 years, I've never met anybody who walks around with the soundtrack of Shane and is prepared to pipe it into a telephone line at 2:30 in the morning. However, I was prepared, but for an entirely different reason. I don't pay attention to this kind of stuff. If I did, I wouldn't be here. And I don't think anybody ought to pay attention to it. We all have obligations. I want to remind you of Robert Frost's words that were so popular with President Kennedy. For I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. I think this is the kind of thing that should concern us, meeting our obligations, not being intimidated. And I think you should also know that people who intend to hurt you don't advertise it in advance. So I'm prepared to interview witnesses by telephone. And I have a tape recorder not too far from the telephone. So after this guy starts playing the soundtrack of Shane, I wonder what the hell's going on. I taped it. And then I taped his voice afterwards. And I took it to my local police department, and they said that certainly is a threat. And I'm not against police, not at all. We need police. There's another police department with which I had an association, and they were equipped with much more scientific material, and I gave them a tape, and they have sound prints of it. And if that guy calls me again, you know very well what I'm going to do with the tapes, and you know very well what proof will happen. Okay? Next question. Yes.
Do you know what the status is of any House or Senate bill to reopen the investigation?
What is the status of any present House or Senate bill to reopen the investigation? It didn't receive much attention, but the House of Representatives did appoint a special committee which by pre-agreement among both parties and the leadership would not be active until after the election. They have appointed a chief counsel, Richard Sprague, who is one of the country's most outstanding prosecutors. He prosecuted the Oblonsky murder case. You may remember that one. They've selected their assistant counsel, and I've met several of them. One of them is a former Department of Justice organized crime lawyer, and things like that. So, and they are organizing a staff, and they have begun to conduct research.
Do you also believe that advances in technology will play a greater role in the investigation? I'm speaking in particular of, you mentioned voice prints. I heard that like Lee Harvey Oswald, before he was killed, said that he did not kill anyone, and that is, you know, on a recorded statement. You know, there were tape recorders there, and doing voice prints of that, they come up with the conclusion that he was telling the truth.
May I interrupt you?
Sure.
The gentleman's talking about what he's called voice prints, but it really isn't that. It's called a psychological stress evaluator, where an analysis is made of tape recordings of the voice. And he's referring to the allegation that such an analysis of Oswald's voice, when Oswald said, "I didn't kill anybody," shows that in fact Oswald did not kill the president. Is there more to your question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you think that will carry any weight, and can they go back to the recordings that they do have and somehow analyze them that way?
Do I think this will carry any weight, and can this be used in going backwards to analyze other things? Well, I have to confess a prejudice. I'm old-fashioned. I don't like the idea of computers replacing the human mind. I think everything's fine in its place, including computers. I don't like this kind of what to me is pseudoscience, where there is a question of interpretation, there are no positives, there are no certainties, and in fact there is great doubt. Let me tell you about another test made by this PSE, Psychological Stress Evaluator. It was a test made on the voice of Dr. Humes. Remember the guy who got cold and burned the president's autopsy to keep himself warm? That Dr. Humes. The guy who said there was no metal in the president's body and then there was? That Dr. Humes. The Dr. Humes who said the president was shot in the back of the head, knowing damn well he was shot in the top of the head? That's the same Dr. Humes. Well, now, according to this former CIA type, he says he's former, George O'Toole, who wrote a book called The Assassination Tapes, he subjected the voice of Dr. Humes to the psychological stress evaluator. And according to George O'Toole and the psychological stress evaluator, Dr. Humes is an honest man. Do we have another question?
Mr. Weisberg, could you describe the physical condition of the rifle that Oswald used before he killed Kennedy?
This is a very good example of the importance of having a question and answer period. The question is, can I describe, not that all the other questions weren't good, but this was an oversight on my part. Can I describe the condition of the alleged fatal rifle with appreciation for being reminded? First of all, the rifle was known as Mussolini's contribution to humanitarian warfare. That's a general statement, but it refers to this rifle. I have one, and you couldn't pay me enough to make me fire it. Others have, but they're braver than I am. CBS conducted some tests, or had tests conducted, with other of this rifle, not this one, and they couldn't have been one in worse condition. Half the time it didn't function. Most, half or more of the efforts to shoot the rifle in test had to be abandoned because the rifle didn't work. Now, about this specific rifle, it was not made for telescopic sight. It's a bolt-action rifle. This means that after every shot, you have to activate the bolt by throwing it up, pulling it back hard to eject the shell, pushing it forward to insert the next shell and be ready to fire. In order to do this, you got a choice of two things: putting your own eye out or moving the rifle away from your eye, because that bolt's going to go in your eye unless you move it. It wasn't equipped for a telescopic sight, and when the Army got it at Aberdeen Proving Grounds to test it for the Warren Commission, the sight couldn't be used. They had to put shims under it. There were no shims under it in Dallas. When the FBI got it, and they tried to use the telescopic sight, they couldn't adjust it. So finally they decided, well, we'll just let it sit where it is, and by God, this is better, because it shoots high and to the right, and that means if he's a lousy shot, it's going to correct for him because the president was going away. The FBI examined the rifle, and they told the Warren Commission it was very well oiled. Only it had a rusty firing pin. I think that's enough on the rifle. It was a lousy rifle among lousy rifles, and it couldn't be operated as fast as it had to be to fit the official story.
I'd like to know your explanation then. If you don't think that the CIA or the FBI or the Warren Commission had anything to do with it, why did they go to all this trouble to cover this up or to suppress all of this?
I think that the lady intends more by the question. I'll repeat what she said, and then she can tell me if I'm wrong. I think she's really asking who killed the president, and if the FBI and the CIA were not involved in it, why did they go to this trouble to cover up? Is that right? Well, first let me tell you, I don't know who killed John Kennedy. Next, let me tell you, if anybody else says he does, lock up your family silver. There was never any investigation. There's nothing in the official files, therefore, to tell you who killed John Kennedy. Now, why did the FBI and CIA cover up all of this? Well, this is a crime J. Edgar Hoover did not solve. He was not about to admit that the president could be killed when we all expected him to keep the president alive, didn't we? Without him doing something about it. So he says he did something about it. But there's more than just that. It was official policy. We now know this because of other suppressed evidence that came to light. And here again we have the value of the questions. I should have thought of this. Nicholas Katzenbach was the Deputy Attorney General of the United States. That meant that in actual practice, he's the guy who ran the department. Immediately, he wrote a memorandum saying that the important thing to do is to see to it that everybody believes there is no conspiracy, that only one man did the killing, that he was Lee Harvey Oswald, and we nabbed him. Really is that simple. In an earlier seminar, I read from a formerly suppressed, again tonight's topic, staff memorandum, and there were several of them that I obtained. This one was written by a staff lawyer named Eisenberg. It turns out that several months after the Warren Commission was appointed, on January 20th, 1964, Justice Warren called the staff together because he was burdened and he wanted to let them know why, when as lawyers they knew he should not have taken the job, he did take the job. There's a previous history of this in the Pearl Harbor investigation, and the criticisms of Justice Jackson for taking that job when he was on the Supreme Court never stopped. There's another reason in this case. Jack Ruby was still alive, and it looked almost certain that his case was going to go to the Supreme Court. Well, why did Justice Warren do it? In his own words, because President Johnson convinced him that if he didn't, 40 million people might be burned up in a nuclear conflagration. Now, where did all that start? All that started with a CIA station in Mexico City, and you people in this archive we're starting here now have the first 105 documents I obtained from the CIA, and that includes what I was just telling you about. This hooked-up tale started in the Mexico City station. More. I was talking earlier today about the deficiencies, which I think is a considerable understatement, of the Schweiker report. They went into a whole razzmatazz about keeping secret in the interest of national security the name of the man who started this cock and bull story. They identified him by an earlier spook code name of D, like in Dan. Well, his name is Alvarado Ugarte. He was a Nicaraguan spook. They knew that he was lying. They knew that this was a fabrication. The story had self-destruct built in every manufactured detail. But that CIA station in Mexico pumped it hard to Washington, and they scared the hell out of the White House, and they scared the hell out of the State Department. And I'm sure that Justice Warren told the truth when he said that President Johnson told him 40 million people might get killed. And I'm sure that President Johnson believed it, and I was no fan of President Johnson's. Next question.
Is it true that the president's brain was removed during the autopsy and then eventually placed in the archives and has since then disappeared?
The question is it true that the president's brain was removed during the autopsy, has since been placed in the archives, and since then has disappeared? The brain has two parts. They're called hemispheres, left and right. The left hemisphere was removed. What was left of the right hemisphere was removed. It was set in formaldehyde, and after it was set, sections were made. X-rays were taken before and after. And I'm going into this explanation because I understand what the gentleman is driving at, and some of you may, and I may anticipate another question. According to these X-rays, and according to the Department of Justice reading, which I do believe, because if they were going to lie, I can't imagine them saying that the president was shot 4 inches higher and 6 inches lower. They would have lied all the way. According to the reading of these X-rays, there is no mechanical injury to the bone that encases the left side of the brain that would permit a bullet to go in or out of the brain. You follow me so far? If a bullet fragment or whole bullet from the right side went in through that big hole in the head and into the left side, it would glow like a fluorescent light in an X-ray. The official Department of Justice panel reading says there is no such thing there. The bony encasement of the bottom of the brain is known as the floor of the fossa, with 2 S's. There are cracks in it, but there is no hole and no means of a bullet or a fragment of bullet going into the left side of the head and going out the bottom. You follow me so far? Now, as to the right side of the head, the examinations were made, but the reports are kept secret except for a paraphrased interpretation of them. Next part of the question has to be with their being transferred to the archives. They were and they were not. And I'm not playing games with you. The government's playing games with us. After, here I'm just stringing facts together. I'm making an interpretation. You don't have to believe it. I'm not stating this as fact, and I hope you understand I've been trying to distinguish between what I believe and the solid fact I've been presenting to you and quoting to you. After my first book was read and rejected by a publisher we have since learned was a CIA publisher, and there was, with some haste, what was called a transfer of the evidence, including some of Dr. Berkeley's papers, out of the possession of the Secret Service. The Secret Service had it all along. I can even tell you whose safe it was in. It was delivered to the National Archives building. It was not delivered to what we generally understand to be the National Archives. It was covered, although the Secret Service did it, it was covered by a letter or a memorandum from Admiral Berkeley, and the exchange appears to have been between Admiral Berkeley personally and Robert Kennedy personally, and neither one of these things is true. It was actually to Evelyn Lincoln, who had been President Kennedy's secretary. She was in a room, as I remember, on the 4th floor of the National Archives. She was not there as Robert Kennedy's representative. She was there as the representative of the Kennedy Library. Now, in case all you budding young scholars don't know it, the Kennedy Library and all presidential libraries are part of the National Archives. But we have an archives and an archivist who are semanticists. And when it suits their convenience, they choose to interpret the National Archives to be limited to the one building in Washington, which is hardly a pinhead compared to some of the other installations. So there was a transfer, and it was to the Kennedy Library, which is part of the National Archives. And it was rigged to appear to be other than it was. I had to sue to get these records too. I had to use the Freedom of Information law. They only released part of it. And just a month ago, they gave me the rest, and I got them with me. And you folks have copies in the archive that we're duplicating here for you. The third part has to do with disappearance. I have no reason to believe it disappeared. I have no reason to believe it ever appeared. It was not transferred to Evelyn Lincoln. I print the list in postmortem of what was transferred to Evelyn Lincoln. There is no reference to the brain. And remember, Evelyn Lincoln was the National Archive, not Robert Kennedy. Now, there are containers mentioned. One of them in particular was a stainless steel container. I'd not be a bit surprised if it did hold the left hemisphere of the brain. I don't know what's happened to it since it went into the possession of a different part of the federal government. You know, it's like taking a nickel out of your left-hand pocket and putting it in your right-hand pocket. It's the same government. However, what is inherent in this, I'm telling you more about suppression, which is tonight's topic, more about dirty works, more about what we can't possibly accept with an assassination of a president. What is inherent in this can be a snare and a delusion, and don't we have enough folks without looking for them? The suggestion is that if only we could examine that left hemisphere of the brain, all of a sudden, all of this would be solved, all this great suffering that we all feel would be over, the damage to society would be healed, and we could go about our business. And life isn't that way, and the evidence doesn't lead me to encourage you to believe there's any remote possibility of this. That's why I began by explaining what we do know about the left hemisphere of the brain. I think someone walked up for another question.
Could you comment about the fact that there might have been more than one person posing as Oswald?
The question is what I'm going to reformulate. It has to do with was there more than one person posing as Oswald? In my first book, I describe what I call a false Oswald. Subsequent versions are of a second Oswald. There's this difference I want you to understand. False Oswald says what the question says, posing as Oswald, but in a special context that does not exist in the second. A second Oswald means that there really was a first Oswald who was up to something that was duplicated by a second Oswald. Now, there's no reason I know of to believe that Lee Harvey Oswald killed the president. He was being counterfeited, and that's why I call him the false Oswald. There was, without doubt, more than one. But this, without any reasonable question, happened in New Orleans. It happened in Dallas. It certainly happened elsewhere. And when I'm saying it happened, I'm eliminating all these fake reports, especially by the followers of the late Cuban dictator Batista, which had Lee Harvey Oswald every place except on the back of the cow as she jumped over the moon. I'm talking about where there are authentic reports of what could not be Lee Harvey Oswald, but described as Lee Harvey Oswald. The answer to that is yes, and on many occasions. Another question? The question was, were any of the 23 or so doctors at the autopsy called to testify, and what are the consequences? A little bit of confusion in the gentleman's mind. There were about 25 people in the room. They were not all doctors, but certainly most of them were not called to testify, and this again is the kind of a valuable contribution that always comes from a responsive audience, something I overlooked. The chief of chief surgeon, I think he's called, the top medical officer of the Navy was there. You'd never know it from the Warren Commission It's 26 volumes of printed evidence. It's 300 cubic feet of unprinted and once suppressed evidence. His name is Admiral Kenny. Not long thereafter, he retired. In the performance of the autopsy, there was made what is known as a Y cut. That means you start with the navel and go up to each armpit and lay open all the vital organs. However, when the official story is that a bullet went in the back and came out the front, they never did what was essential to trace the path of that bullet. It's called the track. And again, I was able to have some questions asked in New Orleans, as of Robert Fraser, this time of Lieutenant Colonel Pierre A. Fink. He's since been made a colonel. F-I-N-C-K. For those of you who may be thinking of Rat Fink, I do. And Colonel Fink said no, they did not trace the track of the bullet. And he was asked why, and he was said they were given a direct order by Admiral Kenny not to do it. And he was asked, does he know why it was done? And he said, well, he believed it was an order not to deface the body. They had laid the whole thing open, but they didn't do the evidentiary need, which obviously didn't happen in any event. There was no bullet in that path from back to front, and that's the explanation of it. But you imagine, I did remember to tell you that they posted a military guard and left no civilians in, no civilian doctor, but I forgot to tell you what the military ordered under military security. And now perhaps if you go back to what I didn't forget to show you, the threat if anybody opened his yap, thanks to this gentleman we have a more complete picture. And as somebody said this morning, or was it last night, that scares me. I think you ought to be scared. Another question? Be a good idea if someone has another question, be standing in line, save some time.
In your opinion, why has there been this suppression by the FBI and the Warren Commission? I know you answered it before, but more specifically.
The gentleman asked for a more specific answer to the question, why has there been this suppression? I might add detail and motive, but I can't add fact. Nobody told me why he suppressed it. There are no affidavits on it. We have yet to get to the point where we can question anybody in court about it, but we look forward to it. And I don't want to conjecture. I can't really materially add. They had to cover up, and they covered up. This is a fact. Another question?
I was wondering about your opinion. You must have some type of opinion.
My opinion is that they covered up to protect the reputations of the federal agencies, especially J. Edgar Hoover, because they hadn't the slightest idea who killed President Kennedy, because they were afraid that a war might start even a week after the assassination and for some period thereafter. I don't believe for 1 minute at beginning a week after the assassination there was any danger of a war or a revolution. They did it in order to effectuate a more peaceful transition from the Kennedy administration to the Johnson administration. They did it to keep peace and tranquility in the country. They did it to give you some milquetoast because they think you all can't stand bad news. All sorts of reasons like this. I really can't add to them, though. I believe somebody did have another question.
I believe that the 5 fragments came from one bullet, and I heard that the total weight of the 5 fragments were more than the bullet that was exhibited.
The question has 2 parts. If there's another part, ask it separately. Do I believe all the 5 fragments came from one bullet? And how about the weight of the various fragments compared with bullet 399? Well, I'll give you a specific and a general answer. I believe, if the spectrographic analysis that I have not obtained after 10 years of effort proved the truth of the official story, they wouldn't be waiting for me to knock on the door. They would have had it on every front page, on every television tube. I don't think there's any reasonable doubt about that. Why would they suppress it if it proves the truth of it? The process of spectroscopy is 60 years old. It's not a secret process that has to be hidden. About the weight, I'm going to answer another question you didn't ask first because it's very helpful to me again. The weight of a bullet before it is fired varies within a certain narrow range. The manufacture and the weighing is not that precise. A whole cartridge consists of a shell with powder in it and a bullet. And when it is fired, the bullet separates from the shell. The powder in the shell propels the bullet down the barrel of the rifle. There are in the rifle what are known as lands and grooves. You saw the twist on that bullet, I'm sure. This gives it a spiral turn and stability in flight. It also cuts out of the jacket of the bullet, on a bullet of this size, approximately 1/2 grain of weight. The FBI weighed a number of bullets of this manufacture, and they weighed this bullet. I have not yet been able to get them to tell me when they weighed this bullet, but they said that there was a maximum of 2.5 grains difference. Now, that really is very, very little weight. But they didn't bother to tell the Warren Commission that a 1/2 grain was lost in firing. This left a maximum of 2 grains. And nobody bothered to calculate the weight of that piece of copper alloy jacket that Fraser took out. And nobody even knew about the piece of lead core that Fraser took out. And what I am telling you is that this amounts to the fact that no metal was lost by bullet 399 during the assassination of John Kennedy. Now, on the weight of the 5 fragments, they were small. The largest, I think, was, roughly about 1/5 or 1/6 of the presumed weight of the entire bullet. Another question? Does that answer it?
How much did the fragments that were found in President Kennedy's body and in Governor Connolly's body, how much did those fragments weigh that Commission Exhibit 399 supposedly inflicted, and how does this relate to the official solution?
How much did the fragments in the bodies of Governor Connolly and President Kennedy weigh, and how does this relate to the official solution? What George really means is how much did the recovered fragments weigh? And I've forgotten the exact weight, but it is less than 2.5 grains. However, that's no answer. There was a fragment left in Governor Connolly's thigh that, according to the x-rays, is 3.5 millimeters long. Well, I measured that picture of the bullet base that you saw has a millimeter scale in it, and there's no place from which a fragment any more than 2 millimeters long could have come. There's no way of computing the weight of the fragment left in his leg, so the FBI just left it out. But I've had a number of organic chemists attempt this for me, and the smallest estimate I have gotten is almost half of all the metal that can be missing. There was a fragment removed from Governor Connolly's wrist, very light. But nobody talks about the fragments that were left in Governor Connolly's chest and were not recovered and were to a degree but not completely washed out in surgery. Now, how can I say not completely? Because of the doctor who was in charge of Governor Connolly's care. His name is Dr. Shires. They didn't bother calling Dr. Shires to Washington to testify before the Warren Commission because Dr. Shires told the Warren Commission staff lawyers down in Dallas that he had x-rays taken of Governor Connolly's chest after the surgery, and fragments of metal were left in Governor Connolly's chest. There were fragments of metal left in Governor Connolly's wrist that were washed out when the wound was clean. So you see, George, there's no way of addressing what you have in mind by weighing the fragments they recovered. Another question?
I heard that after the assassination, the car that the president rode in was shipped to Detroit to be rebuilt, and I was wondering why that was and where the car is today.
Very good question with one minor error in it. The gentleman says he heard that after the assassination, the car the president was riding in was shipped to Detroit to rebuild, and what's happened to it today? It was shipped to Cincinnati, to the Eisenstadt Iron Works to be rebuilt, and I'm not sure where it is today, but there was a period of time when it was a backup car. They were in great haste to rebuild this car, and thus all the evidence that was in the car was destroyed and disappeared forever. We have another question?
Where did Bullet 399 come from?
The question is, where did Bullet 399 come from? Well, when I was a little boy and I asked where I came from, I was told the cabbage head. I don't know where Bullet 399 came from. I'm reasonably certain it was fired from the rifle said to be Lee Harvey Oswald's rifle. I'm reasonably certain it was not used in the assassination of John Kennedy, and I am therefore certain, and I think this is really what the gentleman was driving at, I am therefore certain that it was planted to be found in Parkland Hospital. Now, the history of this bullet, quite aside from the evidence I've just referred to and shown you tonight, leaves no other alternative. Governor Conley, first of all, nobody really knows what stretcher it was supposed to have been on. At first it was believed to be President Kennedy's stretcher, but once you had a single bullet theory, which had the bullet winding up in Governor Conley, couldn't have been President Kennedy's stretcher and have that hold water, could it? So, our inspector, who was in charge of this area of the work, was questioning Darrell Tomlinson, a hospital engineer, who was the man responsible for the finding of the bullet. And he tried to get Tomlinson to say, under oath, that this bullet came from Governor Conley's stretcher. He pressured Tomlinson, who is an ordinary, honest American citizen, to the point where Tomlinson told him, if I were to say what you are trying to get me to say, I could not sleep at night. Tomlinson told this story, that the elevators had been sealed off. As a trusted hospital employee, he had been called to operate an elevator that would run up and down in an emergency area for such purposes as to obtain blood. That when he was put on the elevator, he found a stretcher there. It was on the floor on which the governor was operated on. They didn't have to operate on Governor Conley immediately. They tried to tend to President Kennedy first, while new staff members were called to the emergency area. Tomlinson didn't want the stretcher on the elevator, of course, because it was in the way, and it's a rolling stretcher of the kind that's needed in emergencies, and he knew they'd want it in the emergency room entrance. So he took it out and put it in the hallway. And meanwhile, he went about his assigned task of operating the elevator. He came down to that floor, which is the level of the emergency room, just in time to see a doctor who had to relieve himself, give it a shove so the doctor could enter the men's room door. When the doctor shoved the rolling stretcher, it hit the wall. And a bullet, 399, we're told, there's not even a chain of possession on that, the evidence was handled so carefully, fell out from underneath the mattress. Underneath, you understand? Now, this presented quite a problem to Mr. Spector, who hooked up the single bullet theory, and he questioned the orderly and the nurse who handled that stretcher and who undressed Governor Conley. And the nurse said there was no bullet that was in the clothing and no bullet on the stretcher, and the orderly said that when he removed the stretcher, there was no bullet on the stretcher. So here's what we have, and my name is not grim as in fairy tales. We have this bullet inflicting all of these injuries and then lying, lurking in wait right here, firmly attached to the tibia. That's the thigh bone. So firmly attached that a piece of it is still there. That's how I know the size on the x-rays, 3.5 millimeters. It's a Sticky bullet. And it had very fine intelligence. Governor Conley tried to get up and get out of the car. He was semi-conscious. He passed out for a while. He tried to get out of the car so they could get to President Kennedy because he was in the jump seat. He fell. He staggered. They had to remove him by lifting him. It took a lot of force, a lot of motion, getting him out of a car in a jump seat, cramped quarters. But that bullet was lurking and waiting. Its time had not come. They put Governor Conley on a stretcher, and they rolled him into the emergency. They took a look at him, and that bullet was laying back. They took him on the elevator, and the bullet was just developing its sense of timing to even greater perfection. It wasn't going to let any nurse see it naked. It wasn't going to let any orderly desecrate it by handling it. When nobody was looking, this bullet, buried deep inside the entrance point, not deep in the flesh, but several inches away from the entrance point, knew just the moment it would not be seen. And then it generated something that I think you will never be taught in your own science classes. What I think, because it doesn't exist, we have to give a name to. Everything has to have a nomenclature. Let's call it reverse kinetic energy. It knew just how much to use, just how much English to put on that twist, to execute an arc and come to rest after having skillfully avoided the metal edge of the stretcher and yet not cut the mattress. It knew just how much force to use so it wouldn't get lost underneath the mattress, just how little force to use so that it could emerge into history when the doctor had to urinate. Does that answer your question? Almost. Let's try again.
Okay. You said that the bullet, you thought...
Excuse me. I do this on purpose. I don't want you to make light of it. I want you to see how totally ridiculous the official solution of the murder of our president and the nullification of a whole system of society is, sanctified by the most eminent men in the country, insisted upon now by every agency of government involved, and I do feel a sense of outrage about it. But this gets grim, it gets hard to live with, and I'm trying to make a point, and the point is, this is so ridiculous, and yet they insist on it. Excuse me.
Okay. The bullet did come from Oswald's rifle, right?
The bullet did come from Oswald's rifle, right. Well, let me change that just a little bit. The bullet came from the rifle that was found on the 6th floor depository building. The rifle was traced to Lee Harvey Oswald by a mail order and then only by handwriting experts. It may very well have been Lee Harvey Oswald's rifle, but nobody ever put it in his possession. The law requires that when a rifle is be shipped by mail, there be a receipt for it. Nobody produced the receipt. And you know what pulp magazine paper is. I am not all that persuaded that you can make a precise handwriting analysis from a copy made from a microfilm of an inked signature on pulp paper. But let's assume it was Oswald's rifle.
You can trace the bullet to a certain rifle by the lands and grooves are particular to rifle, plus the powder, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, the gentleman says that it is possible to trace a rifle to a particular bullet, not by the lands and grooves, but by the striations imparted in those lands and grooves by the imperfections of the barrel.
Okay, now, if the bullet was planted, somebody had to, at some time prior to this, fire it into something. What, first of all, what could you
If the bullet was planted, somebody had to have some knowledge in advance. Agreed.
Okay. It was fired into something so that it wasn't distorted.
It was fired into something so that it wasn't distorted. Let me interrupt to say I don't think it was cotton. A cotton tube is normally used for this because if that had happened, some cotton might have remained on the bullet. I think it was fired into a tank of water, but the person who fired it didn't tell me.
That's that's the question. Could you take a spectrographic analysis of the tip of the bullet to find out what material it was fired into?
The question is, could a spectrographic analysis show what it was fired into? Well, until I can get the spectrographic analysis of what I'm really interested in, I can't answer. I would doubt it, but I think the spectrographic analysis will destroy the whole story, so we won't have to bother to do that. Thank you. Another question? There's a picture of bullet 399. The bottom part is flattened. That's good. Hold it there if you can. If you look all the way at the top on the right, you'll see a little indentation. That's where Mr. Fraser removed the copper specimen. But look how that bullet shines. Look how perfectly smooth the scorings of the rifle barrel are. There is not even a hairline scratch on that bullet. Go to the next one, George. This is out of order. That's the base of the bullet. And if the lighting situation did not prevent it, and you can see it, if the lighting, I mean, you will be able to see it, all of you who live here, you can see, and I hope that the shadows even permit you to see, that there are sharp lines there. That metal missing and shown by shadow is what Fraser cut out. Now, there is a ring around the bullet that you may see. That's the copper jacketing, copper alloy jacketing, and all inside of that ring is the lead alloy core. As you can see, that bullet is almost perfect in that dimension. It's just slightly flattened toward the bottom and a little bit above the bottom toward the nose. Try the next one, George. Down a little bit. That's good. These are pictures that the archives took for me when I finally got them to do it. That's a millimeter scale at the bottom, and you can see it's a very small bullet. But if you look at the reflection of the light, Jim, would you mind coming up and pointing these things out for me, please, while I'm talking? If you look at, hold it, George, don't go too high. What they did is high enough. You can see the shadowing and the light, the reflection of the light, which shows you a smooth, relatively smooth edge. You can see the cut. We'll go on to the next one, and then we'll put Jim to work. That is another view of the same thing, and again, you can't see it with this kind of light, but Jim, would you mind outlining where you know the cut to be, especially where the edge is smoother, or you haven't your eyes adjusted? I'm tied up with the harness. Go to the pale section with the, that's it, come right down there. Now come on down lower where it's, now that's it, go right along that line. That's it. Now the next one, please. That's good. Jim, do you think you can point out where the president's shirt was cut? Can you see it clearly enough down on the body of the shirt? That's the idea. That jagged line is not shadow. It's a perfectly normal and proper thing. There was a real emergency when the president got to the hospital, and his clothing was literally and properly and of necessity cut off. But you won't find that in the Warren report because they only had 900 pages. Go to the next one. That shows, can you find? That shows the pattern of the blood. You're looking at the shirt to the back. Now, this may not mean anything, but it certainly is not addressed in the evidence. And it should have been addressed in the evidence, and I'm going to explain why. The story is that all the president's wounds were on the right side of the back of his body. But look at that, and almost all the blood is on the left, coming lowest in the midline. No investigation, no explanation, the question lingers. Please go to the next one, George. Is that the next one? If it is, it's a duplicate of the same picture, and go to the next one. Oh my, that's a tragedy. We can't see that one. And that is a very important picture. George, hold it right there. Well, let's not waste any time with this, George. You won't make it out. Go to the next one. Now, Jim, would you show, this is the president's necktie, and Jim is going to point out to you that it was cut off. Now show the V-shaped cut, Jim, on the part away from the knot. Now show that little light spot at the top of the knot where they say it was nicked. That's it. That was done by a scalpel, not by a bullet. You're going to see more on that. They lied to us. Next one, please. You can't see this too clearly, so I'll restrict myself when, that's it right there, George. You see the arrow on the left? You saw how the tie really was, didn't you? Now, Jim, would you mind showing him how the FBI twisted the tie to make it seem like the hole was in the front? The left hand, all the way in the left. Okay. Yeah. No, down lower, follow the arrow. That's it. That shaded, that pale area there is where the scalpel damaged the tie. When the FBI took a picture for the Warren Commission, I told you about this 5-volume report. This is Exhibit 60 in that 5-volume report. They actually twisted the tie around to make it look like the hole was in the middle. Next one, please, George. Just a little bit up, not much. You got it centered good enough. Oh, that's fine. This isn't too clear, but you can see the button on the left, right? You notice that the pattern fits. Now, the president wore very fancy shirts. This was hand-tailored for him by Charles. Then you see the buttonhole, and you see they're exactly in a line. Now, the story is that the bullet came out through the collar, right? Jim, would you please show the good people the top of the damage on that side, a little bit higher? That's it. That's it. Now, would you show them the highest point on the other side? It is below the collar band. You see that? That's an enormous difference when you're talking about a 1/4 of an inch bullet and the tie and a button collar, isn't it? There's no hole there. That's a cut. And it was cut by the nurse's scalpel. There were 2 nurses. They were working under Charles Carrico, and I found this out from Dr. Charles Carrico personally. The president's tie was cut off. It had to be. And when they cut the tie off, they couldn't avoid cutting through the shirt collar, and this was turned around by the government, executive branch, and presidential commission, and we were told that the bullet came out there. Now, bad as the lighting conditions are here, you can see that that's no bullet hole. That's a slit. It's a cut. Okay, next one, please. Oh, my. This is all out of order, but I'll tell you what it is. Jim, can you see that pale part there? Go around that. This is a picture of the curbstone. And I'm sorry that when these were dropped, they weren't put back in order, because it would make much more sense to you. But you can see a difference in light and dark there, can't you? That light spot in this picture, which I recognize as that taken by a TV cameraman named Underwood, at the time of the crime, where James Tegg was hit, shows that there is a mechanical damage to the curb. The next one, please. Go ahead, when you can, George. This, you see where the pencil is, the arrow is? See the dark spot there? This is a news picture taken at the same time as Dillard by a newspaper photographer named Tom Dillard, and there certainly is not only a mechanical injury to the curb, but there's an arrow pointing to it and a pencil pointing to it. Next one, George, please. Now, can you hold it? This, please take my word for it, the top would tell you, you can see laboratory worksheet. This is a Xerox given to me under order of the court of an FBI laboratory worksheet on this curbstone. And if you don't mind raising it a little bit, you will see that it says small foreign smears, see attached for location, were run spectrographically, Jarrell ash, that's the name of the test, and found to be essentially lead with a trace of antimony, could be bullet metal, no copper observed. Now, this, we have been assured under oath, is the total FBI record of the total scientific examination of a bullet with 12 component parts. 2, lead and antimony. 1, what is on the outside. Remember, it's a copper-jacketed bullet, and you saw the shine of the copper. No copper when it hit the curb. Isn't that some kind of magic now? Next, please. There you have a diagram. Hold it, that's fine. There you have a diagram made in the FBI laboratory when they dug that curbstone up and flew it to Washington. You will see the measurements at the top show that this 1/4-inch bullet made what they call a smear, 1 3/4 inches high and 1 inch wide, and we're just beginning to get into the real magic, folks, because the bottom is even more magical. This is oriented so that on your right is the west, on your left is the east. You will look and you will see it says a 33-degree angle downward. Now let me explain to you that between 400 and 500 feet away, 66 feet in the air, according to your presidential commission and mine, there was Lee Harvey Oswald shooting from the east at the president and firing the shot that hit James T. Tegg. This shows it coming from the west. Now, if you were to follow back at 33 degrees, beginning approximately 22 feet away, you would find that there is even greater magic. A rifle and a rifleman buried in solid concrete so thick it could carry the heaviest load of freight cars on tracks, 12 tracks wide, so many that they had to make 3 parallel bridges to carry the weight. Next one, please. Now, you can't see this, I'm sorry to say, because of the darkness. Try the next one, and maybe it's in the same sequence. Can you see anything, Jim? Can you point it out? I can't see it. Let me tell you what this is. As you can see, what the official story would disgrace an 8-year-old kid's intelligence. But I wanted to develop proof. Something happened to the sound. Do I have it back? Okay, Jim, you better stay off the wire. I was just getting over pneumonia when this picture was taken, and Jim was with me, so I didn't know if he'd remember it. I wanted new proof. I wanted a picture of the curbstone as it exists in the National Archives today. It's been patched, folks. They don't want any damaged evidence when the president gets killed. So they got a mix of concrete, and they were very careful. They weren't chinchy. They used less coarse aggregate and more fine aggregate. This befits the head of a state. And they got a nice smooth patch out of finer concrete, so you can see the difference in the question and answer period. Because my purpose in being here is to try and inform you this is the way our society functions when it functions as it should. It functions with the people knowing and the people then expressing their will to their elected representatives. When I was thinking of what I was going to say, a phrase I've heard and you've heard very often came to mind. I'm not going to expand on it, but I want to remind you that we all know that lest the Lord guard the city, the watchman waketh in vain. The city here is our officialdom. Honesty in officials, the Lord is, and the city is our system of society. I've only told you part, an important part, but only part, and not that part by any means completely, about what happened when the government decided not to investigate the killing of our president, which of course means the upsetting of all of our system of society, the nullification of the entire electoral process, and the absolute negating of any concept of representative society. I can't think of anything more subversive in a country like ours than the nullification of all of democratic society, all of a representative system. And I think you should ask yourselves, as I have in the very first asked myself, when this can happen to any president, whether or not you like John Kennedy, any president, is any president ever free? Can any president ever dare make a decision he thinks may be unpopular among people of power? And if he can't, What has happened to our system of society? If this is the case with the president, is any one of us really free? Really? Well, we can walk around, we can say what we want, but things happen. And does not this represent a jeopardy to everyone, not just our system of society? I was also thinking that there's so many great Americans who have done and said so many wonderful things, and I thought of one that I wanted to quote exactly to you, and I've typed it up so I can read it verbatim. It is a statement by one of the most respected justices of our Supreme Court, Justice Louis Brandeis. Most of you are too old to remember him unless you've studied him. I remember him, and he was a truly great man, one of the outstanding jurists in all of the history of the world. This is what he once said: "Decency, security, and liberty alike demand that government officials shall be subjected to the same rules of conduct that are commands to citizens. In a government of laws, existence of the government will be imperiled if it fails to observe the law scrupulously. Our government is the potent, the omnipresent teacher. For good or ill, it teaches the whole people by its example." Well, we've had one example tonight, a partial example of how our government seeks to teach. I think it now behooves us, in whatever way any one of us may think he or she can, to undertake to teach the government. Because I hope you will agree with me that this we just cannot have. I thank you very much.